Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are going to build this Calendly clone using latest Next.js. So on the homepage we have a nice looking logo, some navigation, sign in, get started buttons. Here we have a nice hero section with animation. So if I reload the page, you can see that this underline just goes from left to right. And then we have some buttons, description, and some logos for some companies. Then when I click sign in, I can log in with Google, Microsoft, or other provider. Let me log in with my Google account. And after I log in, I can go to the dashboard. I can log out. Let me open the dashboard, and you can see that here we just fill a username that will be used for URLs that we are going to create for the event types. Then for the event types, we have different type of meetings we can present to other people so they can book meetings with us. I have only one meeting here, quick meeting, but you can have several types of meetings like 15 minutes meeting, half-hour meeting, or something like this, depending what is the context of the meeting. So let me open this one so you can see how it looks like. Here is the URL, so there you can send it to a guest, and of course after we publish the app it will have a regular domain here. We have a title, we have a description, I can make it longer, and the meeting link. Then for each event type you can put the availability hours from to and what days. So for example, for quick meetings with, I don't know, your family, you can book for Saturday and Sunday evening. For something else you can change the days and hours to working hours, however you want it to set it up. Then you can just share this link with someone, and it looks like this. For the guest for the people who are booking the meeting, it looks like this. They see the link, they see the title, they see the information, then they see the days when they can book meeting with you. They can pick like all the days that are available in the configuration you prepared, and then they can pick, for example, here we have a preloader because this functionality checks in your calendar if you are actually available. So for example, I don't have anything in my calendar, but I scheduled that this meeting can be booked only from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then after someone picks a time, they will see this form where they can just put the name, email, and some additional info that is optional, and then both of you will get event to your calendars. And it looks like this: quick meeting 8 a.m. and you can see this is between my connectwithdavid@gmail.com and my private Gmail that I use for testing purposes. So both of you get an email and a calendar event to your calendars. All of the meetings are also listed here, so you can keep an eye on it on both your calendar and here in your dashboard. For this project we are going to use latest Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS for styling, and Mongo for our database. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always we start with an empty directory here in my editor. I called my project Calendix because I didn't want to call it just Calendly or Calendly clone, so I came up with this name Calendix. You can call it however you want, Calendify, or I don't know, Calendly clone, doesn't matter. And as you can see, it's an empty directory here in my editor, and nothing is inside, and here I have just an empty Chrome browser. So we are going to start with opening terminal, and as you can see, I open terminal in the same directory Calendix, so we can install stuff here inside. And we will start by installing Next.js. So usually you can do just with npx create app and then like this. No, sorry, it should be create. It should be create next app and latest. You can do like this, but actually I will use, instead of npx and npm, I will use ban, because ban is much faster. And I would just do, you can just do like this, ban create and then next dash app latest. And if you don't have ban installed, you can do just search here for ban.js, and this is how you install it. As you can see, it's much faster than Node.js, so that's why I'm going to use it in this video. So let's do ban create next app latest, and I will add a dot here so it will be installed in the current directory. If you put anything instead of the dot, it will create a subdirectory here inside. So I will do a dot. Let's do hit enter, and now we have questions that we usually get when we install a new Next app. So do you want TypeScript? Yes. I will try to do as much of TypeScript nowadays as possible, because the difference between TypeScript and JavaScript is not that big, and it's really popular to use TypeScript on bigger projects, on enterprise projects. So I thought that it will probably be easier to get a job if you will know TypeScript. So I would try to use it more often now. So ESLint, yes. Tailwind CSS, yes, it will be easier for styling with Tailwind. Source directory, yes, so it will be the structure of the project will be better. App router, nowadays it's recommended. I will click yes. I don't think it's 100% stable, this app router, but it will be soon. So let's go with yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No, I will do no. All right, and now it's installing, and now it's installed, and as you can see, we have all of those files here. We will be interested mainly in the source directory where we have app, and then we have those files. First, let's start with ban dev, or if you don't use ban and you use npm or npx, you do npm run dev, but I would just do ban dev. Now let's start, and it started. I can just open this, and maybe you will get another port, but that's fine. I got 3001 because my 3000 was busy. Maybe I will just restart and make sure that 3000 is also, I will get the same port as you guys. Let's restart now, and now I get 3000. So I can just change here, and yeah, now it's running. 3000, you should get the same port by default. And now let's see, we get this page. Let's go to this page tsx. I will hide the terminal for now, and let's get rid of this main thing. So main, let's remove, let's put a div and with a test inside. So now we have only test here. I will zoom in a little bit, and what do we want now? Let's get rid of this next image, and now let's show the rest of the files. And what I will do now is, as you can see, it's black and white text. I want to get rid of this default styling we got. So here in globals CSS, I will just get rid of all of those. I will keep those Tailwind imports here, so we can use Tailwind. Let's see if we can use those Tailwind classes. So let's do class name. Let's do text red 500. And the text should be red. Yes, it is. So now we have installed our next app, and I think that now we can continue with actually our home page or index page. So let's see. For the home page, I would like to have navigation on the top, and maybe some headlines, some small text, and then buttons here, get started or something like this. Maybe here some logos of other companies pretending to using our product. So yeah, so let's start with our navigation, right? So here we have our page. Let's get rid of this div. Let's put an empty div here, and or maybe instead of doing a div, let's put a React fragment. And here let's start with a header with smaller h, header like this, because it's an HTML element. We have header, and inside header we will have a logo. So let's import link, and for me it's auto importing. If you are using any like newest code editors for JavaScript, it should also add those import lines for you automatically. If it doesn't do it for you, you need to, when you use, for example, link first time on this file, in this file, you need to add imports manually. But most of the text code editors are doing this automatically. So let's continue. Let's do the link to with the logo will go to just homepage. So let's do /, and now let's see how we can call our logo. What do we put inside our logo? I will put just a text. Let's call it Calendly. And yes, let's save it, and we should get it here. Yes, that's fine. So we have a logo, and I also want to have like some links. So let's put here navigation for our links, and I will put a link to, for example, features with smaller f, features, and here features, and I'm going to add, well, let's do at least 3. We will have also pricing. Let's put here pricing, and here maybe features, pricing, about, I don't know, let's do about. Okay, that should be it. We could do contact or wherever we want. So we have navigation. We will put this navigation here next to this, and I also want to have like buttons to log in and get started. So I will put another navigation with let's do 2 links. So I will copy 2 links. The first one will say sign in, and the second will be get started. Yeah, something like this. So now we want to style it a little bit. So we will have logo, then first group of links, first navigation, and then second navigation here. So we will actually have like 2 groups, the left group with logo and first navigation, and then the right group with just second navigation. So we need to group it with, let's do divs. So let's put first div with the link and the first navigation. Let's put those here. And in the second group, we will have only this navigation. So we don't need to put this in a separate div. That will be fine. I will just, I added only this div so we can group together this link and navigation inside one container. So for the header, let's do class names, and let's put flex, and let's put some gap of maybe 4. And let's see, now we have this here and this here. As you can see here, we have our first group, but it's under each other because we also need to put flex here. So let's do flex and gap 4 here as well. And now we have something like this. Let me open inspection here, and let's see. Here we have elements. I will zoom in a little bit, and as you can see inside header we have 2 groups, The first one is our div with our logo and navigation, and the second group is just our navigation. And this looks fine. So now I want to put more space here, so this will be pushed to the right as much as possible. So here in the wrapper for those two groups, I will do justify between, I think it was. Yes, it is. And as you can see now, it uses as much of space between those two groups as possible. So that looks fine. And now I would like to have some padding on this header. So let's maybe do padding of 4. And this looks fine. But if the page is like this wide, if the screen is this wide, it should be centered and not good, and don't go like all the way to the sides. So I would like, instead of this React fragment that we have here, and here we are closing this, I'm going to put this main element for now. And let's add the class names here. And I will do something like this. I will put container. And let's see what this container will do. As you can see, it limits the width to this. So yeah, this looks almost fine. We could center this. So let's do this. Let's go to, we can center this here inside with classes, but you can, so we can do MX auto to automatically put margins on the sides, so it's centered. But I prefer to put automatic centering on all of my containers, so we can do this here inside Tailwind config. And I think you put it here, container, let's see, yes, container. And you can put here center to be true. And looks like something is missing. Theme container, let's see, tailwind, oops, tailwind container config, yes. And let's see, center. You can center like this with MX auto margins, or you can do like theme container center true. Theme container center true. So this looks nice. There's something wrong with this, or is it? Let's see. If I remove this container, it's still wrong. Okay. If I try to fix it manually, it will add this part. That's interesting. We don't need this. I will do Ctrl-Z to go back, and we don't need this background image here with extend. So I will remove this extend. Let's try also to remove this container. And let's see, do we need all of those stuff? Let's see if I remove it. So there's something wrong with this config. Let's see what is wrong. I'm going to go here, jump inside. Let's see what's the required config here. Content is the only required thing. So let's see. Okay, now it disappeared. So maybe it was just a cache. Let's see. I think this should work, and it's just cache in my editor. Let's see if I close and open it. I assume it's only cache. So I will just keep it like this with content and theme and empty plugins. And theme has this container center true. And let's see if it works. Yeah, it looks like it does. And in my terminal, I don't have any errors. So that's my dumb editor, I guess. Let's go back to page. And now the container should be centered. And yes, it is. As you can see, container is now centered. I would like to make it smaller, or maybe we can even add some paddings by default. So let's do this. Let's go to Tailwind config, Let's do padding of 2 rem. So I can remove those paddings from the header. Here padding of 4. And here we have paddings for different screen sizes. We don't need this. What I'm wondering is if we can, or if we should make the width of the container limited. So we could actually limit the container much more. So I don't see this option, but I think it's like this. You go to Tailwind the config, and now the error disappeared. That's nice. And here you put screens, yes, as our TypeScript suggests, and it's an object. And then you put, I think it was, we start with XS. And here we can put like 600 pixels. Right, let's try to save it. And as you can see now, it's super narrow. Let's see how narrow it is. It's 600 pixels. So this worked. Maybe let's don't do 600. I will do like 780. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, I think this looks right. Alright, so I want to add some padding on the top and the bottom for the header, because now we have padding on the sides, but as you can see, this is not enough. We want to have padding on the sides and also on the top and the bottom. So let's go to page and our header. Let's put padding on the top and the bottom. So Y of 4, and we have now something like this. And I think this looks fine. Now we want to make the logo prettier. We want to make those links prettier and those links too. So let's do the first with the logo. So let's add some class names. I want to make the text blue 600. So it will be this blue. Let's also make this bold. So let's do font bold. And now we have something like this. That looks cool for me. Now for the features about pricing, I would like to make those links a little bit smaller. So for the whole header, I will do text, or maybe let's don't make them smaller. I think this will be fine, but I will change the default text color to, let's do gray 600. And I think this looks fine, but I don't like this default font. So I'm going to change the font. Let's go to layout, and here we can change to like Calendly or whatever our app is called. Description, you can change it to. Here we have our font. Inter, I don't like this one, so I will define, I think it's no, it's Noto from Google. So let's do Noto, Noto Sans. Yes, let's import this one. And now let's get rid of this inter. We don't need this inter import. And let's see, here inter is used. So let's try with Noto. And we need to add subsets. So let's do subsets. And here I can just put Latin, yes. And this looks better. And here we can also add the wave. And I'm going to add, let's do 300 and also 400. Can we do also 200? Yeah, so let's do 200 and 400. So we will have also like a thin version of this. And I also want to add the 700, so we will have bold version. So this will work. Now let's see, let's go back to our page and let's do wave of the text. Can we do like this? Font, and we have bold, we have here light, let's see. And now it's this light. Let's see what else do we have here. We have light, font, extra bold, light, medium, normal, thin. Let's see, thin. Actually, let's do Tailwind, font, thin, light, and let's see what's the difference. So light is 300, normal is 400. So let's do light. Let's do light, and it will be 300. Let's see. And let's make sure that we import 300 here inside layout. So let's do 300. Yeah, I think this looks fine. This looks fine for me. So now let's go back to our page. Now the most important thing, I want to have spacing between those. We could do padding on all of those links, but it's easier to do just a gap. First flex and then gap of, let's do at least 2. Yeah, I think this works, but I want to make bigger gap of, let's do 4. Now more spacing here. So here I will do 6. Yeah, and we have more spacing here. And this looks fine. Maybe now let's do the logo bigger. So let's do font large. It is like this, font LG. No, I think it's text LG to make the text bigger. Text LG, and I think it's now bigger, but let's try with 2XL just to make sure. Yeah, so we'll just put maybe just large, and now the thing is that those things are not in line. So if I draw a line here, you can see that well, it's not in line. So to fix it, here where we have our logo and links and flex, I will add the items center. So now let's see, now it's better. Yeah, maybe we could do like XL to make it even bigger. Let's see. Yeah, remember that I zoomed in, so if I zoom out it looks like this. So maybe I could make it even bigger and wider, but so you guys can see where I will make it like this, and I zoom into 150%. But it should look good even for this page. So let's see, I think features, about, and pricing looks fine. Maybe it's too thin, I don't know. And you can decide. Here we want to have some spacing, so let's do here on this navigation, let's do class name, let's do flex, gap of 4, and we have some spacing here. Maybe not big enough, you can change it to 6 if you want, but I'm going to add the color on this get started, so we will have a more like a button. So let's do class name here, and let's do background blue 600, text white. Let's add the padding of 2 and rounded full. So we'll have rounded corners. That looks almost nice. I want to have more paddings now on the sides. So let's do padding on the top and the bottom. So padding Y will be 2, but on the sides we will do, let's maybe do 4. And I think this looks fine, except that it's not in line. So let's do flex here. Let's add items center. So yeah, now I think it looks much better. And maybe we could add even more, like here, padding on the top and the bottom. Let's try with 6. Yeah, this works. Maybe this thin text font light by default was overkill. Maybe this looks fine too. I don't know, we can decide. Maybe the logo can be even bigger, so I can do like 2XL or 4XL and it will be still looking fine. Let's see if it's in line. I think it's not, but it should be, or actually it is in line. Let's see. So here we have the logo, and here we have, okay, so it's centered. but the difference is so big. So you can see that in this container, it looks centered, but the words don't have the same they don't start at the same level. So let's see if I want to keep this size. Well, maybe I don't want to have this starting on the same line, because then the logo will go higher. I think this looks fine when it's centered. I will only add some more spacing here. So here we have our gap 4. Here we have gap 6 between the logo and the navigation. Let's do 8. And yeah, this looks fine. Maybe we can do even more. Let's do it like 10. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And it would be nice to add an icon here, right? So recently some of you guys mentioned the new icon set. I think it was Lucid icons for React. Yeah, so let's do get started and installation. Here they use PNPM, yarn, or NPM. You can just use the same way you do with NPM or yarn, or doesn't matter. So we can just do, if you use NPM, you can use NPM. I use ban here, and let's do ban add Lucid. And now let's see how to use it. So we have here, we need to add also this for React. So let's do this, ban add Lucid React. And that's it. So now let's just use it. Lucid React, and this is how we use it. We just import it. So let's see what icons do we have. And I want to have something calendar related, and maybe I will use just calendar. So here we have our logo, and I open new terminal tab, just if in case you are wondering. We have our logo here. It's just a text here inside, so I will put it like this. And here inside, I will also add our calendar. And now it asks me to import, and I want to import from, I think, Lucid React. So let's put it like this, and let's see what will happen. So we have it here. Maybe I will use the calendar with those dots inside, or wherever it was, calendar range. What else do we have? We have calendar days. I think I will use calendar days. Can we do calendar days? Yes, let's import from Lucid or Lucid React. Okay, this looks fine. Now I want to make this prettier. Let's refresh. Calendar days. I think it shouldn't look like this. Let's remove this. Okay, now it looks fine. So next to each other. So let's add here flex and gap of 2. And now let's see. Yeah, and now let's center everything. And let's do items center. And I think it looks fine, but it would be nice to make it bigger, right? Let's add some class names. And let's do the height of this. Height like this, and let's do 12. Now let's see. Well, I don't see any difference. Let's do 24. No, still nothing. Let's see how to make those bigger. So here, let's see. We can do just size and like 48 or something like this. So let's see. Let's go here instead of class name. Let's do size, and let's do 48. Let's see how big this will be. Yeah, maybe too big. Let's do 24. Too small in my taste. Let's do 36. Yeah, I think this is perfect. So maybe this will be too big. Well, you can try with different sizing. Let's do 32 maybe. I don't really know, but it looks almost fine for me. Maybe I will decrease the gap to 1. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So we have this, and maybe I will make this smaller so it will be the same as the Yeah, as the size of the logo, 24 looks fine. Now we have our header, and I would say it's finished. Let me zoom in. Yeah, it looks really nice. So we have some links here, and then we need to have our headline here, right? So I will have a headline here, then some text, and then like 2 buttons, get started or something like this. Maybe here some company logos. So we have our header here. Maybe we can start by putting this header aside. So I'll put it inside components. I'll create the directory. You can create directory inside app, but I can show you also something else here. If you just go to app and you do new file in any editor, you don't need to use my editor. I use WebStorm, by the way. And if you do something like this, components / and then let's say header.tsx, then it will create this directory first and then this file inside. So I don't have components directory, but if I hit enter, it will create components, and inside we will have this header. And this is like nowadays standard behavior to most of the code editors. All right, so inside let's do export default and function, because we do function components, and let's do header, and here return, and I would just put our header here. Let's go to page, let's grab our header, and let's cut it from here, and let's put this here. And when I pasted this header, it ended those imports for me. If it doesn't do it for you, you need to manually also move those imports. Now those are not used here, so I can remove those from our homepage, and they are used only inside this header component. Now homepage is only this main thing, and as you can see now it's empty here, so we need to import our header here. So let's do header, and now it's imported here, and here we are using this, and now it looks fine. So now we want to do the headline, right? The headline, or the maybe let's call it the hero section, intro section, something like this. So let's put maybe a section here, and let's start with maybe an H1. And what do we want to have inside our headline? Maybe let's do scheduling made simple. And then we want to have some text here. Most scheduling, you can generate something with ChatGPT if you want. Most scheduling apps are simple, but ours is even more simple. And let's also add maybe, let's add break line on top of this. It's open source, and you can see the code. And we have something like this. And now we want to make it centered. This thing should be bigger, this thing should be smaller. So let's do this. On the section, let's add class names. Let's do text center. And now we have something like this. And now let's do that the header should have class names. And you can do class names like this, or you can do class names like this. So it doesn't matter. I think this should also work. So let's do text, and let's do like 2XL, or maybe let's do 4XL, so it will be super big. Yeah, I want this to be bolder or thicker. The font should be more thick, so let's do font bold. Yeah, that's much better. Scheduling made simple. We will also add some spacing soon, but now let's also add first some spacing between those two. So I will do here margin bottom of 4. Yes, that's good. Maybe we want some more. I don't know. Yeah, let's maybe do 6. Yeah, and now we also want to have some spacing here, and underneath also So on the whole section, let's do a margin top of, let's do 24. It's big spacing here. Yeah, this works. So this text looks fine. Maybe I want to have more headline text here. So first I will put this here in a separate line. Closing will go here. And let's put break line here for people like you. Scheduling made simple for people like you. I also want to add more spacing between the rows here, between the lines. And I think it goes like this. Leading and then 5. No, that's too little. 8. Let's see, leading, and then we can do loose. That's too loose. Leading, and let's see, loose, normal, relaxed. It's too relaxed. Let's see, snug, tight, relaxed. Let's see, snug. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe it's too much of a space. I don't know. Let's see, tailwind, and we want to check leading, line height. Yes. So we have snug, we have tight. Let's see, tight. Tight. And let's see, normal is 1.5. And then we have relaxed. I think this looks fine. So I will keep this tight. Right, so now this text looks fine, but I want this to make it more grayish. So for this paragraph, let's do text gray 600. Yeah, and I think this looks fine. Maybe we could make it a little bit smaller, or this text even bigger. Let's see, we have 4XL here. Let's do 6, and let's see. Maybe that's too big. Let's see if we can do 5. I think 5 looks fine. If I zoom out to 100%, it looks like this. So I would say it looks fine. And let's see. Yeah. So now this made simple. I would like this to be in different color. So let's put span here, and let's close this span here. And for this span, I will add some class names. I will add the text blue 600. And I would also like to have like a cool underline here. So I will put this as inside CSS. Let's put here cool underline, and this does nothing for now, but if I go to global CSS, I can do something like this, cool underline, and let's do after. So create a custom element. Let's say content will be empty, and then I want to do height of let's do 12, maybe let's do 10 pixels. And the width should go 100%. And let's do background color to red, so we can just see if it's visible. If it just, well, no, it's double. I think it's double. Colon here. Content, we need to add probably display to be block. Yeah, and now we have something like this. But now we can do also like that cool underline will have position relative. So we can here add position absolute. And let's do left of 0. And now we have something like this. Now we can pull it up a little bit. So let's do bottom of 0. So we can have something like this. We can do 10 pixels. So it's here. Now we can play with Z index to, let's do 1. Let's do -1. So it's here behind. And now I want to change this red thing to more Let's see, color hunt. Let's go to color hunt, and let's find some cool color. So I think we can go with something like this. So let's put this here. Now let's see how this will look like. I think it looks fine, but I want to make it more like transparent. So let's add an alpha channel on the end with 5.5. And now it's, well, maybe too transparent. Let's do maybe 9.9. So it's now something like this. You can use different color. It doesn't really matter. And maybe we can find something more, something like this, or maybe like orange or red. Let's maybe try with this orange. Let's replace only this part. And let's see. Yeah, I would prefer something like this maybe. Let's see. Too dark. Maybe this one. Yeah, I think this will work. I will leave this for now. I will just make this more transparent. I think this looks fine. Maybe we could just make this a little bit darker. So let's do maybe 800. Let's see. Do I need to refresh? No. Okay, it's text gray. It's not here. It's here. 800. Oh no, that's too dark. 600 should be it. Okay. This looks fine. We could also make this a little bit wider. Let's go back to globals. From the left, we could do -5 pixels, and same for the right, -5 pixels. So let's remove the width. And now it will be a little bit wider. We can also skew it. So we can do transform, skew, and -12 degrees, let's say 21. Yeah, 21 looks fine too. As you can see, you can also make this even wider. Let's do -8 on both here. Yeah, so we have something like this. And this looks fine. You could also add an animation that on the beginning it's there's no line, and then when you load the page you get the line. So let's see, maybe I will add this. So instead of this right, I will remove it, and I will add width to, let's say, calculate, and I will add 100% plus 16 pixels. And now we have the same thing. It's 16 because it's -8 on both sides. And now let's go to header, or actually it's not inside header, it's inside page. And first I will maybe move this section to somewhere else inside components. Let's do new file. We can call it maybe hero section, hero tsx, export default function hero. And now here let's do return and all of this. And now let's make this to a client component, and we will add something like this. We will add the use effect, and we will have also use state for show line. Show line, set show line default will be false, and after the component loads, we will set show line to true. We have a cool underline. Let's put this into React. Let's make JavaScript strings here. Let's add space here. And let's put this span maybe here underneath, break line here. This doesn't change anything. I just want to make it easier to read. And now let's add plus here. And if we have show line, then we want to do, maybe we will add show line, show maybe underline, show underline, otherwise nothing. So it will be like this. So if I now use this component on our page, let's do here hero section. And now as you can see, we got rid of this space here. So let's put this back. scheduling, and let's add an artificial space here. This looks fine. And now, as you can see, if I do inspect here, we will have this show underline, but on the beginning we would not have it. So let's go to globals, and we will have something like this: cool underline, and show, how was it called? I think it's let's see, show underline, and let's do here width of this. So let's do this, let's put this here, but here we will have width of 0%, or maybe just 0. So now if I load, nothing changes. Okay, because it's not on the line itself, it's on this after thing. So let's put this after, and now we have it. Now the only thing that we need to do is to add the transition. Let's put all 5 seconds, and let's do easy in out maybe. Now if I refresh, we get something like this. Cool, right? Scheduling made simple. That looks really nice. And I think we are done with this part. Now we will only need to put like 2 buttons here. So it will look better. So let's go to our hero section, and under this paragraph, let's do a div. We will have 2 buttons here, maybe 2 links. So let's do the first link. We'll go to just / for now. Let's do get started for free. And the second link will go to / for now, and it will say watch video, and we have something like this. Now we want to style it a little bit. First, let's add some margin top. Let's add some gap. So let's do gap of, let's do maybe 4. Whoops, 4. And we want this to be centered. So we want to do justify center. All right. Now let's style our buttons. So the first one should have a class names like. I'll put the text here and the closing tag here, so we have more space. And let's do maybe let's make a black button. So let's do background black, and let's do text white, and let's do padding of on the top and the bottom. Let's do 2 on the sides. Let's do 4. Let's do rounded full rounded corners. And this, let's see, this looks fine. Now let's do something with this watch video. Let's put this here, and let's do class names. Maybe for this one we will do only border. Let's do border, radius of radius. Oh, sorry, it was rounded full, padding top, padding on the sides, and this looks fine. I want also to have like a play button. Can we have like play from Lucid React? And now let's see. Yeah. We also need to do inline flex to make this like this. Yeah. And let's add gap of 1. Yeah. And this play button, let's make it smaller. So let's do size of 24. No, let's do 18. Yeah. Now let's make it more like centered. So let's do items center. Yeah, this looks fine. The text here should be more grayish. So I'm going to add also text gray 600. Maybe let's do 800. Yeah. Now we have the border. Let's add border gray. And let's do also 800. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe let's do border a little bit lighter, 400, 300. I don't know. The play button could have like a different color if you want. I don't know. This looks fine for me. Maybe we can do the plain button even smaller, 16. Yeah. So I think we are done with the buttons now. For our homepage, we will only add some links here or logos to other companies. Basically, this would work. And then we will add some main functionality so we can sign in, register, and we'll schedule events, right? And create our calendars and scheduling pages. All right, so now I would like to fix those logos here. So something like trusted by those companies. So here we go. Let's go to the page and now let's put, maybe let's do a section and let's do a paragraph saying trusted by those companies. And now here I would like to place some logos. Let's put those in a div. And actually for logos, I will just take them from some random page like this one. So I'm going just to copy images URLs. So let's do first image this. Let's do image and let's do maybe HubSpot, copy image address. And now let's see, maybe this one, copy image address. Let's put image like this. I don't know, maybe this one, copy image address like this. And maybe 4 will be enough for now. Let's see. Yeah, looks bad, but we'll fix it. So now we will do something like this. Let me see. First, let's center everything. So the class name, and let's do text center. Let's add some margin top of 8 at least. Maybe more. Let's do a lot, like 24. Yeah, now we want to place those logos next to each other. So maybe on this one, let's do flex and gap of, let's do maybe 6. Yeah, but some of those are really big, like this 15.5 or whatever it is. So to fix it, I will do something like this. Here I will add asterisk, colon, height of 12. And this, what this does is, for every child, it will apply height of 12. So this is like a new feature for Tailwind that I like, but I will make it smaller. Let's do maybe 8. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Now let's also add some margin top here of, let's say 4. And I want to center everything. So justify center. And I think this looks fine. Maybe we could make the text a little bit lighter and the logos smaller. So let's do logo smaller. And for the text, let's make text gray 600. Yeah, maybe a little bit more spacing here. So let's see. Here we have margin top of 4. Let's do 6. Yeah, and now we have something like this. I think it looks fine. Maybe we could increase the spacing between the logos a little bit. Let's see how it looks with 8. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So yeah, now we have logos. I think I can will show you how to make additional page. Let's say, for example, for features. Let's go to header component, and this goes to features, yes, but when I click on it, it will go to 4.4. So let's create inside app, let's create a directory features, and then inside we'll do page DSX. And as you can see, our index page is here inside app, but then we have features, and inside features we have page that will go to this link. But first let's do export default function, and let's call it the features page, and let's do return, and for now it will be an empty div saying features. So if I click here, we get features, but I would like to have the header and everything, right? So to have this, I will go to my index page or our home page, and this main thing and the header, I want to move it outside of this page to the layout, and our layout is here. So, and our layout has only HTML and body. So let's see, let's maybe put those children here, closing here. Now here we want to put the main thing. So let me grab from our home page this main. Let's go back here. Here we need to close this main thing, and let's add indentation here. This looks fine. Let's go back here. Now we need to remove this closing of the main, and we have three things here: header, hero, and section. First, we want to also move the header also to this layout. So here the first thing inside main will be header, and let's go back to this index hero, home page, and now we have hero and section, and because we have two things, hero and section, we have an error. So we need to put a React fragment here to wrap those two things. Let's put this here. We are not importing this header here anymore. Let's save it, and now it works. And then even this underline works too. So this looks fine. Maybe we could increase the spacing here a little bit so it will be more to the bottom. Let's quickly go to the, oh, it's actually here. Let's try with 28 or maybe 36. Yeah, maybe 32, something like this. Yeah, this works. All right, so this looks nice. And now for the home page, we have hero and section only. So the rest, the main element, HTML element, and the hero is inside layout. So if I go here to features, it's the features is only this div with features, but it has this main element. I can show you. Let's do inspect here, and it has this main with class container, and it also has this header because it's included inside the layout. All right, and so this looks fine. This works nice. And if we go to here, yeah, we can go between the pages. So this is cool. So the next thing is, well, the about, pricing, and so on, but you can fix it yourself. And now we are going to focus on the functionality. So we have a home page. We have, I showed you how to build pages for features, about, and pricing. And now we will go straight to the main functionality, which is actually to have authentication and ability to create event types for your calendar, right? So the next thing that we are going to focus on will be those three buttons: sign in, get started, and get started for free. All of those three will go to the same page. They will go to authentication. So when you click sign in or get started for free, all of those three will go to authentication page. Then when we authenticate, we can show like an admin panel where you can create your own event types. For example, 15 minutes meeting or something like this. And then people can schedule those meetings with you. So, because for scheduling events in your calendar, you may use different providers like Google Calendar or Apple Calendar or Microsoft Calendar, so MS Calendar or Office, however it's called. And there can be also other providers. Then we would need to write several APIs towards all of those providers. So Google Calendar is different than Microsoft Office Calendar or some, yeah, you understand. So we would need different APIs and we would need to write them ourselves. But I have a simpler way to do this. There's an API service called Nylas and they have one API towards all of the providers. So this is what we are going to use today, to just use one API and be able to use all of the different providers for our calendar management. So we can have, so we can book events for Google Calendars, Apple, and Microsoft. Doesn't matter what you log in with, it will have one API for all of those. So let's start by logging in, and I will log in with Google. Looks like I need to sign up first. So let's sign up with my Google account. Okay, so now I'm logged in. I need to just put information. So let's pick this, and I want to build a scheduler. They have also like one API for email. So if you are interested in doing project for this, like fetching emails, sending emails, you can try this too. Now let's create the account. And here we have our client ID that we will need to save, and then we can go to API and create API endpoint, API keys. So first let's create our file for secrets. So let's do that in v.local, and here I will do Nylas client ID. And then let's copy this and let's put this here. And now let's go to API keys. Let's generate new key. Let's put anything here, and let's copy this one. And let's do Nylas API key, and let's put API key here. And now let's see. They have hosted authentication here. That's nice. Here we can put like icon if we want. I think I will do this. I will put a calendar icon PNG transparent. So I want to find a nice looking image of a calendar. Maybe can I use maybe this one? No, this one will have those gray background, and I don't want any gray background. Maybe I will use, let's see, let's try something from the top. Maybe this one. Let's open this here from icon deck, and well, we can't download this. Let's see, PNG. No, it will download. I would like to have a link. Maybe this one. Let's see. I don't want to log in. No, this one will not work. Maybe this one. I just want to have like any image that will look nice. I think I've tried already this one. Yeah. Let's see. This one. This one doesn't even load. So let's try another one. Meanwhile, maybe this one. Let's see. Yeah, this one will work. Copy image address. And we can close everything else. Let's put this icon here, Nylas icon URL. So now we will have, let's refresh, and we should get our own icon. It's not shown here because it's sample, but you get the idea. So now we will also need to set up callback URLs, but we will do this in a moment. Let's go to documentation, and there's a Nylas docs, and let's do quick start. So here we want to do calendar API quick start, and now let's see. Create a new application. It has been automatically created for me. We have client ID and we have API key. So we now need to have those environment variables. So we have a client API, but we don't have URL to the API. So let's copy this And let's put this here, and we need to pick one. I will pick for Europe, so I will pick this one. I'll put this like this just in case. And dependencies, we will need this Nylas library, so it will be easier to access the API, Nylas. And now this is how to configure this. So we just do Nylas with API key and API URL, and we can put config in one place. So let's see. I think inside source we can do maybe libs directory, and we can do nylas.ts inside. So we can have configuration. I will grab the config, and now let's see what we have here. So let's see, this one client ID is correct, API key is correct, and API URL I think is also correct. Let's see, API key, API URI. Yeah, everything is correct. So this should work. Then we have a callback URI, but we will fix it in a moment. Here we have configuration we are using to create a new Nylas object. So let's maybe export this thing, and maybe let's rename config to Nylas config, so we can also export this Nylas config here and here, and we need to import this Nylas. So here on the top I made an import, and this should work. Now the use express we are going to use, we are using Next.js, so let's scroll further, and then they are registering this callback URI. So it's localhost 3000 for now. OAuth exchange, we could change it, but let's keep this one. So let's go to here, callback URLs, URIs, and platform web. Let's put this here. So it's OAuth exchange. Well, actually, I think I would prefer to have like API/OAuth exchange. Let's add this one. Something went wrong. Let's try again. Let's add web API. Now it's created. All right, so this looks fine, and we need to add API also here. I'm adding API because it will not be a regular page. That's why. It can be something else. You don't need actually this API part, but I would like to group stuff this way. So now let's see inside here. So we've done this, and then we need to redirect users to the login page. So for their example, as you can see, they have this route for Express that when you go to /nylas/auth, it will create an authentication URL and it will redirect. We want to do the same thing, but for our next app. So I think we can do maybe /API/auth. How about this? So inside app, let's do new file, and let's do API directory. Then let's do auth and then route ts. And this will be a get request. So let's do export async function get. And what do we need to do inside? We need to redirect. We need to generate the URL. For the URL, we need to first import this Nylas object that we exported here inside libs. Then we have this config. And we are going to use our exported Nylas config here and here. It has been also imported for me here. So as you can see, you need to import those two. All right, so we have auth URL, and now we need to redirect the user. So let's do return here, and I think there's a redirect function that we can use from Next navigation. Yes. So let's put auth URL here, and that should be it. So let's see. Inside app, we have API, then auth, then route ts. Now let's see. And here I will go to /API/ and then auth. I think that's it. Yeah, API auth. And it redirected me to this Nylas page. And I can continue with Google. We have our icon here, or Microsoft or other providers. I'm going to use my Google Calendar. So I'm signing in with my Gmail here. Let's continue. And it redirected me to this page that I get for. And let's see. And that's because we need to create this page. As you can see, this OAuth exchange page, we need to create it. This API OAuth exchange that we specified inside the configuration. Let's see, it was here inside. We specified API OAuth exchange. So now API OAuth exchange, we need to add this page, right? API. Now let's do new file. Open auth /exchange/route.ts. So now API OAuth exchange. Yeah. And they provided a code here that we can use. We just need to make a function for export async function get for our Next app, because we are using routes here for Next. They have an Express.js app. So the rest I can probably just copy. And now let's see. Here we need console log. Yeah. Now the first thing is we are using this request query code. And basically they are getting a query param from the URL here. So to fix it, I'm going to do something like this. Let's add our request here, and it's an to notify the TypeScript what it is. I think it's a Next API request. So now we can do something like this. We need the code from the URL, and this code is this query param here, as you can see. So to grab it, first we will do const URL equals new URL and request URL. So this contains a string, the full string of the URL like this, but this will be a new object of URL class. So later with this URL object, we can do search params, get, and we can do code, and we'll grab only the value of this code, thing. Here is the value as they are doing here. So we can do just const code equals this, and we don't need this part. Okay, and then they are saying if we don't have a code, let's do response with 400, no authorization. Let's do return, and here we just need to do response JSON. Yeah, let's response with JSON. Let's put this message here, and let's add status 400. And yeah, now we don't need to have this. We have fixed this for our next app. That was for Express.js app. So now we need to put here Nylas config, and this needs to be imported. So let's make sure it is. Yes, it is imported now. And yeah, we have payload with secret, ID, redirect URI, and we have a code. Then we need to import also this thing. And they have a try catch. I will get rid of this try catch for now. And let's put this here. And they have response here from this exchange code for token. We have response, we are grabbing grant ID. And the thing is, we need to grab and save this grant ID somewhere in the database, because this means we are now logged in and we have the access to the calendar is granted. What else we can grab here is an email. So I'm going to take this as well. And now we can see this stores in RAM memory. In real app, you would like to store this in database associated with a user. I think that for now, I will save it in a cookie. So to save it in a cookie, in an encrypted cookie, I will use a library called Next App Session. So let's open here, Next App Session, and this is what we are going to use. So let's open terminal here, add Next App Session. You can read more about what it is, but basically it creates a cookie that is encrypted. So I send it to the user from my backend code, but the user cannot decrypt this information. It can only send back. So I can send encrypted information about this grant ID and the username, and it's encrypted on the backend side. So now let's see how to use it. We need to have Next App Session, and we need to specify the data, and we can also specify options. So let's put this, and let's maybe do as they show here, lib session.ts. So inside the libs, let's do libs. Let's do new session.ts. Let's put this here. We don't need this ... And next app session, yes. Here we need to specify how our session will look like. We will have grant ID, and that will be a string. It will be optional, that's why we have this question mark. And we will have also email. It will be also optional for now. And now here we need to set up everything for our session. The name of the session, let's do maybe Calendly session, or maybe we can just do session, and doesn't matter. Secret goes here, so we need to specify a secret, and it's good to put this inside .env.local or just .env. Let's put secret. And I recently learned that you can do if you have OpenSSL installed on your system, you can do something like OpenSSL, and then you do like, and then I think it was run, and you add the base 64 and the amount of characters. So let's do maybe 24. And we get some random string here. If you don't have this installed, you can just do random characters like this. So yeah, let's save this. Let's go here, and here let's put process.env.secret. All right, and this should work now. So we can now import this session thing. Let's go back to our Exchange route. And this grant ID, we want to save it not in RAM and not in database yet. We want to save it in a cookie for now. So let's do, or inside session. So let's do session. I want to import this session here. As you can see, we are importing this from libs session. And now let's see how to use it. We use it like this: await session and then get or set. So let's do await session. Let's call it like a function, and we can do get all has set and destroy. I'm going to do set, and let's put both grant ID and email. I don't think I can put it like as an object like this, so let's put only grant ID, and let's do the same thing for email. So let's do email like this, and this should work. Then we have response JSON with flow completed. I don't want to respond with JSON. I think that instead I want to redirect the user to homepage. Right, so now let's see if this will work. Let's go to /API/auth, and this should redirect me here. Let's click continue, and we are redirected. I'm going to open here, inspect here, and let's go to application, and let's see if I get my cookie. So those are some old cookies, but we have also Calendly session. So as you can see here, we have our encrypted data. Here inside sits our grant ID and email, but we cannot decode it as the end user because, well, we don't know what this is. But now on the backend side, for every request, when you visit the page, you can see that we are sending this information back. So let's see cookie, and here somewhere we are sending this Calendly ID, but I have too many cookies here. So yeah. So on the backend side, let's go to our layout so we can maybe read this cookie. Let's see app, and inside app we have this layout. And first, let's make sure that we are using server components here. So let's do use server, and let's see, use server must be on the top of the file. Well, it is. Maybe I need to use double quotes like this, use server. Or actually, we don't need to put this inside layout because we don't need this inside layout. We want to have it to know if the user is logged in or not. We want to have it here inside header. So let's jump to header and let's try to put this use server here. And server actions must be async functions. So let's do here async function header. And this works nice. Now, this is server component from now on, only server component. So let's grab our session, yeah, imported here, as you can see, from lib session, and let's call it as a function like this. And then let's do get, and we want to grab email. So let's do await, and let's put const email equals this. So now we have simple authentication, and we can check if we have email, then we know we are logged in. So here we have this navigation with sign in and get started. We can do something like this. If we have an email, then we will do, we will put, let's say, a div, or maybe a navigation like we have here, but with only one link. So let's put this navigation here. But I will leave only this get started link, and I will change it to, let's say, dashboard. So now we have both dashboard and get started because I need to add an if statement for this. So let's do, if we don't have an email, let's do end parentheses, and let's put this thing here. Now we have only dashboard. We should probably also have a logout button, right? So let's maybe put let's put a link, or maybe let's do a button here, and that will say logout. Yes, that looks fine. And let's see, we can maybe do on click. And on click, we need to specify the function. Let's do a function here called function logout, and it will be async function. And let's see here, logout. Let's do logout. Event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. So the thing is that our logout button needs to be a client component because we have this on click. So either we need to make this button as a separate component, or we can put this logout on a separate route. And I think this is what I'm going to do. So instead of this button, I'm going to do a link that will go to /logout, and or maybe /API/logout. So inside API, let's do route slash, first we need to have logout slash route ts, and this will be a get request. So let's do export async function and get, and let's do no returns for now. We want to grab the session, so let's do await session. Let's call it like this, and let's do destroy. Yes, and then let's do redirect to homepage with logged out to true, something like this, or maybe 1, doesn't matter. And now we can redirect user here. So let's go to header, API logout. I think this should work. Let's see. API logout route. Yes, let's see. If I click here, I have been redirected to this logged out page, but I'm still logged in. If I refresh, then I see this. Okay, so it has been cached for me because it was using the same layout. Let's see. Can I do clear to have layout separately from API endpoints? Because now if I do /API/ something that doesn't exist, we still get this layout. So I'm going now to put a directory here. Let's do new directory. And with parentheses, I'm going to call this site. And this doesn't put any segments, so any address segments on this. This will only put layout. Let's put layout page and the features, because there we have also a page. Let's put this here. Yes, and now let's see. Now I shouldn't have this layout here for this API endpoint. It's loading really long. Let's see, maybe I need to restart. Yeah, now I have restarted. So we have 4.4 without any layout. And if I go here, I get 4.4. Let's see why. I think because we need to have a default layout, or no, there's something wrong with the imports. So let's see here, site, layout, and let's see, import globals, CSS. This is what's wrong. So let's put this correct path, because this global CSS sits here above. And now it looks fine. If we go to features, it works too. Now let's try to sign in. Oh, sorry, this sign in button is not connected yet. So let's go to our components header, and let's see where we have those buttons. Let's go here, sign in. We have features here. Let's do /API /auth. And now if I click sign in, no, this didn't work. Let's see. It should be API auth. Okay, like this. Let's go back, refresh, sign in. Now it works. Now I'm logged in, dashboard and logout. Let's see if I click logout. I'm logged out, but I still see this dashboard. I think there's a function that we can use to revalidate this. Let's go to this logout route, revalidate path, I think. Yes. Let's do just / here. And now let's try to sign in again with Google. Continue. And now it works. We are logged in. If I click logout, now we still have this logged out one. So what else I can do is I can just grab this param to just refresh this. So let's go to our layout. Maybe not use this URL, but I will try to refresh it anyway. Maybe let's see if we have a URL here inside the header. So let's do console log of the URL, or sorry, not URL, location href, just like this, location href. location. Now location is not defined because this is server component. So we need to find another way of to refresh this and recheck if we have a cookie or not. All right, so the issue is that if I'm logged in, it looks fine. But if I log out, it will redirect me back, but the layout is not refreshed, and I still see dashboard even though I'm logged out. So what we need to do, we need to reload the whole page, so our header and layout will be refreshed. We get this param because we added this after logging out. And what we can do is we can go to any like client component, check if we have something like this, and then we can refresh the page. So as you remember, we made this to a client component because we wanted to add this effect in React. So I can go to hero, and here we have this use effect. And what I can add here is I can do something like this. If location, if we have location, and if we have location ref, let's do. And if it includes, what's the name here? If it includes logged out, let's copy just this. If it includes, then let's do something like this. I want to reload the page. So I want to first use router. So let's do const router equals use router from next router. Yeah, I think it's this one. And let's do router. Do we have reload? We have reload. Let's do reload. Let's also remove this param. So let's do router push, and let's do just slash. Is this the correct one? Yeah, why we get this? Okay, I think it's because we need to add the weight here. No, or maybe yes. Let's see. Yeah, we need to add the weight, but actually we would need to make the whole thing async. So let's see. Can we do like this? No, a use effect cannot be async. So we can we need to do something like this. Function reload if logged out, and this will be async. And now we can put those here. Here we just do reload if logged out, and this, let's also move it here. So we will have this, and we don't need this here. Now we have this reload if logged out, and this is an async function, so that's why we get this underline here, and we don't need actually to handle then. We don't need to wait for this. So let's just see what will happen. Next router was not mounted. Let's try to use router from next navigation instead. So let's do from next navigation like this. And now we get an error. Let's try to sign in again with my Google account. Continue. And now try to log out. And I am logged out. But let's see, this reload didn't work. Let's see if we have any errors. No, we don't. But what I can do is actually to, instead of using router, I can use just JavaScript. So let's do location reload. And now I will sign in again just to test everything. Let's do continue. And now let's see if I click log out, and nothing happened. Let's see if we even get here. And so let's do maybe console log here. And now we need to sign in again. Continue. Yes. And now let's see if I click logout. I get this, but I don't get any console log. Let's see if we will have anything here. Let's put use effect here. Okay, then we got, all right, I need to stop this. because it skips reloading. What I want to do instead is I want to do location ref, and let's do just like this. So if I refresh, it removes this query param. Let's sign in again with Google, continue, and it refreshed, but I still get those dashboard and logout, even though I get this use effect. So let's see if we get, if this includes logout, or let's see, the URL is correct. So the only issue is that it refreshed correctly, as you can see, because we don't have this param, but we didn't get this console log here. Let's try. I will do a console log to see if this includes, if location ref includes this. So now if I refresh, I'm logged in, and let's clear everything. And if I click, let's refresh again just to make sure I'm logged in. Let's clear this, and if I click logout, nothing happened. Let's see, logout, nothing happens. If I refresh, then it works. Let's see if I still have the cookie application, and I don't see any Calendly. Oh, here it is. So I logged out, but I still have the cookie. So maybe that's the issue. And we probably don't need this reload if logged out, but I will keep it for now. Let's go to logout route. We have this destroy, but looks like it doesn't do what I thought it will. So let's see if we can do await session, and let's see, we can do destroy set. Let's maybe set the grant ID to null, and same with the email set, and let's do email to null. And now let's see, inside the header we are checking if we have an email, so that looks fine, and if it's null, then it should print sign in. Let's try to sign in again, continue. So now I'm logged in, and let's see what happens if I click logout. Now it works, and we don't even need this redirection. So the issue was actually with the logout mechanism inside our logout route. So we can go to hero, we can get rid of this and this function as well. Yeah, and now I can get rid of this console log. Let's clear everything, refresh. Now let's just try once more, so we can do sign in, so we can see everything works. Continue. Now we are signed in, and we see this dashboard and logout. Now let's see what happens if I click logout. I got this, but that's all. So it looks like maybe I need to have that refresh. Let's try again. Nothing have changed. Let's put this back, and I will try again, sign in, just to see if I need this functionality to reload the page. Continue. I'm logged in. Let's refresh, and if I click logout, nothing changes. So looks like it doesn't work. I still need to refresh the page. Let's see, application. Right, I can easily come up with another solution. I will remove this and this, and those two buttons. Let's put them inside a separate function, separate component. So inside components, I will do new file, and let's do write nav.tsx, export default function write nav, and let's do return here. And here we will also get a property of the email for the user. Let's also add typing that it will be a string. And now let's go to header. let's grab this, that if we have an email, we will do this. If we don't, we do this. So I will print this here for now. This doesn't work because we don't have any return, but let's do if we have an email. So I'm going to rewrite this a little bit. Let's return. We want to return this part if we have an email. And now if we don't have an email, oops, no email, let's do and return, and we want to return this navigation. The rest can be removed. Let's put this navigation here, and now let's use this inside header. So let's remove this, write nav, and let's put email to be email here. And now also here, I'm going to put this as use client. So it's client component. And I will check here for this logged out. So let's see, I will do const is logged out equals location href. So let's do href includes logged out. And let's do console log just in case is. So we can do is logged out to see if we have anything. So is logged out. Maybe let's rename this to has logged out. If we have an email, we show this. Here we could actually change this to else, and this would be the same thing. If we have an email and we didn't logged out. So now let's see, I will refresh. Let's do sign in. Let's sign in with Google, my Gmail here, continue. And now I'm logged in. And now I want to check what happens if I click logout, sorry. If I click logout, still just this param and nothing here. Let's try again. Okay, so I think I found the solution. So if I just log in once again, let me show you. If I change this link to a tag to logout, let's save this. We have logout with a tag, not a link. And then if I refresh, you can see I'm logged in. But if I click logout, then it's refreshed. I don't know why it's the case. We could maybe try with checking those params that we have here for the link props, like let's see, shallow. No, it's not this one. Forces link to send href to property to its child. Maybe this one, or disabling prefetch. Maybe some of those functions would fix it, but for now I would just keep it as a regular a tag, regular HTML link, because well, we can see it works better. All right, so now if we are logged in, I would like to be able to go to that to this dashboard page. It's now about, let's change it to dashboard, yes, like this. And also I will quickly remove this from hero. No, we don't have any functionality in hero. And the old one to remove to the redirects. Okay, we probably don't need this console log here anymore. Now if I click dashboard, we will get 404, and this is not something I want, so I will create a page for dashboard. As you can remember, we have this layout for our site, and we put this inside a group because we wanted this layout to be only for specific pages, and then for API routes we wanted to get for 4 page without this. I also added put those in this index page and the features page into this site group, because for dashboard I want to have a separate layout. So we could have a separate layout by creating a separate group with those parentheses. If we want to have like different layout with different navigation. But I think our dashboard will be simple enough that we can keep this layout in case we want to go to the home page or log out. So I will keep this layout, and that means I will put the dashboard page here inside in a subdirectory, but we will add maybe an extra navigation for dashboard, because inside dashboard we'll have some sub pages like booked events and event types, so you can do configuration and stuff like this. So let's do maybe, let's see, if we go to dashboard, we will go to here. So let's fix this route. Inside site, let's do new file. Let's create directory dashboard, and inside index, sorry, not index, page.tsx. Here, export default function, and let's call this just dashboard page. And here, let's just do return parentheses. And what do we need here? Let's put the div hello from dashboard, something like this. So we have hello from dashboard, and we can go now between those pages, or at least I thought so. Let's refresh. Let's see what happened. Hello from dashboard. This works. If we go here, that's cool. I don't know what happened just a few seconds ago, but well, the error disappeared. So this works. We can go back and forth between our homepage and features and dashboard. So everything works fine. Now for the dashboard, I was thinking that we want to have two sub pages. The first one will be like booked events, and the second would be configuration for event types. So maybe here on the top we can have like an extra navigation for our dashboard, where we would have booked events and event types. So here inside this div, I'll put it here. So let's make this one to flex and with gap of 4. And here we want to have 2 links. So let's put link number 1. That will go just to dashboard. Whoops, dashboard. And it will show, let's say it will show booked events. So this page will show also booked events. And we'll also have a link to another page. Let's do dashboard and / event types. And here we'll do event types. Or maybe we could put here configuration. Doesn't matter. So now we have 2 links here. Yes, and I want to make them center. So let's do justify center. And now I want those to be, I want them to be more like buttons, or maybe we can make them to tabs. Also, we would need to put more stuff here for booked events and go listed here, ... But now, because we have 2 divs, we need to put a wrapper. So either a React fragment like this or a div, doesn't matter. I will use React fragment. And then let's also get page for event types. So let's go to here inside dashboard, event types directory, and then inside we need page.tsx, export default function, event types page. Let's call it this way. Return, and let's put the div hello from event types. Right, so we have hello from event types, but I want to have the same links that we have here on the booked events. So let's go to here and let's put this thing as a component. So I will cut this from here and I will put this inside components, and let's call this maybe dashboard nav.tsx, export default function dashboard nav, and let's do return. And here I want to do just paste this. That will look fine. Now let's go to dashboard page. Let's put dashboard navigation here, and also inside event types page we want to put our dashboard navigation here as well. So now if we go here, booked events listed here, event types, hello from event types, and we have this navigation. It would be nice to have like underline, so it will be more like tabs or something like this, or maybe buttons or something like this. So I will style it a little bit. Let's maybe try to make this to buttons. So let's add the class names, and I want to do make this to a button. So let's do rounded full. We want background of gray, let's say 200. When padding on the sides of 4, top and the bottom will be padding 2. Now let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So let's put the same thing for class names here to this one. Except that if any of those is active, I would like to make it blue. So let's add here use client, because we are going to use path name from use path name. So we can check the URL. And now if the path name is event types page, let's do const is event types page. Let's do path name includes and event types. Let's do console log. For now is event types page. Now let's see. Now we have this false because we have only dashboard. If we go here, we get true. If we go here, false. If we go here, true. So that's correct. Now we want to change the colors and add some classes. I could make this, maybe I will, let's do it like this. I will put maybe first this like this, so it will be easier to read. And this thing as well. So now maybe we can put those class names like this. Ref will go here, class name here, ref will go here. And now let's do something like this. For both of those, I will add the curly brackets. So it's, oops, here I forgot we don't have this. Now it looks fine. Now we have this background gray. So I'm going to cut this from here. And so we have no backgrounds now. And I will add something like this, space here, and here I will add another string. But first I will check is event types page. If it is, we are going to put this. Otherwise we add something else, other string. And it doesn't matter if it's double quotes or single quotes here. It's not any big difference. Difference is only small because here we can use variables. But now we need to also change that this here. Let's see how this will look like. Something went wrong here. Let's see why. We have rounded, we have padding, and we have space here. Let's see what happened with the padding. So we don't have any padding. Let's refresh. The padding has disappeared. Okay, I know why. Because we need to put this part inside parentheses like this. And now it's correct, as you can see, and we get this padding. But both of those are gray. And let's see if it's event types page for booked events. It's not active, so it should be gray. But here we should put this here instead. And here we should make this background blue 600. And here we will put background blue 600. So it's on opposite ways, because for booked events this is false, so we get this, but for event types this is true, so we get blue. So now, as you can see, we can toggle between those, but I will also add the white text here for the blue background. So let's also add text white. So now let's see, I can go like this, and maybe we could make those smaller than the dashboard. And but I also want to show you something else. This works, as you can see. We put this as JavaScript strings, and we do a small if here, and then we add more to this string of classes. But there's a prettier way of doing this, and I will show you. It's called, there's a package called CLXS, I think. Let's search for classes or class. Here it is, CLSX, and it's for building those strings. So as you can see, we can do just foo and true, and well, basically you can pass an object and say true or false, and depending if it's true or false, it will build a string of class names. So let me show you. It will be easier to explain then. So I'm going to add this thing. Let's go to my console here. Let's do bun add this, and now let's define first classes for booked events classes. Const booked, or maybe we don't need to put it here. Instead, let's put this here, class name. And now I know we have double the same property, but I want to show you how to use it. So let's use this thing. Let's see how to import this. They import this like this, so I'm going to import it this same way, like this. And now I want to first put all of those, so I can put just like this. Doesn't matter if it's single quotes or double quotes. And then I can do basically something like this. I can just grab this and I can put this here, and this would do the same thing. So let's see, does it work? Yes, it works for the first one. And you can decide which one is prettier. Here in this function, we are putting the first param just the string, so it will be always there. And the second param is this small if. So if this is true, we put this string to the function. If it's false, we put this. So it's a little bit maybe prettier. We could also put this like this, so it will be even easier to read. So we have two params and two strings. The first one is this, and the second is if this is true, we get this, and if it's false, we get this. And then this function puts first and second together with a space between. So yeah, now let's maybe do the same thing down here. I think it's a little bit prettier to use this function. I'm going to remove all of this, and I will just copy this from here. And of course I will change this part here. So this will go to the right side here, and now it looks fine. We could also make it look a little bit different, we could split this line to two separate lines. So we could do that if it is event types page, or sorry, not this, that this part, let me comment this first, and we could do something like this. We can add background gray 200 only if it is event types page, and this needs to be an object, and then we can add that this part like this, and it will be only if it's not event types page. And this will do the same thing. As you can see, if you put an object as any of the params of this function, then the key will be the class names, and the value here will be if it should be displayed added to the whole string or not. So we can get rid of this, and you can decide which one looks better for you, this one or this one. It also depends how many logic we have, but yeah, I hope you understand this is really useful class, sorry, not class, function, especially if we have much more logic, so we don't want to have like many if statements to just build class names. Right, but I will leave this as two separate examples. Now let's see, we have this and this, looks fine. Now we don't have any booked events yet because, well, we cannot book anything for now, and we don't have any event types either. So we will start here with the event types now. So event types are type of the events that you may want to schedule or book with that specific person. So now I'm logged in with my Gmail account, and there will be different type of events, different type of meetings that I would like to offer to the people that want to book book a meeting with me. So for example, I would have like maybe a quick 15 minutes meeting and send this link to some people. Then I would like to have 1 hour meeting for other people that need the longer time with me. And maybe I will have like interview meeting, scheduling a link for potential job offers or something like this. And you can have different types and days for different event types. So this is what I'm going to build next. So here I would like to list all of my event types, and then I would like to have a form to create a new one. We will need to put this inside the database, and I will go with Mongo database. And then we should be able to edit each event type to be able to put select days and hours and put some title, description, and so on. I can show you on the Calendly page how it looks like. So we have here event types that we can edit. Follow-up call, that is 30 minutes. You can have like a different call, let's say client check-in, that is 30 minutes. And depending on what do you need to schedule the event, the meeting for, it can have different times during the day, different lengths, and so on. So this will be our next part. So first I will go to Mongo Atlas to just create a new database, and I will sign in to create a new database, a free one. So yeah, you can create it for free, doesn't matter. And if it's paid or not, I will create a new project. Let's do a new project here, new project. and let's call it Calendix. And let's do next here, create project. Let's create a database. It can be cluster 0. Yeah, why not? AWS. Yeah, let's create the deployment. Actually, let's go back. I want to check something. Yeah, I created the paid one. I want to go with this M0. Let's do create deployment. And here we have username and password. I will put here Calendix, and I will copy this password. Create the database user. Let's put this password inside our .env for now, as just as this. And now let's see here, choose a connection method. Let's see if we do shell. Let's see, we have password here, and I will, no, I don't want to use shell. I will actually, well, now I went back here. I will do this later. Let's see, we have those clusters here that are created, 2 of those, and I don't want this one, so I will remove it later. This one is ready, and this is the free one that is for free. And now let's check connect, and let's check this one, MongoDB for VS Code. And here you can see the password has been removed. It's just a password like this. I need to put this as MongoDB URL or URI. I think it's URI. Let's put this, and instead of this password, I want to put my real password. So let's put this here. And now I think that's all. So let's go back here. So yeah, now we can add sample data or add our own data. I will just add data from our app. And the first thing that we will need is to install Mongoose. So I'll add ban add Mongoose, so we can create some models for our database. Let me create a new directory. Let's start with a directory inside our source. It will be models, and inside models, I want to create our first model called event type .ts, not x, and no, not tsx, because it's not a component. And now let's do first we need to create a schema for event type. So let's do const event type schema equals new schema from, it should be from Mongoose. So let's do import schema from Mongoose like this. Let's see what is wrong here. Cannot resolve a symbol schema. That's weird. What if we import everything from Mongoose? And now let's see, mongoose.schema. It actually is here. So we should be able to do schema and schema like this. Maybe it's just a cache or something. I don't know. I will import everything for now. And now let's see. Now we need to define everything. First, I want to always add those timestamps to be true. And here I want to add all of the properties that those models will have. So for each event type, we will need to have a title that will be a string. We need to have description, also a string. We want to know who is the owner, right? So let's put this on the top. Let's put email. It will be a string. And what else do we need? Title, description. We need to have the configuration of the dates and times, right? So if an event type can be booked on Monday or not, what times, sorry. So let's do maybe times, maybe booking times. And this will be an object. And here, maybe not object like this, but instead it will be a new schema. So let's do new mongoose schema. And this mongoose schema will look like this. We will have Monday, and it will be from 2 hours. So it will be Monday will have strings, 2 strings. The from time, that can be either a string or null, and the to time. So from 2. So let's see, new mongoose schema, and this will have from, and it will be a string, and we will also have 2, and this will be also a string. And we will need to do the same thing for other days, but we can maybe simplify this by putting this separately. Const from to schema equals this, and now we can do now we can just put this here, I guess. Let's do from to schema, and let's do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday. Schema. Right, and this looks fine. What else do we want to know for a specific event type? Booking times, and we have days, hours, title, description. We need to have a length, right? So let's put that the length will be a number, like how many minutes. And we have length, we have a title. I think that would be it. So now I will save this, and now we can create the model because we have only schema. So let's do const event type equals, and let's do model. It's a function that we import from here. We could actually also do just mongoose model, but I think it would be easier to just have it imported so it's shorter. Yeah, and now we have model. We want to define the model by putting here a name of our model, so event type, and here the schema, event type schema. And I think here we can put also TypeScript information. So we will probably need that. So let's put, here we have again an error, cannot resolve model. Okay, so I will do just this way, mongoose model. Now it works. Now let's fix typing. So let's do here type from to equals, and like this. And now let's see, from will be a string, and to will be a string. And now we need for the schema. So let's do const event type equals, sorry, not const, type, event type. And we will have email, we will have a title, then we'll have description, length, that will be a number with lowercase n, and then we will have booking times, and this will be record where the key will be a weekday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on, and the value will be this from to. So let's put here from 2, and here maybe let's put string for now, but would be better to have like weekday here. So let's do type weekday name, and let's put Monday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We can put this maybe like this, Friday, or Saturday, and the last one will be Sunday. And here, instead of the string, we can put weekday name. All right. So now let's put here event type, and this looks fine. Now we have model here, event type. Well, we have type, that's event type, and then we have model here. Let's rename this constant to a model. We can put this like this, but we also need to check inside models. So let's do mongoose models inside created models, in case we have a model called existing model with event type. Otherwise, we can just do return this one. But in case we have this event type, then we are going to return this. I don't know why we have, why I get this thing here unresolved, but I think this should work. So now I want to use this model on this page. So let's go to this page, event types page. And this is, for now, server component. I will make sure use server. First, we want to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect. Here, process.env.mongodb URI. And now I want to use the model. So let's do event type model. I cannot find it because we forgot to export this. Export const like this. Model, yes, let's import this thing. And we want to find where we want to grab, we need to have the email only for the specific user. So let's grab email maybe somewhere here. Const email equals session and get email like this. And now here const event types equals await. Here we also need to add await and async here. Maybe await even here. Now let's see. Does it work? Looks like it works. So maybe I can print here event types length to see if we have anything inside our database. It's 0. And this is also undefined, unresolved. Let's see why. So we have an issue here, and here type argument cannot be inferred from usage. Let's see, event type. Maybe we need to also put this here. So let's put event type. Okay, now it's better. Except those here. Maybe because we need to put here for this schema. Maybe first let's put the schema separately. So this schema will be the const day booking schema equals this. And now let's put this booking schema with capital B, booking schema. Let's see what's the issue here. We need to put here, we created this here, event type, that this is record with week name and so on. So let's put this here. So now it's no errors. Let's also put this here above. So everything will be defined. Now it looks fine except this part. So let's see. Mongoose model. Event type, this looks fine. I think it's only an error in my IDE. because it's pointing on the wrong node version probably. So this is not an error that you should get. Let's continue here. We go to this event types page. We have length here. We don't need any length here for now. Let's do JSON stringify, and let's see if we will have anything here inside. No, it's an empty array, but we can keep it for now. Now we need also a form for those, right? So let's put this hello here, and underneath I want to have a form to create new event type. Create new event type, and I need a form, and no action for now. Here I will have some inputs for all of those days, titles and so on. So here I will have a placeholder for title, then text area for description. So let's do maybe like this, and let's do placeholder for description, days and times here. So we would need to have like Monday, and then 2 inputs for hours from 2 and so on. So we would need to have like Monday from, and here we would need to have like placeholder for hours, or maybe we can do a select for each of those, so we can pick from and all those hours. I think it would be better with a select, but you get the idea. Then we need to do for Tuesday and so on. And then let's see if we have something else here. Description, length we have also, and then the booking times will be those days. So let's do length here maybe as well. So let's do that the length will be also a select. So let's do select. Maybe not a select because you want to put number of minutes. So input of type number. And let's say that placeholder will be 30 minutes. So 30 like this. And of course we need to make this prettier, but just so you can see how it looks like for now. And then what else? We need those days and times. So I'll put an HR for now to print a line. And let's do Monday. So for Monday we want to have a from, and we want to have a to. And I want to have selects for from and to. And I would need to put this select. Those selects will be really long. I can put the first one here, but basically it will look like this option, and then we will have first 0000, and then we would have like for example 0030 and so on, depending actually on the value of the length. So if the length is 30 minutes, then we would have like this, and then 30 and 1 o'clock and so on. But to make it simple, a little easier, I put this as a separate component. So let me go to app components, and let's put let's say time select.tsx, and here export default function time select, and we will have a property here called it's not a difference, it's a step, and the step will be a number, right? And now let's do return here, and let's put our our select that we created inside here, just for now. Here we put select for time select. Was it time select? Yeah, time select. Step will be 30 for now. Let's put this time select here to the return. And now I don't want to put it like this because we need to use this step. That will be like 30 minutes by default. And so I will do something like this: const times equals empty array. Basically, first we need to have something like this because 0, 0, 0, 0 should be always there. And then for each step we need to add those minutes, right? So if it's 30, we would have only 0, 0 and 30. If this would be like 45, then well, it will be different. Or it actually doesn't have to be different because here we just specify from and to time when this can be booked. So I think we don't need a step. Maybe we can use a step to just show different times here. But let's say that the step will be for now only 30. So it will be either 30 or 60. So hours or half hours. So let's do times. And for the times we will need the first, second, and so on. So we need a loop. So let's do for a const, or maybe let I. And here we would need to check if it's smaller than 24, or yeah, smaller than 24. And let's do here let times, because we don't need let. We can do const, and we can do now something like this. For each we can do times push, and we can push here the I and the colon and 0, 0. So now here, instead of those options, let's do times map. And for each time, we are going to print an option where the value will be time. And here, let's put also time. So now let's see. We have from, and we have all of those. We also want to change from just 1 or 2 to 0, 1, 0, 2. So let's do something like this. Instead of this, let's put this inside parentheses. And if it's if I is smaller than 10, then we want to put 0 and I, otherwise just I. So now we have 0, 0, 0, 0. But if the step is 30, so here it actually is, if step is 30, then we want to add the same thing, but with here 30. So now we should have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 30, 1, 1, 30, and so on. So we have this time select here, and let's go to our page. We have time select, that's cool. Now let's go and do the same thing for 2. So we have Monday from this to this. That looks nice. We would need to style this in a moment so it will look better. But we also need to copy and paste this for other days. So let's maybe start by styling this for styling this form. So we have a title, description, length, and then we have days. So maybe title, description, title, length, and the description can be on the left side, and on the right side we will have days or availability. So let's put a div here with availability and break line for now. Availability, I don't know how to spell it. Let's see. Yeah, And yeah, now I want to put this into 2 columns. So let's put first div for the left column, and let's put those 3 here. And now for the right column, let's put another div. We don't need this HR. Just let's put this thing here. Maybe we don't need this div for this title. Let's see. Yeah, now we need to add some styling for this form so we can have flex and gap of 4. Now let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. Or actually we can use grid and grid columns too. So we have the 2 columns with the same length. And we have title, description, and we have length. Now, this is better, but we need to style those inputs here, right? And we need to style inputs and selects. I think that it would be easier to use some. We could use actually Tailwind, or we can add the radix components. And this time I will just go with default Tailwind styling. So let's go to default styles globals, and I will just put here that inside any form if we have an input, or inside any form if we have a select, or inside an input if we have a text area, I will apply some classes here like border, because we want to have a border. It should be rounded, so let's do rounded medium at least. And would be probably better to have it more rounded, more visible, and some padding. So let's do padding on the sides of, let's do padding of 2 on all sides. So we have now something like this. This looks better. Maybe we want also to have labels. Let's do form label and apply some classes. We don't have any labels yet, but margin bottom here. And now let's see. Let's go back to this page, and I want to have some labels. So first, let's put a label for title, and let's maybe put this like this. No HTML4, and instead I'm going to put this here inside. Now let's see how it looks like. We have title, and then we have this input. All right, let's go back here for the label, and let's put also that, let's maybe all of those inputs and so on. Let's do block, and width of full, so it will take full width. Well, except the select boxes here. So except the selects, I don't want the selects to take all of the space. So let's copy this, except the select, and let's add apply, and with full, and this with full removed here. All right, and same with block. Let's put this here. Yeah, that's better. So we have title. Let's add more labels, and let's also add that label. We have margin bottom, maybe 4, and let's also put that this will be block. Yeah, so we have some spacing. Now let's add labels for other stuff. So we will have description for this text area, and then we will also have a label for length, event length, and let's put this input here. Now I think we'll have another small issue that we have this minutes here. I will put this here above minutes. Yeah, that looks fine. Maybe 4 is too much of the spacing, and I want to style it a little bit more. I want the text to be more grayish. I want the text to be smaller and uppercase. Yes, and let's decrease this margin bottom to 2, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so now we have title, description, and let's do extra small and bold. Font bold. Yeah, so we have now title, description, and so on. I want to make it brighter. Let's do 400. Yeah, for the labels, but no, not for the inputs. Let's do something else here. Inside labels, I will put spans. So here, title here. Same for description. Let's put it inside span. Same with this, inside span. And now here, let's add span here. Maybe not here, but let's do form, label, span, and let's add those text stylings. So let's do uppercase, bold, and gray text. Let's put this here. So now we have something like this. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe that's too bright. We can do 600. I don't know if this is small. Is it? Yeah, it's font size 0.75. I think that's all right. Now we have this availability, and then we have Monday and so on. So let's maybe do some copy paste for those. And here I want to put those two in a div. So let's do here. Let's do a div, and we have those. Let's put this here. Let's put 2. Maybe let's put a dash, something like this. And here I would like to put flex and gap of 2 and items center, so it will be centered nicely. Yeah, and let's put us inline flex. Yeah, so we have something like this, and let's also add some margin on the left. So let's do margin left of 2. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Now we need for other days, right? So we have Monday, but we need to have other days here as well. Let's define them maybe here, not type, the const week. Or maybe can we use actually here weekday names. Do we have it here? Yeah, we have it here. Export type week. Let's see, weekday. No, we cannot do this. So let's define them here. Const weekday, weekdays names, and let's do Monday and Friday, Saturday, and let's do also Sunday here. So we have an array. Let's do with lowercase weekdays names. And now instead of Monday, we're going to do weekdays names with a map for each day. Let's call it day. We want to print a div with day here. And let's put this div also here. And now let's see how it looks like. Well, it looks almost fine. I would like to have it in a table or something like this. So so all of those. Here I will put React fragment, and all of those days will be inside the div. Now let's put a grid, and grid the columns too. So now we have something like this. We have 2 columns. The left is days, the right is selects. And let's also add a gap of 1. So we have gaps even here, and let's put also items center. Yeah, and I think those selects could be a little bit smaller. They don't have to be as big as the inputs here. So let's go to globals, and we have this padding here. And let's add this padding off to here, and here let's just do padding of 1. And now we can get rid of this. Yeah, this looks worse. I think it's too dense. Maybe we can increase the spacing, the gap. So let's do maybe 2. Yeah, I think this looks better. And now this availability, I would like to make it to a label, the same like this one. So let's put a label without any here, availability. Yeah, I got this correct this time. Well, it pushes this down and I don't like it. So maybe let's put this like this, and we can put this div here inside. Now it's better. Yeah, this looks fine. We have some spacing here. I don't like that because of this label, it triggers the first input here, the first select. So we need to change this label to maybe get rid of this label. And for this span, let's add a class name label so we can style it separately. Here, let's do span with class name label. We'll also have those colors. Yeah, that looks better. So and now here you could choose, like for example, if we have a meeting with, I don't know, a short meeting, like 15 minutes meeting with some random people. Short 15 minutes meeting. Then you would do, maybe you want those meetings to be only on Saturday or something like this, or on Sunday from during the evening or something like this. And but here we have now basically everything we need to create an event type. It's just a form, but now we can add a save button somewhere here. And then we can save those and display them somewhere. So first, now I will put this whole form thing inside a separate div. Let's go back to this page, and maybe not inside the form. Let's put some padding on here. Let's add some background, yeah, to this form with rounded corners, rounded medium, or maybe large. And I want to have this create new event type inside here, but then it's inside this grid. So actually let's put here div, that will be this grid. So let's put left and right column here inside, and those grid and grid columns gap will go to this grid here. So this looks fine, and this is a form for creating new event types. Now we need also to, before we close this form, we need to have a button that will do save. So we have a save button here. Let's put it in a div that will be flex, and let's do justify center, and let's put this button here so it will be centered. And of course we want to style it. So let's do class names of background blue, text white, on the sides 4, on the top and the bottom 2, rounded full, and now it should be better. Yeah, I want this to be wider, so let's do padding on the sides to 8. Yeah, looks fine. This looks fine. 30 minutes or however, how many minutes you want here. So yeah, we have now this form. We have a button to save it. We are not saving this yet, but now we will fix it so it saves. So we have this huge form. Maybe we can put it somewhere inside a component. So let's do a new file here, and let's call this thing maybe, maybe we can call it event type form.tsx, export default function, event type form, and let's do return here. I will use client here actually, because I would like to use those API endpoints, API routes here. Now let's go back here. Let's let me select all of this form, yes, and let's put this here. We need weekdays names, so let's grab those here on the top, and let's put those here. And now let's see, event types page. Let's go back here. Time select is not used here. Here we just need to put our form. How was it called? It was event type form. Yes. So now we should see this. And maybe we should have this form in a separate page, like event types and then /new. But we can fix it in a moment. First, let's fix that we can actually save it. So here I want to have maybe before we will do this, handle the submission, we'll put this actually in a new page, because the handling of the form can be different. Because if we have it on the same page, we would need to reload the page. But if we have it on a separate page, we want to redirect back to this page where we list all of those. So let me see. We are here, site, dashboard, event types page. I want to create a new directory first here called, let's call this one new /page.tsx. And let's do here export default function. And this page will be for new event type page. And now we want to put here return. We want to have this navigation. So let's do dashboard nav. Let's put this inside a div. And now we want to have this form here. So let's do event type form, and here, not inside the form, on the previous page here, we don't need this form. Instead, we will need to have a link that will go to this form. So let's do ref. We need to import the link from next link, and we want to redirect to /dashboard /event types /new. Right? Something like this, and new event type. So here we have a link. We need to style it, and it goes to this page. We need to add some spacing here as well, but you get the idea. We can go back to event types. We can book the events, event types, new event type, and let's style this link a little bit. So we will have underline, for example, new event type. And let's add break line here, new event type. Or maybe let's do this to a button. So I'll put ref here. Let's put this here. And let's do something like this. Background gray. And let's do rounded the full. And let's do some padding of 4. On the top will be 2. And now let's see. Yeah, something like this. And let's put this as inline block. So it will have this correct spacing from the top and the bottom. Yeah, and maybe we can have a plus icon here. Let's search for plus. And we have this plus icon here. So let's search for plus icon from Lucid React. And let's also add here from inline block, let's change to inline flex, because we want to add a gap of 1 and items center, so it will be centered. Let's see. Yeah, maybe too big, so let's change the sizing to 16. I don't know. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Also, those classes for buttons tend to repeat quite often, so I will put them inside like one class. So let me cut this from here and let me go to globals, and I will define button gray, apply like this. And now I can go here and I can do button gray, and I will get all of those classes here. I could do the same for button blue. So basically I will just copy this, and instead of gray here, I would do blue 600, and I need to add text white. All right, so let's go back to page TSX, and also we can do the same for dashboard navigation. Well, actually, here we have those if statements, right? But we can do something like this. We can add maybe if it's active or not, or maybe I can keep it so we can learn some CLSX functionality. But this could be also replaced. So let's go to header, and here we have this blue. So no, this is the logo, and here right navigation, this dashboard here. Instead of those, I can do just let's do just button gray, and now if I refresh, no, nothing have changed. That's weird. Dashboard button gray, and let's see if I remove it. Button gray. Button gray seems to be blue, so something is wrong here. Okay, I forgot to change here button blue. But now, as you can see, this works. And now let's change this button blue. Yeah, let's go dashboard, event types, new event type. Everything looks fine. We can also fix this save button. So event type form, and the button is here. We can just do button blue, and let's see. Yeah, but now with the paddings on the sides is smaller. Let's do padding to be 8, and maybe if we put this on the beginning, no, this will not help. But let's add this here anyway, and let's see. We are adding padding here inside button blue, and that's why px8 is ignored. Can we add the Tailwind important? Is there anything to yeah, I think you can add exclamation mark. Let's do it like this. Yeah, then it works. So yeah, that's correct. Now let's go to the dash event types new event type page. And I also want to put this in a div, so I can add some margin top of 4 at least, so we have some spacing here. Right, that's better. So now we have booked events, that is empty. We have event types. We are listing those, but it's an empty array for now. And we have page to create a new event type. Now let's save it, right? So we have title, description, length, and then we have those days. So the next step will be actually to finally save it. All right, now let's save this form. So let's go to our event type form, and well, we have several inputs, right? And we need state for those. So I will use state, and I will do Ajax Ajax request to an API route to save it and redirect back. So let's see. We need to use client here because we are going to use state. So let's do const, and let's do first title, set title equals use state. Default will be empty string. Now we need also the same thing for description. We need also the same thing for I think length. So let's do const length, and let's do the default will be maybe 30 here. And let's see. Yeah, we have this, we have this, we have this. Now we need to have state for those. So how we can do this? Let's maybe first see how we can name this. I think the name of this inside our model was booking times. So let's name it the same way. Event type form, let's go here, const booking times, set booking times, use state, but it will not be a string. This will be an array. All right, and now I think I would like to type this better. So here I will have record of, here we have actually a key of weekday names. Can we do like this? No, we cannot. And I think I will tap it somewhere else because this will be too long here. So we have a type for weekdays. We have it inside our model. So it's here. Weekday name, and I think I will put it somewhere else. So let me copy this and let's go to maybe libs, and let's maybe add some just types ts, so we can add some types here. And now I want to have typings for this, and this is also inside our model, and it's here, as you can see. So booking time, let's do maybe something like this, export type booking times, and it's a record, or we can just copy this from here. Let's cut here, let's put this here, and here we can do booking times. All right, and this looks fine. Now we can actually move this also to our types ts. We don't have this from to. Let's move it as well. This, let's copy. Let's put this maybe here on the top. And this will work. Now let's maybe export everything. We do export here. And let's see, export type, export type, export type. That's fine. Let's remove those. And now we need to import this one. And same with this one and this one. Now we can go back to our event type form. And this thing will be booking times, sorry. And now we have an error here because this cannot be an empty object. Let's maybe put this as a null. Can it be null? Yes, it can be null. So let's let this be null and as the default. And now let's see. We need to put those state values and set state functions on those inputs. So let me see, we have an input here. We need to add a value of title, and we need to add set on change, And I don't like that we have that many properties in one line, so I'm going to split it like this. And on change we get an event, and we do set title event target value. So now we can type here and it's inside the state. Just to confirm, I can do like colon, and here let's do title, and it will be written here, as you can see, everything I write here. All right, I don't need this here. Now let's do the same value and on change for description and event length. So let's put this here, and we don't need the closing tag for text area. Instead, we are going to put value, description, and on change event set description event target value. Now the same thing for this number, the length. So let's do value length, and then on change we will have event set length event target value. All right, and we have an error here, and this is because event target value is a string, but here we are setting a number. So I'm going to wrap it with parse int like this, and now we don't have any TypeScript errors. This looks fine. So now we can type staff here, and we have it inside state. That's good. Now the hardest state part here for availability. So weekday names, it's an array of strings. Actually, it's not array of strings, it's an array of weekday name. Let's see how this thing looks like. Okay, it's lowercase. Maybe I can go, and this is an array of weekday names, but I will actually make all of those lowercase, so it will be correct. Let's do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And now we don't have an error, so that's correct. And now if I change this one, it says it's an array of weekday names. Yes, that's correct. And this is a weekday name. Okay, so now what I want to do is we have this time select, and it contains a select where we need to put, we need to pass value and on change to this custom component. So let's me put this here, typings will be here. And now we have step. We want to take also a value, and we want to take also what else, or maybe we can just put other props, all of the props for select. And as you can see, select takes something like this, detailed HTML props of React select HTML attributes. That's maybe too complicated. Let's write this manually. We will also need to have an on change, and then now we need to type all of those. So value will be a string, and on change is a function where we get value that is string, and we don't return anything. All right, so now select value will be value, and on change, on change, here we are saying we are going to pass a value. So let's do this way. We get an event actually here from select, and let's do on change, and let's run event target value. All right, so now let's go back to our form. And now, as you can see, we have this orange underscore because we don't have all of the required properties. So we don't have the value and on change. Let's fix this. So first we need to pass, maybe let's put those in a separate in several lines so we can have some more spacing. First, let's do value. It's required, so let's do the value here for the from will be, we need to go to booking times of this specific day. So let's do day like this, and let's do from, and then now we have it. Now let's do the same thing here, but for 2. So let's just change it to 2. Okay, now let's do on change. On change we get a new value, so we can do just value, and doesn't matter what we put here. We can do val, value, new value. I just put val for value. And now let's do set booking times, and this will be complicated because here we have all of the times. So I will put this on change handle on change function in a separate function here. So let's do function handle booking time change, and I want to take the day. This will be a weekday name, and I want to take the new value that will be a string. All right, and now let's use this function. So let's go here. We get the value, and here I wanted to have the day and the new value, and the same thing for this thing. One thing I forgot is that I need to know if it's from or to. So let's add here from, and here let's add to, and inside this function we need to have from or to. That is a string, but actually I could change this. So let me split this first. I should change it that this is actually not a string. This is a specific string. It's either from or it's either to, only one of those strings. All right, so now if we want to update this state that contains all of the times, we need to run this function, of course. So let's start with this. We get the previous value. I don't know if this will help, but let's see. I will take the previous value, which is old. Let's call it old booking times, and let's do arrow function. And let's see, old booking times is booking times. So let's do something like this, return. Maybe before we return, we need to prepare. So let's do const new booking times equals, let's do a copy of old booking times. Right, and of course we need to return new booking times. But before we will do this, let's do new booking times of this specific day. So we use the first param, and then of this from or to. So let's put from or to equals and new value like this. And now let's see, we have an error here. Cannot read properties of null reading Monday. So okay, the problem is that this is null and we are trying to read from null. So to fix it, we can add the question marks here. So in case this is in case it's null, it should handle the nulls. It does, but let's see, type string undefined is not assignable to a string. So in the worst case scenario, let's do that 0000 is the default, and same thing here, or 0000 in case this part will be undefined. So now it works, and let's see, I can edit here, I can edit here, I can edit here. Let's see if I change something here. It doesn't work. Cannot set properties of undefined, setting from. Okay, so you remember this could be undefined. It's also undefined here on all the booking times. So here we are trying to destruct this as an object, first we need to check if it's not null. So if it's not null, it's an object-ish, then we can destruct this like this. Otherwise, let's do an empty object like this. I don't know why an empty object will not work here. Let's see. So let's put that this will be booking times, and new booking times will be booking times. Let's see if all booking times is also booking times. Yes, it is. And now we check if we have anything here. If we don't. So looks like booking times. The thing is that if I don't, you can see that if I hover, initializer type, so this I initialize here of Sunday, Saturday, blah blah blah, Monday from 2, or empty object is not assignable to variable type booking times. So I think it's because of an empty object, and we need to go to booking times and say that, well, actually it can be an empty object or this. Now if we go back here, everything is fine. Now instead of null, we can also maybe do an empty object here, and then we probably don't need to check if we have something inside, because by default it will be empty object. All right, so this now works, and let's see if I can change something here. No, I cannot, and this is because canvas properties of undefined setting from. Okay, so the thing is that in this line, this part is undefined. So this is undefined. We need to check if this is undefined here, then we need to define it as from. Yeah. So let's do if this is undefined. So let's do if this, we can do just exclamation mark, so null or undefined or 0. Then we are going to define it this way, that this will be, if this is undefined, then we need to define some defaults here. So we are going to put, this will be from to, actually I don't need to put it like this. Let's put from, and will be 0 0 0 0, and let's do 2, that will be also 0 0 0 0. And now let's see if I can change something here, and yes I can. So that's good. Another small thing I would like to add here is checkboxes. I would like to actually have checkboxes for the availability. So before we will, or maybe instead of availability, I can calculate the range here, or I can check if it's not the same, then I can make this grayish. Yeah, that will be easier. So we have this availability rows, and I can check if the from and to, if those two selects are either empty, if one of those is empty, or they're the same, then it means that the day is disabled, and I can maybe make it gray or something. So let's see, availability. Here we have this day, and maybe instead of this React fragment, I can do, we have a grid here, and let's see if I change this to a div, then it is broken. So let's put this back. This gets broken because we have like columns like left, right, column, left, right, and if I put another div here, then we would need to put grid here inside. It's not the end of the world, so I could actually do this. So let's do this, div class name, and let's put those grid stuff here. So let's put this here, but I also want to put grid and just some gap of 2 here between the lines. All right, so this looks fine. Now we have day here, Before I will print this row, I would like to know if it's enabled or not. So I'm just returning this div here in the map, but I will actually for now cut this from here, and we have this map function. But instead of those regular parentheses, I will do curly brackets, and I will add return here with parentheses, and I'll put this here. Now this doesn't change anything, but now I can put here some JavaScript, and I can put is active, or maybe just active, and I can tell that this is active if we have a from. Maybe I can define first from equals this, const 2 equals 2, const active equals. We need to have both from, and we need to have 2 that is not empty, and they need to be different from each other. So let's do from is different than 2. And now we have this grid here, and we can add here a space. Let's add, maybe we can add our class name thing, CLSX, and now let's put this like this, and now let's do that, maybe let's put this in separate lines, so it will be easier to read. Let's put this here, this here, this here. And I also want to add that if active, then nothing. Otherwise it would be opacity, let's say 50. Can we do 50? Yeah. So now, as you can see, those are disabled, and we can do maybe even lower, 40. So those are grayed out. We can still do some selects here. This doesn't look like perfect, and I think I would anyway prefer a checkbox before each day. So let me put checkboxes here. Here we have this day thing. Maybe let's put this in a separate div. So we put the day here, and we also will have an input of type checkbox. So now we have something like this. I don't want to have checkbox that take all of the space. So I think it does it because inside our globals, we did that all inputs have this with block and stuff like this. So let's change it to type of text, and same thing here, only inputs of type text. So now they are here. That's cool. And now let's see, let's go back to our form. We have checkbox, and now we have from to on each booking time. And I want to also add if it's active or not. So as you can see, booking times is either an empty object or it's an object that has a key of weekday name, and then it has this object as a value from to. I want to also add active, that will be Boolean. Now let's go back here, and let's go to our checkbox that we have here. So now let's put the type here. Let's maybe style this a little bit. And for now, let's do that. Okay, it can be inactive. It can be grayed out for now, but when we click, we will check that it's not grayed anymore. And that the we will do that the weekday names are never grayed out. So let's see. We have this active thing, opacity 40 here. Let's get rid of this. Let's put this as a regular string, maybe as it was. like this. We don't need curly brackets. We don't need this. So like this. And now let's do this CLXS here, CLSX here. And yeah, like this. And now let's see. I will put this here, and now let's see. I will put this in the separate line, and now I will also add this is active. If it's active, empty, otherwise opacity 40. So now, as you can see, all of those are grayed out, and that's good. Now I want to change that I can select those, and then those will be active, not grayed out. So we will update those, but first we need to do value on this on those checkboxes. So here the value will be well, value here actually will be always like 1 or 0. Let's say value will be always 1. And I'm going to change the checked to be, how do we know if it's checked? We need to go to the specific day of the booking. Let's go booking times of this day. Let's add question mark dot, and we need to check for active, like this. All right, so now this should look fine. If it's checked or not, we need to add on change, or yeah, on change. Maybe first let's add just console log to see what will happen. So let's do inspect console log here, Monday. We get an object. Okay, so let's do event, and let's do event target checked maybe. Let's see if this will work. We get some errors, but we'll fix them in a moment. Let's click here, and then it's true. Okay, so we can just use this to update this thing. And this is complicated to update, but we have this function here, handle booking time change. Let's add here that this is not only from or to, but this will be, how can we call this? From or to. It can be from or to or active. So I'm going to call this maybe prop. So here and here I'm going to change the name of this to prop. And now where we have our event here, let's do handle booking time change, and here we put the day, and the value will be here if it's checked or not. So event target checked, and the last will be the property name, so active. All right, so now let's see if I click here. Yeah, I think it kind of works, but now we need to fix this active. So active is just booking times of this from this day, and we just take active. All right, and now if I select this one and this one, yeah, these are active. So that is nice. We have an error here that this is not assignable to string. So basically this is a boolean here, this is a boolean, but this one takes string. So as you can see, value is string. We need to check that it can be also a boolean. Right, so now let's do a little bit styling here. So here we have input checkbox. Let's add some, let's add a flex and one gap. And I think this looks fine. And now we can wrap those two into a label. So those will be clickable like this. And let's also add the uppercase, or maybe, yeah, let's do uppercase. Maybe don't. No, I don't need uppercase here. And we have this margin bottom. So I would like to disable on this one. So let's do margin bottom of 0 with question mark, just to make it important. So it will be overridden. We get here some padding. I can see. Let's see, computed. Yeah, we get some padding that I don't need, or we can get rid of those of the spacing here. But I would prefer to get rid of this padding. So let's do. Oops. Let's do no padding. So let's do padding of 0, also with question mark. Let's see, padding 0. Let's see if this worked. Yeah, it did. So now I can enable some days, and yeah, and it looks fine. So once more thing is that this input type number doesn't work and doesn't look like it should, and this is because here we have this input type text but not input type number. So let's do number here and number here. Let's add a comma here, input type number. All right, and now this looks fine. So let's see. Now we can enable days, we can do some stuff here. So now we need to click on this button here. Let's go here to event type form, and let's add on this button type will be just a regular button, and on a click we will have handle submit. Or maybe we can do, instead of this type button, we can do type submit, and then we can add on submit on this form. So let's do on submit, handle submit. Okay, and we need to add the handle submit function somewhere here. Function handle submit, and we get an event object, and with this event we want to do prevent default, and what else do we want to do? And then when we want to handle this form, let's maybe do just okay, alert okay. So if I click here, okay, we want to grab all of the state that we have here, and we want to send it somewhere to save it. And to save it, we are going to use API route. So let's go here and let's create a directory and a route. Our route will be named event types. So let's do new file. Event types will be the directory, and then route ts. And inside we want to do export async function. Let's do post. And now first we want to grab the request, right? Request, it will be Next API request, and now first connect to the database Mongoose, import, and let's do connect process that environment MongoDB URI. Let's wait for this. What do we need now? We need our data that we are going to post. So let's do const data equals. Let's see what we have inside request. We have request body. Let's just do console log to see how it looks like. Data, and let's return response JSON okay for now. And now let's try to send a request there. So let's do fetch, and well, actually, yeah, fetch, and let's do /API/event types, and here we need to put method to post, and we would need to put headers here to send the data. So I think it would be easier to use Axios. I'm going to install Axios, so it will be less code to write. Ban add Axios. And instead of fetch, let's use Axios imported. Let's do post. and post to /API, event types, and here we just put the data. And the data is an object, and we are going to put title, description, length, and booking times. All right, and this we need to await for this. So this will be an async function. Let's put this like this, so it will be shorter lines. Let's do const response equals this. And then we need to do if, let's do just console log response for now. All right, so now let's see what happens here if we do, let's open network, let's put test description 30 minutes, maybe let's do 32. Monday and Thursday will be active, and we'll have some random times here, so we can have some data. Let's hit save and the preview. Okay, let's see here, what do we get? Readable stream. Okay, so this is not the data we wanted. Let's go to our route. I think we need to await request body like this as a function. Let's try again. So let's put test just here, and let's do those two and some random dates and times. Test description, save, and now we get 500. So let's see, and the location is not defined inside right navigation. This is the error we got, so that's weird. Let's go right navigation, and let's check if we have location. Let's add this so we will not have any error. And now let's see if I put test, and let's put some random values here, 32. Let's clear this, hit save, and we have an error. Let's see what's the issue here. Let's scroll down, and the request body is not a function. Okay, let's go to our route. Let's maybe check with just request body once again. Test, let's hit save. Here we get okay, and here we get let's see, location is not defined still on this thing. So let's see, let's do, if we have window, then let's do window location. Right, so let's try again. I'm going to restart this. And now let's hit test here, clear everything here, save, and readable stream. So probably I get everything here inside data. Let's see if I try to distract this like this, if this will change anything. So let's hit save again, and I get something like this. So let's see what we can do with this readable stream. I guess we can do like get, and we can get something specific like we have title there. So now let's see how the data will look like. Let's hit save again, and now we have an error that is not a function. I think this is because we don't want to get the body. Instead, we want to do request JSON like this, or maybe it wasn't JSON. Let me check. I think it should be request JSON. Let's try JSON, and let's add the wait here, and let's do next request. Yeah, and request JSON, so we have the data. Yeah, now let's see what we'll get. I'm going to restart my environment, and let's hide this, hit save, and we get title, description, length, and booking times. Awesome. So now let's see if I change this and the description here 32. And do we have everything? Test description 32. And we get this as well. So that is beautiful. Now we want to save it, right? So we have all of this data. As you can see here, title, description, length, booking times. And we, of course, also have our email. So let's do const email equals session and get email because we are logged in. So let's do a wait here. And now we want to create a new model, right? Document, sorry, inside our database. So let's do use our model. So it's event type model. Let's do create. And here we will just put email. And we will put also our data. Let's add a wait here. And this will return a new document. So we can do event type document equals this. Or maybe we can do event type document. And here let's just return it, event type document, so we can see inside response how it looks like. So test 1, description 32. Let's hit save and let's see what will happen. We get 200. So, and as you can see, and this looks fine. Yes, we have a description, email that is null. That is weird. Email should be null. So let me go back here. We have email, await session, and get email. That's weird. Let's try again. Let's print here email and the data. So now let's see if I hit save again. Yeah, email is null here, and it should be session get email. So it looks like it's just empty. Let's see if I refresh the page. Okay, I'm not logged in, so that's why. Let's sign in with Google and my Gmail here. Continue. Let's go to dashboard. So event types, new event type. So we should only save it if we have an email. Let's do if we have an email, then we will save it. Otherwise, let's just return response JSON false. Yeah, why the hell not? So let's do test 1 description. Let's do 35 minutes. Only on Tuesdays. Can be booked from 10 to, let's say, 22. Yeah, and now let's see. I will hit save. And here we got our email. So that is good. The email I have logged in with. And we can check our database probably. So let's go to our database. Here I will first delete this old cluster. And that cost me money, so I don't want to have it. And terminate. Let's put the name, terminate. And let's go back to overview. Cluster 1, browse collections. Browse collections, event types, and let's see the last one, booking times Tuesday, and from 2, and it looks fine. One weird thing is that I don't see the active flag. So let's try to send this test 2, and let's make this thing active, and let's see if we are sending this. Send. Booking times Tuesday. We are sending only from and to. We don't save. We don't send any if it's active or not. So let's see. Where is the checkbox? And from and to are not used, so I can get rid of those. And now let's see. Here we change the checkbox. And okay, if this is if this is empty, let's also add active to false, or maybe we should do active true. No, This will be fine. Let's do Wednesday, 4:30 to 18:30. Let's do test 3, maybe some description here, 32 minutes. Clear everything. Let's hit save, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. And now let's see booking times. Wednesday, only from and to. And so, well, looks like this property of active is not being saved. Let's see, we have our checkbox here. Yeah, this looks fine for me. So let's see where it's not being saved. Here we have preview. Here we have payload that we are sending. So let's see. We are actually sending active true, but we are not saving this to our database. Let's see if this is because I need to restart my environment. So I will do test 4, and now let's try to hit save, and we get a false. Why we get a false? We are sending booking times Wednesday active true, but I get false. Is it because I'm not logged in? Let's see. Yeah, I have been logged out. Okay, I have been logged out because I restarted my environment. That's why. So let's sign in. Dashboard, edit event types. Oh, we have some data here now. So let's do test, I don't know, 4. Let's do Saturday and the evening only. And let's see, network, save, and the preview, booking times, Saturday, only from and to. Let's see, payload, booking times, Saturday, active true. So we are sending this, but we are not, let's see, event type, route. We have this data here, and it should, let's see, let's go to this model. Yeah, I think I know what's the issue here. It's because our schema has only from and to and not active. So let's do active will be Boolean, like this. And I probably need to restart my environment once again because I edited schema, and I need to, do I need to log in again? Yeah. So let's log in. Let's go to dashboard, event types, new event type. Let's do test 6. Description, Monday, 2:30 to 15:30. I don't know, doesn't really matter. Let's hit save. And now let's see in the preview, booking times, Monday, active true. Yoo-hoo, so this, now it works. So now I would like to go to, we have all of those, let's display them. So now these are saved, but after I save, I want to redirect back to this page, right, where I list everything. So let's go back to the form. Let's go back to the form, and also for now we are doing only console log. So we are returning this response data. Let's see where it is. Here we have response. So let's do if we have response data and it's not false. Then let's do redirect, and let's redirect us to /dashboard /event types. Now let's see if I will fix this warning later. Let's do test 7, let's do no days, or maybe only 1 day. Let's put description here, length 30. All right, and we get an error. Next redirect doesn't work here, so I'm going to use router then. Const router equals use router from next router, or should we use next navigation? I don't know. Let's maybe do from next navigation. Next navigation, and here let's do router push. And this should work too. So now let's see if I put test 8 and first day and let's hit save. Yeah, it redirected me to this page. Let's go to event types route, not event types page. And we have this hello from event types, hello from event types, and we just print this JSON here. Instead, I would like to print a list. So we have like name, title for all of those. And it would be better to print this as a list. So let's maybe here put a div, and then we are going to loop through those. So let's put event types map, and for each event type we are going to do a div. Why this is wrong here? This is an array. It says it's a query. Let's see. Let's try to print this first. Event type title. And we have those titles here. So now it's something wrong with the typings here. Event type model, Mongoose models, event type. Maybe we need to do here. This is event. No, this is a model of event type. Okay. Now let's see if I go here. Still have an issue on this one. Let's go back here. So this will be a model of event type. Maybe we don't need this, but let's see here. Event type. But this is actually Mongoose model function of event type. Let's see here. Here we should put the schema. Probably we should put schema. So let's see, event type schema. What if we put this? Now this doesn't work. Let's do event type as it was. Let's see, event type model. First we need to go to models and check if we can have this. Let's do as model of event type. So this is good. Otherwise, we do run a Mongoose model function with this event type, and this is event type, and we pass here schema. This looks fine to me. Now let's go back here. We still get a map issue here. Maybe because this can be null. What if I add a question mark? No. Let's maybe then add the typing here. This is event type. Event type. And do we have typing here for event type? No, but we can export this one. And we can import this one here from models. And we can add that this is an array. Then we don't have an error on this map, but we have an error here. Looks like this model is something wrong because we don't have any information that it's, well, it actually is event type. So let me see. Maybe something wrong here with the model. So I think that the issue here is that this part is wrong. Is it possible that the issue is that we have a type and not the interface? Let's see. Event type. We have event type here. Let's see if we get rid of those. No, this. Let's keep this. But what if we get rid of this? Okay. So maybe we don't need any typing here passed to the model function. Let's now go back to our event here. Let's get rid of this. Now we have an error on this map. Event types returns a query. All right, so I think I know what is wrong here. Let's put back our event type. But this is only like a basic event type. Actually, this should extend base model. like this. And now let's see, we have event type. Maybe we can rename it to iEvent type. Let's go back here, iInterface event type, and it should extend actually a document, not model. And this document should come from Mongoose. So let's do mongoose dot document. Now let's see, still something wrong. Let's see, iEvent type. This looks fine. Here we need to put iEvent type, and interface event type extends mongoose document. And this thing actually has also created at, that is a string, or actually it's a date. So let's do date and an object of a date, and let's do updated at, it's also a date. And does it help? No. Let's go one by one from to schema. Here we have iEvent type. We don't need those semicolons here because it's an interface. Here we have a new schema for it's not booking schema, it's actually booking times. Maybe we shouldn't rename it, but let's do this later. Here we do new schema of iEvent type. Yeah, that's fine. And then we do mongoose models. Let's see if we can do, yeah, let's do mongoose models. Mongoose models event type. Oops, let's get rid of this as model. Otherwise, mongoose model function. We pass this iEvent type. And here we put the name, event type, and event type schema. Everything looks fine for me. All right, so it looks everything was fine. I just had to restart my IDE, some cache issue. Anyway, now when I go back here, as you can see, we don't have any issue with this map thing. And we can see that this is like an array, which is a little bit weird. Maybe if we can add as model of iEvent type, then it would be better. If we also import this thing, will it change anything? Yes, I think it will. Then we have an array of mongoose documents that are iEvent type. So now we have support for size, title, type. We can see properties. So this works. Only small issue is that we don't need this import. We don't need this import. And here for the connection, I need to add as string. I don't know why TypeScript didn't tell me about this thing, but well, didn't tell me before, but now it works. We'll just restart the ID, my environment. Let's sign back in. Let's go to dashboard, event types, and we have all of those events. And now when we want to, if we want to show them, we can show them in line, or we can show like squares or something like this. And there are many ways to display those. So I think I will display them as a list, as a centered list. So let's say that this div will have class name, and let's do here that let's add a border, and we want to do rounded XL. And yeah, something like this. Now we also want to that here instead we will have a link, so we can edit. Let's add a ref, empty for now, but basically so we can edit those. Now we need some class names here as well, so let's do class name, and let's do that this will be block. And let's add some padding. Yes. And let's maybe also add border on the bottom of each line. Yeah, so we have something like this. And but then we have this weird line on the bottom that is like double. And to fix this, we need to do first here overflow hidden. Let's do overflow hidden. And yeah, now we could get rid that we have double border here. So let's do here border bottom 0. So now we have only one line here. And let's add also some spacing here. Let's do margin bottom of 4. Yeah, so we have some spacing here. And I think this looks fine. Now we should be able to click on those. So here on this graph, let's do /event types / and then I would like to have /edit and then the ID. So maybe let's put this into separate lines. Let's do event type and then the ID here. So now if I click, I should get 404. Yeah, but this looks fine. Hello from event types. Let's get rid of this. Let's get over this break line. Let's add some margin top here. Margin top of 4. And yeah. So now we can, we add those. Now we should be able also to edit them, right? So first we need to create a page for this link, event types, edit, and so on. So let's go to our, let's see, site, dashboard, event types. We have new, we need to do edit. So let's do directory edit. Then we have the ID that will be a param. So let's do ID in square brackets / and then page.tsx. And let's do export default function and edit event type page. And here we have some params that I would like to console log so we can see them. And I will return here just hello. Maybe let's print the hello from edit page. And here. Now let's see if we can refresh. No, still nothing. We have event. Okay, the URL is wrong. Let's go back. And here we should first have dashboard. Let's go back. Let's click on this one. Hello from edit page. Yes, and here we have like params and then the ID. And we have search params. So let's go back here. And here I would like to add grab only params. And let's type this. So here we will have type page props equals this. And now let's put page props. And here we have params. And in those params, we should have an ID that is a string. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it is. Here we have those IDs. So it looks fine. Now we have still this error here with right navigation that I would like to get rid of. Window is not defined. So I will quickly jump to right nav and the type of window is not undefined. All right, and now let's go back here and this should help. All right, so now we should be able to grab the ID from params ID, and we should be able to connect to our mongoose process.environment process.environment.mongodb URI. I think it was URI. Yes, and let's do as string. Let's do await here, and let's add async here because now it's an async function. And now we can grab using this ID here. Maybe we can just use params. So let's grab our document. So let's do const and let's call it event type document equals await. Let's grab our model, which is called event type model. Let's find one. It should be by ID. Should be, as maybe then just find one. Where underscore ID is our params ID. All right, and now let's try to print this event type document, and let's print title. Let's see if this will work. It should, but something's wrong here. Okay, it's possibly null. So let's do a question mark here. Okay, test 1. And if we go to test 3, we get test 3. So this works. And now, what do we want to do now? We want to print the form. So let's maybe get rid of this. And here let's do the form. So event type form, and we want to pass the data here. So to pass the data, we want to let's pass this document like this. Document equals event type document. This doesn't work now, as you can see, and we get an error. But we need to go inside here, and we need to specify that we can get a document. And the document will be optional property. That will be our event type, like this. All right, and not from Nylas. It will be event type. Okay, we cannot import it here in a client component. So let's say for now it's an object. Maybe let's try event type from. Are we exporting this from the model? Let's see. Event type from models. Are we exporting this interface? Export interface. Okay, it's event type. I forgot. Event type. Okay, now it's perfect. And this is we need to also add here that this is a submit event. So let's add here form event from React, and I guess we need to pass here. Maybe we don't need to pass anything. Form event. All right, and now let's see. Sometimes we get this document that we are not using, and if we do get this, we want to use the properties here from the document as default. So let's do document title or empty string. Let's see why we have an error here. It's possibly undefined. Let's do a question mark here. Doc description with a question mark. Here doc length or 30 here with question mark. And here document booking times or empty object. Why it's what looks like this? Here we should yeah, and now it's correct. Now this looks fine. Why we get an error? Let's see, something wrong with the page. We have this event type form. We pass the document. Let's see, mongoose document. Let's open. We don't need this. We don't need this redirect. Let's try to refresh. No, still nothing. Let's see, if I remove this, then it works fine. If I try to put this, the issue is that this thing is not assignable to event type undefined. because null is not assignable to this. Okay, the issue is that this can be null. So if we do if it's event type document, if it's null, then let's do return 4. And we get an issue. Let's see why. If I comment this, then it's fine. If I uncomment this, then we have maximum call stack size exceed. So let's see what's the issue. Okay, we have a few errors here. So element implicitly has an any type because expression of type weekday name can be used to index type empty object. Monday does not exist there. All right, so we need to fix our booking times. Let's see, this can be empty object. Yeah, that's fine. And what's the issue then? Property Monday does not exist on type this. Okay, then we can put this if day in new booking types. Can we do like this? Yes, it works. And then we need to first do that if this is empty. So let's do and then here we will have an empty object. Maybe if I add an empty object here. No, this doesn't change anything. But this basically means that first I need to, if we have a day here inside. No, it should be if we don't have day here inside, then we should create it. But it should also work another way around. We should be able to do this and then day. But here we get an error. Let's see. We can check this differently. Object keys of new booking times. If it contains, this will be an array. If it includes a day. So if it doesn't include, then we create this line. We run this line if the day is not inside new booking times keys. Right, but before we will do this, let's see why we cannot do this. Property Monday does not exist on type empty object. All right, so probably I need to go here and change this to an object. And no, this doesn't change anything. Monday does not exist on type booking types. Let's see, record. Well, we actually have it here. Let's maybe put this another way, like this, object. And it will be an object. But here we will put a key that will be weekday name, and then the value will be from 2. Let's see what's the issue here. Index signature can be literal type of or generic type. Consider using mapped object type instead. Let's see, convert. Okay, it's a key in. It's not, the whole thing is not the key. It's a key in. Here, key in this, and then we have from 2. Let's see what changes here now. And looks like what changes is that this works now. This doesn't. Let's see. Type string or boolean is not assignable to type never. So let's see what's this thing. It's booking times, and the prop is from to or active. Let's go back here from to active. Yeah, so this looks fine. We have an issue also here, booking times. Type empty object is not assignable to type booking times. Okay, that's weird. Let's check this. Maybe if I add something like this, then it will work. And let's see, and yeah, this worked. But now we have back this issue. Let's see if I will put this separately, like this, equals new empty object. No, it does not work. I think the issue is with this weekday name. Let's see. Here should be key in, key off. How is it called here inside booking times? Key in weekday name. So let's go back here. Key in. Let's see. Weekday name. This looks fine. So now the issue is with this line. And what can be fixed here is that we can put this in another way. So we want to set property that can be one of those three to be value on this day inside here. But we can also put this that the whole value for this day will be we want to put the everything from this, and then we also want to put property to be this value. And we still get this issue, but let's see, we have now here and problem on here. Can we do like this? And let's see what's the issue. Booking times or empty object is not assignable to this because empty object is not assignable to booking times. Right, let's see. Let's add empty object here and let's go back here, and now we get an issue here. So either we have an empty object there, or let's see if it helps if we put a string here, string like this, and from 2, and here we have issue here. Monday does not exist on type booking times. Well, actually it does. Maybe let's define it like this. We will do Monday, optional, and from 2. And let's do the same for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right, now let's see if we have any errors. We don't have any errors here. That's good. We have an error here. And let's see why. From to and active. Type from to and active is not assignable to from to, because string or undefined is not assignable to string. So it means that this can be, I guess, string or boolean. Okay, so this is the issue. So let's see. Type string or undefined is not assignable to string. What is undefined? Is it this thing? No, is it this thing? Okay, so active can be undefined. All of those can be undefined. Types of property from are incompatible. Let's try to put this back like this, and equals value. And object is possibly undefined. So this can be possibly undefined. Well, actually it cannot be. Let's see if new booking times of day. Then we will create this. And let's try to put this thing here. Maybe we need to type this this thing. So let me put this here. Let's go back to our types. And we need to type this, that this is well, let's just suppress this with TypeScript ignore, and I will fix it later. Let's continue with this error that we have here. So it's inside our page, class name button gray, event types page, not here, it's here. If I remove this form, then it's fine, but if I put this back, it's not fine. So the easiest way is to just check what's wrong by commenting out everything from maybe within this form. So I will take this and let's comment this, and we have an error. So let's uncomment this. Didn't help. So let's see what can be the issue. Maybe we are using something here that is doing this infinite loop. Or maybe the issue is with the property that we are sending, because if I get rid of this, then it's fine. But if I put this, it's not fine. I guess we need to just do JSON stringify on this thing, and then back to JSON parse like this, and now it should work. Yeah, and now let's go to dashboard, event types, test 4, yeah, test 6, test 8, test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 6, we have Monday, test 7, we have Wednesday, test 8, we have Thursday. Okay, so this works. Now we should be able also to save it, right? When we click save, what happens? Handle submit, and we send a post request. Instead of post, we should send a put if we have an ID. So let's do here if we have document and underscore ID. Let's see if we have a document is possibly undefined. Let's do then question mark, and then we will do put request. So Axios put, but the rest will be the same. So let's copy and paste this here, and it would be put request. And if we don't, we want to do this. It looks really similar, so I would like to do, instead of this, I will do const request, and if we have document ID, then it's Axios put, otherwise it's Axios post. And then let's do just here request. Yeah, that's fine, and this should work. Now we need to fix the put request. So let's go to our API, and let's go to event types route. Here, let's add a string, and we need to add the put request. And let's add this here. Let's do put. When we do put, we want to update. So we also need to have an ID. So let me see. Here we have all the data. First, I will put the data here. Const data equals this object. And we are going to put this data here. And but if we have a document underscore ID, I want to do data underscore ID equals document underscore ID. So we will add this to the data. So we have data here. Now it says property ID underscore ID does not exist on type this. Okay, then maybe we can do underscore ID equals to be null or undefined. Then let's see. Then it says that we cannot. It's not assignable to undefined. Okay, if we change this to let and remove this ID undefined, then it's a little bit better, because now we have only problem with this as it was. Let's put back to const as it was. Let's put this, and we can actually add the underscore ID here. Here we are sending the data. Let's extract this object, and let's also check that if we have ID, maybe let's put this const ID equals doc underscore ID, and now we can check if we have ID like this. And let's do ID like this, and this should work. So it can be either undefined or it will be filled with data. So now I have copied everything from post to put, because, well, some things will be the same. We grab data, email, and then if we have an email, Here, as you can see, we are creating an object. Here we want to update. So first here I will grab the ID. Maybe before here const ID equals, let's do data ID. And if we have ID, then I want to do not create, but rather I want to do update one. And with update one, first we need to do the filter object. So let me put this into separate lines. Here we'll have filter object, and here we'll have update object. For update object, let's just put data. For filter object, we want to find by email, and where ID is this ID. Right. Now let's see. If I hit network and let's do 7.1, let's hit save, and it was put request and redirected me here, but it's still 7. Let's see if I refresh. If I refresh, it's 7.1. So that's good. One issue we need to do fix is, let's go back to the route, and we need to do revalidate path. And the path we are going to revalidate is dashboard event types. So let's do dashboard event types here and here. And now if I go here, test 7.2, save 7.2. Let's do maybe 6.1. Let's add Sunday and let's save. Well, nothing have changed. Now if I refresh, okay. And that's not good. Let's see, 6.2, save, nothing. I need to refresh. Let's see, dashboard, event types. Here we are doing update one, revalidate path. Let's maybe refresh once again. Let's do 6.3. I think it should work. Save. No, it didn't. I need to refresh. Do I need to put layout here to make this, let's see, refresh, let's do 5, save, works. 6.6, save, doesn't work. I'm not sure if this is required. Let's see, 6.6, and if I do 6.4, yeah, it works. So now it works. Let's see if I do 81. Yeah. All right. So I noticed that when you submit data like this with this event type form, sometimes the data will be actually cached. So on this page, we have a server component, and the data is sent from the server part. So let me see, if I do change to 1.2, it's still 1.1. And if I go back, change it again, it's still 1.1. And then if I refresh, then it's 1.2. So to fix this, we need to go to this event type form, and here we do router push. And what we need to do after this is router refresh. And what this will do, it will refresh the route for this page. So it will refetch the data from the server. So now let's see, let's refresh. Let's do 0.3, and it's 0.3. Let's do 0.4, and it's 0.4, 0.5, 0.5, and now everything works. So that is good. So now we have those test event types. One thing that is missing is actually a delete button, so we can delete those. I will make it simple. Let's go to this form. Here we have the document, so we can know if we have any, if we are editing. Now let's scroll to the bottom, and here we have the button. Let's do the same button. Maybe not type submit. Let's do type button. And because we can have only one submit, because it will trigger the form for it will submit the form. But here we will do delete. Let's put delete. Let's put some class names. And here I will do button, maybe red. And we don't have this specified. So let's add this into our globals CSS. And here, let's see. Let's do button red. And we have those classes here. I'm going to copy from button blue. And let's do this. Let's change it to button red. And let's maybe pick this 600. So now let's see, we have button red. Yeah. And let's add some icons to this, an icon to this button. So let's do delete or maybe trash. There should be a trash icon. So let's import trash from row-side React. Now let's see. Yeah, maybe that's too big. So let's do size of 16. I think that's better. Now let's put some space. We have a flex here, so we can do just gap of 4. And we have some gap here. So now when I click delete, I would like to have some confirmation, like a pop-up or something like this. And this button should be also visible only if we have a document. So let's document and let's put this button here. So it doesn't show up when we click, when we create new event type. Then we shouldn't say this. So now when we want to delete one of those, what should happen if we click delete? We can have like a pop-up here. Are you sure? Or we can do something else. We can do like just a button here. And then when you click on this one, it will show here. Are you sure? And then yes or no. So let me show you how to do this. First, we are going to put this delete button into a separate component. So let's go to our components, new file here, and let's do delete. Maybe let's call it event type delete button. Or maybe just delete, event type delete .tsx, export default function event type delete, and return empty parentheses for now, or maybe let's put the div here. Now let's go back here and let's put this button there inside. So let's put this here, and now here let's put our event type delete. Yes. And yeah, now let's go back to this event type delete component. And now we want to do something like this. I want to add a state here, so I need to put use client. And then let's do a state called show confirmation, set show confirmation equals use state on default will be false. And then if I click on this button, let's do on click and arrow function, set the show confirmation to true. And now I want to put this into separate lines so it'd be easier to read. Yeah. And now I want to check if we have a show confirmation that is true. Let's add the parentheses and let's put a div here. And I want to have two buttons. The first one will be gray, so let's do button gray. Cancel. And the second will be with class name red and delete. Or maybe yes, delete. And now let's see, if I click on this one, I should have three buttons. I would like to remove the first one if we have this confirmation. So here, let's do if we don't have show confirmation that is true, let's add parentheses and let's put this single button here inside. And now we have two buttons, cancel and yes delete. So for cancel, it's easy. We just need to add on click and set show confirmation to false. Let me put those classes maybe here, this here, closing here. Yeah, this will work as well. Maybe we can put this here and this here. So now we can do cancel, delete, cancel, delete, and it works fine. Now let's see, we have this yes delete. We need to have some kind of, we need to do some stuff when you click on delete, yes delete. So first I'm going to put this here, so we'll have more space here, and let's do on click. And when we click, let's do handle delete, and this function, let's call it maybe like this with arrow function, so we don't need to handle the event with TypeScript. And now let's define this function somewhere here. Function handle delete, function handle delete. And when we click yes delete, what do we want to do? We want to delete this thing, so we need to have an ID. So let's do ID, and ID will be a string, and then we will do an Axios delete request to /API/event types, and let's also pass ID like this. So let's put here ID to the URL, and then let's do await here, and now we need to put async here because we added this await. And when this is done, what do we want to do? We want to redirect to that page where we see all of those event types. So here is the URL. Let's grab the router. Let's do const router equals use router, and let's see which router we got. Yeah, from navigation. Now let's do router push and to this URL, router refresh, so we will not see the old list, and the list will be refreshed. So this should work, except we don't have this endpoint yet. So let's go to API event types route, and we need to add delete export async function delete. Request is next request, I suppose. So now what do we want to do? First we need to grab ID from the URL, so let's do const URL, and let's build new URL object here from our request URL, and then we can grab ID like this, URL query params, I think, no, search params get ID. All right, now let's add some spacing here, and now we have ID. We know what we want to delete. Let's do mongoose connect and process that environment that mongo db URL, or is it URI? I think it's URI. Yes, and let's add as string. Let's add a wait here, and now we want to delete this using the model. So let's do event type model, and let's do delete one, and by _ID, because inside database it's saved with _ID to be our ID. Let's do await, and then let's do return response JSON with maybe just true. And that's it, simple as that. Now let's see if this will actually work. So I'll open just here console just to be sure. Let's do inspect here, network. Let's maybe delete this 81, delete, cancel, delete, cancel. I'm going to clear this. Delete, yes, delete. And we get an error. And so you guys can work with errors better. I think the error is actually that we don't pass the ID. And yeah, let's see. We have some input must be blah 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 or integer, wherever that means. Let's see if we have, yeah, cast to object ID failed for value undefined. Yeah, we don't send the ID. So if we go back to this form, you can see this is red because we are not passing the ID. Let's pass the ID to be document ID, because this is called the document here, our event type. All right, now let's try again. We have still this 81. I can refresh, nothing changes. Let me scroll here to the bottom. Let's go here, clear everything, delete, yes, delete, and an error again. Still event types. Here we have a get request. Here we have our delete request, and we get 500 error. So now let's see. Delete. It passes here undefined. So something is wrong here. Let's see. I think I know what's wrong, because we are passing on the ID and it doesn't exist there. We have underscore ID here. Let's see what's the issue here. It's not assignable to type string, because this can be unknown. Okay, what if I add a question mark? This doesn't change anything. So type unknown. Let's see. Yeah, it's unknown. Let's just add a string here. So we'll get rid of this error. And now it should work, I think. So now let's go here, clear everything, delete, yes, delete. And delete, we have 200. So this worked. That is nice. So now let's see the list. We don't have this 81. Let's try now with this 7.2, delete, yes. Yeah, deleted. And let's maybe keep only one for now. So I'm going to delete this one, and this one. And yeah, I can keep this one, test one. I'm going to add some stuff here. Let me maybe change this to something meaningful. So maybe 10:30 to 18:30, and Friday I want to end sooner. So let's do just to 11:00. Let's save it. And if I open, yeah, it's still there. So now we have this. Now we can delete those, add new, and everything seems to work. So now the next part will be, so we can actually have, we can show those. But before we can show those, we need to have a URL for this one that we can share with other people, right? So, we don't do any URLs yet. And the only thing that we have is title, and then we have those IDs. They don't look that good, and I would prefer to have something like a quick meeting with this slash here, not slash, with this dash, but I will name it like quick meeting with capital letters. But I want to the URL that I want to share, and it should be displayed somewhere here. And it shouldn't say create new event type here, but the URL I want to share should contain this quick meeting thing. So first let's go to this form, and let's see, let's remove this create new event type text. And now I would like to do is that when you update a title, I want this title to be saved with dashes and lowercase also inside our database. So let's go to our model. It's called event type model, and let's add here that we are going to have a URI or name or something like this. So I'm going to put here, maybe after the email, I will do URL. It's not the full URL. Maybe we can do URI. And let's see, we need to add the URI here as well. We added to the TypeScript interface, but not to the schema. Now we add it to the schema, and I need to restart my environment. So we will have this change here, and I will need to log in again. So let's sign in, continue with Google. Let's log in here, continue. Let's go to dashboard, event types, quick meeting. And let's see, when I save a meeting, I would like to also update this URI. And what I also want to add here, that it's type of a string as it was, but I also want to add that this should be unique. All right, but now let's go. When I save it inside our route, event types route, we are saving this when we do post or put. So here we have the data that we are updating here. But I want to add data.url, or I think it should be URI, yeah. And now I need a function to create URI from the title. So let's maybe do a function here, function URI from title, and let's add here title, that is a string, and the function will also return a string. Now, we want to return the title to lowercase and then replace. We can do replace all. Let's replace everything that is not letters or digits. So let's do everything except those with just maybe dash. And that should be it. So now let's see. Let's go back to here and let's do URI from title. Here we need to put data title, and same thing where when we create. So let's do here. And now let's see. I will maybe print the URL here so people can use it. Let's go to the form. Oops, form. And here, maybe let's do a paragraph URL. And for now, we will have a local host. Later, we can change it when we get a domain. And so here we would first need to have a username, and then username, and then oops, let's put here maybe just username for now. And then we would need to have this URI. So let's do document URI. And this should be visible only if we have this document. So let's do first here, if we have document, then parenthesis, and let's do this. Right, so we have this username and then nothing, because we need to first save it. Whoops, and we get an error. Let's see why. Network, or maybe let's open console here. The error is replace all code with a non-global regex argument. Yeah, I think I know what's the issue. I need to add here global argument. Now let's try again, save, and it worked. If I open this back, I got this quick meeting thing. So that is cool. Probably I don't need this. Most likely I don't need this. Let's go to the model and the unique thing, because then it will be unique for the whole database, and I don't want this to be unique for the whole database, and instead I want this to be unique only for my user. So let's open this event type model, and let's get rid of this unique. Let's go back to this, let's see, for the form, we are showing this here. Maybe we should make this smaller and add some spacing. So we have this paragraph here. Let's add some class names, and the class names should be margin bottom of at least 2. Let's make the text smaller. And now we have something like this. Let's add margin also on the top. So let's do MY, and this looks better. And maybe we can do the same thing here, more grayed out, something like this. So let's go to our event types page, or maybe I can open it here. Site, dashboard, event types page. Here we are listing all of those. Let's also add, here we have the title. Let's add a span, maybe here below with the URI. So let's do event type URI, and it added this quick meeting thing. But first I want to style it, and we also want to add this HTTP localhost 3000 for now. And then we need to do username, and then this. Let's also style it a little bit. And now let's do text gray, and let's do maybe 500, margin left of 4. And let's make this smaller. So let's do text SM. And I think this looks better. Now I want to be able to select this. So I don't want the whole thing to be a link. Instead, I will change this to a div, and I can cut this ref from here, and instead I will put a link on this title. So let's do link, this title, and let's put this title here. So now I can select this, and but now when I click here, I can edit this. So that is cool. Maybe I can make it even more grayish, like 300. No, it's barely visible. Let's do 400. Now, 2 things. We need to fix this username so we can get our own username. And then we also need to have this put somewhere else inside our .env maybe. So let me see. We have this env local, and for this URL we need to do next and then public, and then let's do URL, and let's put here HTTP localhost 3000 for now, next public URL, and let's see here instead of this HTTP, let's do process, I think, .env next public URL, and let's see if this will work. I think it does work. So let's copy the same thing to this form. Let me put this here and here, save, and if I go here, yeah, this looks fine. Maybe I can make this more grayish. So let's do text gray 500. Yeah, and I don't need this URL colon here on the beginning. Yeah, that looks good for me. If you want, you can add a button to copy the URL, but that's not really required. You can just select this and copy. All right, so let's see. We have a dashboard. We have those event types. And one thing that I'm missing is this username. So to fix this, we will need to first have a separate page here for profile. So for now, we have this booked events here that goes to dashboard. And I would actually prefer that just /dashboard would go to the profile page. So let me see. Let me open source app, and then we have the site dashboard. No, I don't want to move anything. And this page is this. So it's dashboard, and then it's inside we have this page. I'm going to move it inside a subdirectory called, let's see, booked events. So let's do here inside, let's do new directory, booked events. And let's put this thing here inside. And now we get 404. So let me create a new page for just dashboard, page.tsx, export default function, dashboard page, return, and let's put here a div dashboard page. And now let's see, this should work. Let's go back here, dashboard page. Yeah, dashboard page doesn't have this navigation, right? Dashboard nav. So let me put this navigation maybe here, dashboard navigation. Let me put this, and we are on the dashboard page, and this booked events is selected. It shouldn't be selected for the dashboard anymore. It should be selected for booked events, this thing. So let's go to the dashboard, and we need to add one more link. So let's add link to let's add the ref, and it should go to slash dashboard slash booked events, right? And now here I want to put booked events, and this one that is only to dashboard should say just maybe profile for now. So let's fix the classes. We can put maybe those class names here that we have. Let's see. Yeah, let's add those class names also here. Now both of those are active. Let's see. Only booked events should be active. Let's see. We have this is event types page because we had only 2 sub pages. Now we have 3. So let's see. Booked events should be active only if it's booked events page. Let's do is booked events page equals path name includes booked events, and now it should be active only if it's is booked events page. So now let's see. Yeah, this one looks fine. This one doesn't work. Profile. Let's see. Profile should be only if it's just dashboard. Maybe we don't need to specify a variable. We can do just here that the profile should be only active. So here, let's see. Here we need to first add exclamation mark and this. And now here we should do that it's only active. So this thing, if path name is slash and slash dashboard. So let's see, slash dashboard. Let's see if I click here. Yeah. And it should be gray if it's not dashboard. So we can just copy this and we can put this with exclamation mark like this, not dashboard. So I can go now between those, and this looks fine. Now this looks fine, but I would prefer this to be simplified. So we will put this in one line like here. So let me copy this. Let me put this here, and instead of this variable, we are going to use this. So let me put this here. Now let's get rid of those. And now let's see. First param, rounded paddings, and then we have something like this. If it is a dashboard, then we add background blue, text white, otherwise background gray. And now let's see. Yeah, seems to work. Let's do the same thing maybe here. So I'm going to copy this and let's put this here. If here I have this variable I can use, so let's use it. Yeah, and now let's see. Yeah, seems to work just fine. So here we have this profile thing. What else do we need on the profile? Maybe first we want to put the profile as the first link. So this link, let me put this as the first link. And yeah, we have dashboard page. But this will be actually profile. So let's go to here, actually profile. And for our profile, we want to check if we are logged in. And then if we are logged in, we should have an input for input type text. Let's put input type text with, we want to do username, right? So let's put maybe a label here with a span username, and then let's put this input inside. Let's see, username, yeah, input type text. I wonder why it's not, why it doesn't have styling. I think it's because we don't have any form here inside. Let me put this here. And now it looks better. I'm going to limit the size of this to max with XS, so it's smaller. Maybe I can also center this MX Auto. Yeah, username. Let's remove this actually profile. And yeah. Then when we want to update this, I need to have a button that is type submit. So we will handle the submission of the form. Let's add a class name of button blue. Here, save. Let's add the padding, bigger padding on the sides. Yeah. And also I would like this to be centered and add some text center. And let's put the button here, and here let's add some margin top of 4. Yeah, that looks fine. Also margin top from the form, and this looks fine. Now we don't have any place to save this username, but we will do this, and we need to have a separate collection for this, because now we have only model for event types, but now we also need to save our usernames somewhere. So to save it, I will create first a new model. So let's do new file, and let's do profiles.ts, profile singular. And first let's do let's do schema. So let's do profile schema equals new schema. Let's now see if I can just import from mongoose like this. Yes, I can. So no mongoose.schema. Now let's do, for schema we need to have an email, and that is type of string, and then we also make this yeah, it's required and it's unique. And then the same thing will go for the username. It needs to be string, required, and unique. Right, and now let's create an interface. Let's do interface of let's do profile extends, I think it was document, or maybe was it model? Let's see, inside event type, mongoose document. So let's do mongoose.document. And we want to add that email is a string and the username is also a string. Simple as that. Now, let me put that, let's see if we need to add to schema our I profile. Yeah. And now let's do something like this, export and const. We want to export our model. So let's do profile model equals. First, we want to check inside the models. Let's add import from mongoose. We want to check if we have profile. Otherwise, we run this function called model to create a new profile model with our profile schema. And I'm going to pass here iProfile and no TypeScript errors. That's good. And now let's see, we have username. Now I need to restart my environment. So let's restart bandev. There we had some old error, so no errors for now. And a small issue I see now is that I can see this profile booked event even if I'm not logged in. But I will fix it in a moment, trust me. Let's do sign in, let's sign back. Let's do continue. Let's do dashboard. And now here we have username. So for now we don't have any username. What do we want to put? Let's put, I will just put my name. If I hit save, nothing will happen. So let's go back to this dashboard page. And I'm going to change this to use client so we can handle what happens on when we submit this form. Let's do on submit, and let me put a function here called handle submit, and let me put this arrow function, maybe no arrow function because we want to handle the default event, we want to prevent default, so let's do handle submit. And now let's grab event. And here we have, we need to specify that this is form event from React. Let's do prevent default. And now we need to have the value of this input. For this, we will need to have some state. So let's put maybe username set username equals use state. Default will be empty string. So let me put this here, value username. And on change, let me put maybe some things here so we have more space. Event, and with this event we do set username event target value. Yeah, so now we should be able to type this and we have it inside state. Now when we want to submit the form, we want to do what do we want to do? We want to send it somewhere. Also, you may be wondering why I'm using API endpoints, API routes to send the data with form, and I'm not using server actions. And that's because they're not fully stable yet. So if I would do form, let me see, if I would put a form with action of, let's say, handle submit, you can see here in TypeScript, they added in React, do not use or will be fired experimental form actions. So those are not stable yet, not for production at least. So we have this on submit, and we are going to use Axios to send put request to slash, let's say API slash profile. Right, so now let's add async here and await, and then after it's updated, I would like to also, we need to send the data. So let's put here a username, and when it's updated, I need to notify the view. So I'm going to do here a state is saved, set is saved, use state, the default will be false. And then here, before we will have this form, or maybe inside, if is saved, let's do parenthesis, paragraph, settings saved. Yeah, and let's see how this would look like if we put to true, settings saved. That looks good. Let's put this back to false, false. And yeah, so now we will do Axios endpoint put to slash API profile. Let's prepare this API. Let's create a directory profile and inside route TS. And we want to do put endpoint here. So let's do export async function put, and oops, and here let's do, well, first we want to have request, that is next request. Then we want to grab the username from the body. I actually forget how to grab the body. I think it was with this JSON, yeah, await JSON. Let's go back here, const body equals request JSON, like this, with await. And we have body, so we can have username. So the const, let's grab only username from body. And now we can also grab email. So let's do const email from await session session get email. We need to import this. So we will not be able to, only if we have email, we can update username. Let's do now use the model. So let's do profile model, update one. And then first, what we want to update, we cannot update if we don't have it, right? Do we have something like update or create? No, we don't. So first we need to see if we have any profile that we can update. Let's search for this one. Const profile document equals profile model. Let's find one by this email, and we of course need to have an await here. And then if we have it, if we have profile document that is not null, we are going to update the username to be username, and then we want to save it. Profile document, save, and we need to await here. Otherwise, we want to create this. So let's do await profile model. Let's do create with email and username, right? And that's it. Then we can just do return response JSON true, wherever happens, either if it's created or if it's updated. Now let's see if this will work. I will probably need to restart my environment. So let's see. And seems like it's working. I would need to, if I reload the page, I would need to sign in again. And this is because every time I restart environment, we get a new secret, I guess, for the session. So the session is lost. That's not that big of an issue. Let's do continue, and let's go to dashboard, and here let's do maybe my name. Let's hit save, and nothing happened. Let's try again. Network, hit save, profile put, it's pending, and we get an error. Let's see, to/API/profile, and here we have something. Find one. Okay, timed out. I know. I forgot about to connect to the database. So let's do await mongoose and connect, and here process that environment that mongodb URI, and I need to import mongoose, and here as string, and now it should work. Let's see. Let's clear, hit save, and now it works. So now it's saved. If I go to my database, I should be able to see it. Retrieving collections, we have profiles here, as you can see, and I have one profile with my email, and that is good. Now, if I would refresh this, I don't have my username anymore. So how can I get this? Let's go to this page. So let's see, dashboard page. And now also I forget this set is saved to true. So after the request, let's do true here. So when I click, let's put David, if I click save, settings saved. So that's good. Also, maybe we can we could add some validation that it cannot be empty. So let's do const response equals and this, and if response response data, if it's true, then we have this. Otherwise we get nothing, just for now. And so we can also do that inside this profile route. We can do that if we have email and username that is not empty, then we will do true here. Otherwise, let's do false. So let's do false. And then if we do save, let's refresh. If we just click save, nothing happens. It sends a request, but nothing happens. Let's see, save, profile put, and preview false. And we could add an error. So maybe here instead of this false, we could do maybe just let's do false for now. It will be easy, faster. So let's go to event types, no, dashboard page. And if it's not true, then let's say const is error, set is error, default will be empty string. And now let's do set is error. Maybe let's do true and not. So here we will have false, and if is error, then let's do paragraph. Whoops, not process, paragraph error. You can style it to make it red or something. On the beginning of the request, let's do set is saved to false, and set is error to false as well. So we reset everything. So if I click error, if I put something here and save, settings saved. So that is nice. Now I would like to put this as a separate component, this whole form thing. And let's put this inside components, and let's call this thing profile form.tsx, and let's do export default function profile form, and let's do return, and let's put this here. Now we need to add this handle submit. So let's do handle submit. Let's cut this from here. Also, we will need also the state. So let's cut all of this, and let's put this inside here. And now let's see. Here we can get rid of those imports, and we don't need to have this use client. So here, let's put our profile form. Yeah. And now let's see, we have an error. Okay, because inside profile form, we need to add use client because we have state and stuff like this. Now, this looks fine. Now I would like to pass my current username here. So first I need to have my email. So let's do email. Let's do session, and then get email. Let's add a wait here, and here async function. Now, when we have email, we can connect to database, mongoose connect, process.environment.mongodb URI as string, and then let's add a wait. Now, something's wrong here. I have 2 dots. Now I can use the model because now it's server component. I can use model called the profile model to find one by this email, and let's call this one maybe profile document, and we need to add the wait because it's a database request, and I can pass username here. So let's do profile document username, and this can be empty, so let's do maybe or empty string. But now we can go inside this form and pass existing, no, let's rename this here first, existing username, existing username, and let's define it here. Existing username. And I will put that existing username is a string. All right, existing username. Now let me put this here, this here, this here, so we'll have some more spacing. And let's add that the default will be empty string, and here it's optional. So what's the issue here now? Does not exist on existing username. So we have here an error somewhere. Existing username. This looks fine. Existing. We have here existing username. All right, and we are going to use this as a default here for our username. And now I have David here, and every time I refresh, I have my existing username. So I can do David2, settings saved. Right, now, one thing I would like to fix is that this thing that if I log out, I can still go to dashboard, like this. And we have an error here because this thing doesn't exist. Because we don't have an email. So we can do if no email, we can do return no email because we are not logged in. But we don't want to do this for every page for the dashboard. Instead, I want to do this for the layout. For the layout inside all of our dashboard pages. So here I will create a layout.tsx. And let's do a function. Let's do export default function. Let's call this one maybe dashboard layout. And let's return. Of course, we will need to grab a children here. Let's put a div and let's put children here for now. And now I want to also grab a username, email here. So let's do const email equals session. Let's grab the session and let's do get email. And now here we are returning children. I will fix this TypeScript error soon. If we don't have email, then let's do, of course, we need to add await and async. But now I will do return not logged in. And now I have not logged in, and I can also go to / booked events, and I also have not logged in. But then if I log in with Google, and I will pick my Gmail here, and let's go to dashboard, and now I can see everything. So that is good. Not logged in, so this works. I want to type this, so let's do that children is actually React node or nodes. Let's see how it looks like inside this layout. So yeah, React node. So it's React node. Yeah, so now everything is typed and it looks fine. We have event types and everything seems to work. So now we have those event types, but remember we have this username here. And also when we open, we have the username here. So I want to go to this page. Let's go to event types page. And here I want to grab a username. So let's grab the whole profile. Profile equals await profile model and find one by email. And now we have profile. So now we can do something with the profile. We can use the username from the profile. So here, for example, let me put profile username. So I have my, if I refresh, no, not here. Okay, I have it here, David2. And also now let's go to this form our event type form, and I want to have it here as well, but this is a client component. So we need to go to the page first. Let me see. We have edit page here, and here is the page. And here I want to grab the profile as well. So the const profile document equals await profile model find one, and I want to find one by using email that I don't have. So let's grab it. So first let's do const email equals await session session. Let's do get email, right? And now profile model, we need to import this one as well. Yeah, looks fine. Profile document, and let's pass this to as a username here. Username profile document username, or now we don't need to put, or maybe let's put or empty string. Now we need to define username here. So we have only document. Let's put this here. So we have types in the new group here. Now I want to add the username. Default will be empty string just in case. And here let's put that username is a string like this. And now let's see, we have this URL somewhere. URL here. Yeah, here username, and let's put here username. So now if I open this one, let's click here. Yeah, this worked. Now another thing is that let's say I'm a new user and I don't have any username. I just saved as an empty space, but imagine I don't have any username. And if I don't have any username, I shouldn't be able to see those links and to create event types. First, I need to create username. So let me see, we have an error here. Is it true? Yeah, username empty string. It doesn't exist on type. Okay, usernames, it's username here. So let me go to my dashboard layout. And here we can check if we have an email, and then we display, if we are logged in, we display children. What I would like to do is to move this dashboard navigation here as well. Dashboard navigation. If we are logged in, so now we have two navigations. And to fix this, I will go to like every of those pages. So this one, remove the navigation, and this one page, remove the navigation, and the edit page. Here we don't event type form. Do we have a navigation here inside? No, that's fine. New navigation, let's remove it. Here we have an error, username is missing. Let's add that the username is optional string. All right, and let's go back here, booked events page. Let's remove this dashboard navigation. So now we have only one navigation wherever we go here. Yeah, we should add some margin to this page, to the form. So let's go to event type form, and let's add a little bit of margin top here, margin top of 4. All right. So now if I don't have any username, let's see, let's go back to the layout for our dashboard. Here we are showing the navigation, and we can probably get the rest of the params here, and we should probably get a URL here. So I will not type this, but let's see what we have inside rest. So if I refresh, let's go to this, we get only params. All right, so we don't have an URL here. So let's get rid of this. This will not help. and we can't console log this. What can help is inside dashboard navigation, we have this as a client component and we have a path name. And what we can do is actually for those two links, we can hide them if we don't have a profile. So how we can grab the profile first? Let's go to layout and let's connect to the database here. Mongoose connect, await, process environment MongoDB URI as string, and let's grab profile const profile equals, that's a profile document, await profile model, find one by email, and let's pass the username here, profile document username, or empty string if this is null. So now let's define it here. Let's put username, and let's put that username is a string. It's an optional string. Right, so now based on this username, we are going to show this link and this link. So let's do, if we have username, let's do end parenthesis, and let's put those two links inside the React fragment. Oops, not here, here. All right, so now I see those because I actually have a username. But let's see what happens if I delete my profile. Let me see, dashboard, reading username, and it doesn't exist. Okay, so let's go back to the layout. Let's add a question mark just in case it's empty. Refresh, and still we have some issue here. Profile form. Okay, so we have a profile form that we are using. Let's see, dashboard page, profile form. Let's add a question mark here. Right, so it's empty and our profile is empty and we see only this profile page for username. So let's put David, let's hit save. But before I will do this, let's go to this form and it's called profile form. Let's see what happens when we save it. We just save it, set it to true. But basically, if it's the first time, so I will do if we don't have an existing username, so no username, but now we have username, then I want to also redirect to this new page. So let's do router. I don't have a router here, so let's const router equals use router from next navigation. Yes, let's do router push to slash dashboard slash event types and router refresh. So we will refresh the navigation and the layout. So now let's see if I put David here, click save. Now it looks nice and I have everything here. So that is good. Now everything seems to work. We have our event types, quick meeting, profile booked events, and we can see the URL and we can share those URLs with others. After you deploy the app, you will change this environment variable here, next public URL, to your subdomain on Vercel or somewhere else. So this will change as well to a real domain. And now this, we will fix that we can actually share this link and we can open this link, for example, let's say here. We need to fix this 4.4 because the rest here is for now fixed. At least the event types and profile. Booked events, we will fix them later. Now the next thing is, so actually we can book something as a guest, and then we should get this inside booked events. Maybe we will also add an email notification functionality for this. But for now, we can create event types. We have URLs for those. And we have a username here. So we have everything that we need to create like the main component, the main part of this app, which is actually to be able to open those links and schedule a meeting from those URLs. All right, so the next part will be actually to fix this 4.4 so we can book those meetings. So let's go to here. And here we can see all of the routes. We have this group site, and we grouped this to site so it has this header. I think I don't want to have this header on the booking site, on the booking page. I want to have only a centered calendar. So we'll create a separate group for this. So let's do new directory, and let's call this group booking with parentheses. And we need to have a layout here, or do we? Let's try with just creating a page. Now we will not create a page directly here because we need to have those params here as well. So it's not like just index page. It's actually a page with those segments here. 2 segments, first username, and then we have this URI. So let's do new, and let's do file, but I will actually create here directories first. So the first param will be username, and then let's do slash, and we will have booking URI. I don't remember if I call this URI or URL. I will check it later, and then slash and not page, not route. We will do page tsx. And let's do export default function. Let's call it just booking page. It will be simple. Let's do return, and return a div. And I want to, let's just call it props here. And I will need to type those. So let's do page props, and let's put type page props. And here we had those params, right? Let's see, JSON stringify props. What we actually have here, we have params, and then we have username and stuff like this. I could actually just copy this, and I can put this here. And I know it looks really bad, but let me just format this. We have params, we have search params, and then we can see that this is a string, and this is also a string, and we don't need search params. So yeah, something like this. We don't need those here, and we don't need those here, and we need those here because we have the dash. So here we can grab the username and booking URI. We have username and booking URI, which means we can try to get this event type. So let's first connect to the database, mongoose connect process.environment mongodb URI as a string. Let's add here async this because this will be a server component. Await. Now let's grab event type document, event type document. Let's do await event type model, find one, and we want to find one using this username, which will be props username, no, props params username, and URI. I think it's URI. Let's jump here inside to make sure. Yeah, it's URI to be props params booking URI. It doesn't go like this. It goes like this with slash here. And this doesn't seem to work. Let's see. Now it does work. So now let's do something like this. If we don't have any matching event type document, let's return 4.4. And so we got 4.4. And let's see why. Quick meeting we get for 4. And I don't know why. Maybe because of those params. Let's try to console log those to see if those are empty. Now we have username and URI quick meeting, so this should work. Let's see if we have such event type. So let's scroll here. We have quick meeting and username. Okay, those event type models don't have usernames. So that is a small issue. We need to fix this. So either we will get username and we put this here, or we need to find email for this specific username. And I will try to find email. So to do this, let's do first we need to grab profile document equals await. And now we need to do, before I will do this, I want to have this username and booking URI. Or maybe let's don't. Const profile document, and it's not my profile of the logged in user. This will be a profile of this username that we have inside the URL. So profile model, find one, and we want to find one where the username is props params username. And now here, if we don't have a profile document, we also want to return 4. All right. So now let's get rid of this console log. And instead of the checking for username here on the event type model, because we don't have the username, we need to check for email. So let's do email. And here we will do profile document.email. All right, now let's see. Let's go here. Let's refresh. And we get this JSON. Maybe instead of this, let's print event type document. So we have here times and so on. So the first thing, we have all the data. We want to just first print it somewhere or make it prettier. So for my calendar, we will do this similar to Calendly. We'll have like a box here in the middle, and on the left side we'll have information. On the right side we will have calendar to book times. So first let's put this white box. So let's do on this one, let's do minimum height of let's do minimum height of device height. I think it goes like this. And here let's put a div. That will be this box. Let's add this maybe a gray background so we can see the box. The box will be background white. Let's see. Background gray 200 didn't work. No, it didn't work. Let's see why. Let's adjust height to let's see what we can do here. Screen. Height screen. We have a box here. Let's see. Height screen. It doesn't get height screen, so that is weird. And we have this body styling here. I think the issue is that we don't have any layout and we don't have Tailwind classes. That's why. So here inside site we have this layout, and we import globals. But here we don't have any layout inside booking. So let's create a new layout.tsx. Wait, we have this layout here inside booking. Okay, so the only issue is we need to import globals. Inside booking, yes, we have layout, so we just need to import those globals, and this should be enough. Oops, not like this. We need to go to this layout, copy this, go here, and put this. I haven't copied this. Let's copy this, and let's put this here. Okay, now it works. And now let's go to, let's see, booking URI. page. Yeah, back to this page. And we see we have a box. Right, now I would like to have a prettier background here. So I will actually add an image here. So let me see. I will add this with style. But before I will do this, we need to put the image. In case you will be searching for the image, I'm going to put all of the code in the description of the video. So this will be the only image that I'm going to add, and it's just nice looking colors. I will just refactor this. I found this somewhere on the internet and saved this before. Let's do background JPEG. You will find this background JPEG in the description in my source code. And now let's try to use this background to here, booking URI, and here let's do background image, and here let's do URI. And I think it will go just like this slash and background dot JPEG. Or actually we need to maybe import this. We need to import this first. So here let's do import background from see how the logo was imported. No. Actually fav icon is here and not in the public, but this should be just in a public directory. So let's see, it should be background.jpg, but it doesn't work. Let's see, maybe we need to put paragraphs like this. No, background image. Let's see, if I refresh, let's do inspect here. We have this thing, and background.jpg doesn't work. Background JPEG. Let's see if the name is correct. Background JPEG. Can we access it here? Let's do background JPEG. Yes, we can. So we should be able to use it. Background JPEG. Let's copy the name. Let's make sure that it's the same name. Maybe it's because of the color. Let's get rid of this color. And now we have an error here. Let's see why. Invalid property value. Okay, it shouldn't be URI, it should be URL. And now it's correct, I think, but I don't see any difference. So let's see. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Now we want this to be cover, background. Let's see, background cover, and now we have something like this with some nice colors, so that's good. Now the box and the white box, let's add just border 5, border 4, so we can see where it is. It's here. And I want to add that max width of XS and MX auto, so it will be centered. Yeah, now I want this in the middle. So this, they will be flex, and it will have items centered. So now the box is in the middle, but it's really small. So can I do just I will do instead max of width. I will do width of maybe not. Before I will do this box, I will put a div. Let's say with border and border red 500, so we can see this. We don't, because it's super thin. And I will add width full, so it takes full width and it pushes this box to the right. If I put the box here inside, we have box that is full width. And now I can do max width of XS on the box, and it's centered. So now I'll just get rid of this border, red border, and now we have a box that is centered here. I will remove the border from this white box, and I will also add padding of 8. Let's do shadow of, let's do large, and rounded corners of large as well. not large. Let's do 2XL. So really rounded corners. Yeah, that looks really nice. What's next? Maybe shadow is too big. So I will actually change this to SM, small. Yeah, maybe too little. Let's do medium then. Yeah, and so we have this. Maybe the corners are rounded too much. I know, so let's do just XL. I think this looks fine, but large will be enough. And I think we have large on other places too. So now we have our nice looking box. And we have information of the event type document. And we want to display this information on the left side, and on the right we will have a calendar. For the calendar, I want this, actually the box to be a little bit wider, so we'll have space for the calendar, and here for the on the left side for the information. So now let's do this. So for the information, for the whole box, let's change this, that we will have two divs here, left and right side. So let's do div right, and we need to add a flex here, and let's add a gap of maybe 4. So we have left and right, and on the left side I will have some information, and then on the right side I will have the calendar. For the left side and the information, I would like to use another color actually. So let's put left here. Let's add the class name of background gray 200 for now. And I don't want this to be like this. I want this so it will take all the space here. So basically we need to add some padding directly here. Let's do padding of 8. And now we have this looking better. I need to add overflow hidden, so the corners of the left side will be also hidden. And maybe instead of gray we can do like a blue color. Yeah, let's do maybe 100. And yeah, that will work for now. Now we have this right side, and the whole box is white. So I will remove this white color, and I will put this on the right side. Background white on the right side. Well, it's not actually what I wanted. So we need to remove this gap, and we need to make this right side to grow. So let's do grow. So it will take all of the space. Now let's maybe do white 50%. Yeah, that looks nice. And I would like to add some transparency or blur. So let's do background backdrop blur of large. Let's see. I don't see any difference. Let's see if this yeah, we have this filter. So yeah, I don't know if I see. No, we don't need this background blur. You can use it if you have an image that is more crispy, but here I don't think we need anything like this. I would change this to maybe 80, and now on the left side I will do /80 as well, maybe 50. Yeah, I think this will work. So we have a left side and the right side. For the right side we also need some padding, so I'm going to do padding of 8. And now let's start with the information on the left side. So on the left side we want to put the title, so let's do maybe H1 here with event type title and event type document title. And we want also to put here the length, and we want to put also, yeah, the length of the event. So let's maybe do a div that will be a grid, and inside we will have not a grid, a flex, and inside we will have a div for the icon and a div for the value. So let's say that here first we will have an icon called clock. Let's see, clock from Lucide React, and let's see if we will have it. Yeah, this looks fine. And here I will want to put on the right side 30 minutes, or the length from the event type document, length, and let's add minutes. Yeah, 35 minutes. And what else do we want to? We want to pass description, right? Do we have any description here? Yeah, desk. Let's do online meeting with David. If you have anything to share before the meeting, please email me at my email. Right, so now if I refresh here, I should also have this information, but not displayed yet. So let me copy and put this, but I will put info icon from Lucid React. And here let's put description without any minutes. So now we have something like this. Instead of flex, I'm going to use, I want to have like 2 columns. So let's do, we can have flex for every second. So let's do here, let's close this div, and here let's open another flex. So now we have something like this. But then we need to have like gap 2 and gap 2 here as well. Yeah, so we have something like this. And from this, we want margin top of at least 2, right? So this looks fine. Maybe it's too wide, but we'll fix it. Here we have this left side. Let's do max width of, let's do maybe 48. Let's see what will change. Yeah, we don't have enough space to display everything, or do we? Let's see why we have this outside of the box. So here we have a div. This looks fine. This with the description doesn't look fine. And does it mean that we just need to add wrap, flex wrap? No, this didn't help that much. Let's see. I think that this will not be enough space, even if we try, because the sides have too much padding. So let's do padding on the top and the bottom, but padding on the sides will be just 4. Yeah, I think that is a little bit better. And now can we change this from max width to just width? And now let's see, we have description. Let's add this wrap as we had this text wrap. No, this doesn't change anything. And we need to make sure that let's do inspect on this row. Here we have this row, and this grows outside. So if we add flex grow to 0, this doesn't change much. Flex base is to, can we do like 10 pixels? No. Flex shrink to 1. No, still nothing. Doesn't help at all. I think we will go, instead of those flex, I will do this much simpler with grid. So I'll put one div with grid, and then let's put those 2 and those 2 here as well. And now if we add grid columns 2, we will have 2 equal columns. Let me just get rid of those flexes, and this kind of works. But the columns on the left side shouldn't be that big. So grid calls, and let's add square brackets here. So we can define custom values here for Tailwind. And let's do that. The first one will be, let's see, how much space do we need for one? We need like 48, so maybe let's do 40 pixels. And the second will be 1FR, so default value. So now let's see here. Almost worked. I think the issue may be this width thing. Yeah. Let's also do the same thing here. Let's do grid, and grid calls, and let's do the left side will have like 200 pixels, and the right will have 1FR. So we don't do the we actually had just got the same problem. So let me put this back to flex, and let me put this with 48 to here. And now let's see why we have this text that is outside of this box. So this looks fine. This looks almost fine. Let's see what's the issue. What's the issue here? And if we add width to 100%, it doesn't change anything. But if I would add if I remove this text and I would put test, then it's fine. Let's see if the div is outside of this box. No, it's not. And if I put even more text, so let's do test, oops, test. Let's do a lot of tests. Then it looks fine as well. So the only issue is when I put event type document description. Let's see why. So here, let's get rid of this. Looks like the text is not wrapping, or we have too little space. Let's see if I make this wider, like 64. Then it has enough space and it's wrapping correctly. So I'm just going to put more text here, and I will make it smaller. So let's put here on the left side text smaller, text small. I think that is better. And now let's add some spacing between those lines as well. So we have a grid. Let's add row and gap. No, it's gap and gap y of 4. So we have this spacing here. Now let's do 2. Yeah, I think that's more than enough. Now for this title, let's do the title. Let's add class name, so we can do text large and maybe even bold. I think it's called font bold. Yeah, quick meeting. And let's add margin bottom of at least 2. I think this looks fine. Also, maybe the text can be more grayish. So let's do text here, gray, 800. Yeah, I think this looks fine. I think we have too much space here from the top and the bottom. So here we have padding y of 8. And on the sides we have 4. Let's do 4 on all sides. And this looks fine. Maybe we can increase the spacing here. So here let's do 4, and margin bottom from the headline, let's also do 4. Maybe we can add like HR here, or border bottom from the H1. It's barely visible. Let's do border color of gray 200 or maybe 800, so it's more visible. That's too much. Let's do 400. Still too much. Let's do 200. Well, it's not that visible. Maybe we can do black with 20% opacity. Yeah, let's do 10. Yeah, I think this will work. And now some spacing between the text and the border. So let's add the here on the H1, padding bottom of 4. Yes, I don't know if this is too much. Maybe we can try with just 2. Yeah, I think this will work. And all of this is zoomed out, so it's kind of small. but I can make this maybe bigger. So let's see. The text should be, let's see. We have LG, so large. Let's do 2XL, and the whole box should be wider. Max width 2XL, and the text, this text shouldn't be that small. So let's remove this SM text. Yeah, and let's make this left side even wider and the box even wider. So let's change this to 4, and the left side should be a little bit bigger. Let's see where it is. Here we have this flex. Here we have somewhere this box. Here we have this box, width of 64. Let's do 80. Yeah. Now maybe we can add more padding here around. So let's do here 8. We have enough space. And I think this will work for now. So we have this left side. It looks, let's say, good enough for now. And on the right side, I would need to put like select date and time. We will have a calendar, and then we would have dates, times, sorry, on the right side. Calendar and times on the right side. So this will be the next part. All right, so the next part will be putting here days and times. So first we need to do days. We need to have a calendar view here. So let's see, for now we have only like right here, just a text, and we need to put a calendar here, right? So I think maybe we can do, I can get rid of this import. I can put here a separate component for this, like time picker or something like this. So let me go to components, and here inside I will put new file called timepicker.tsx, and here as always export default function time picker, and inside just return. Let's put time picker here just as a text, maybe inside the div time picker. Right, and let's put this here, time picker. Right, and when we want to have, here we have this time picker, when we want to have dates and times, we need to tell to this component what is the configuration from here. So what are basically our booking times that are available. So let's put here booking times equals et document, event type document, booking times. So now it's red because we need to define this property here inside. So let's first do here the properties booking times, and then let's do maybe like this. Let's put this here, and now TypeScript for our properties. I don't know why it's formatting that weird. I'll put like this, and now booking times will be booking times. Yeah, so this looks fine. Here we can put comma. Here is semicolon because it's TypeScript definition of those. You can also put this because it's only one property for now. You can put this like this, and many times you would see with one property stuff looks like this. So first we have an object with properties, and then we have colon, and then object with kind of object with TypeScript definitions. So now we have time picker, and let's maybe put a JSON. Let's JSON stringify our booking times to see what's inside. So we have this weird JSON here. I'm going to put here also pre to make it more formatted, and here I'm going to add a null and 2, and this is basically to add some space for this JSON. So we have like here space and indentation, just to see clearly how it looks like. So we have here weekdays, and then we have from, to, and active, right? So basically we want only to grab, of course, days that are active, and then from and to. We need to respect those times. Before we will assign this to anything, we need to first have a calendar view here. So we need to know what is the current month, and we need to print days, and then we need to activate only those days that we have here on the list. So to print a calendar, we are going to write all of this functionality ourselves. And first, maybe let's create a design for a calendar, and then we are going to put functionality so we can go back and forth in this calendar between months and so on. So here I'm going to put, maybe here we will have a div for calendar, and then we will have for the div 4 times, and on this one I will put flex and maybe gap of 4, so those will be next to each other. And that looks good. On this one I will put grow, so it will take as much space as possible. Yeah, that looks nice. And for the times we will have like times that are possible to pick for a specific day, but let's first focus on the calendar. So a calendar will be first, we need to have buttons to go back and forth between months, and a button to go to the current day. So let's do button to go forward, or maybe backward, so to the previous month, and it will be smaller than, I think it goes like this, yeah. But I don't like this sign. Less than, do we have a sign for this? Yeah, chevron left. Let's take this one. So let's do here chevron left from Lucid React. That looks good. Let's do another. And here chevron right from Lucid React. We have 2 buttons now, and I think those 2 buttons will be good for now. Let's see. Yeah, we have arrows to go to the previous and next month. What else do we need on this line? We need to have the name of the month. So let's say it will be, it's July now. So let's do July 2024. So now we have something like this. Now all of this will be in one line, and I want this center, so those buttons should be aligned with the text. Let's put a div with class name flex and items center. So now let's put this here inside maybe a span, and those 2 buttons let's put also inside this div. Now let's see, everything is in line, looks cool. So now maybe I want to put here as much of space as possible. So what I'm going to do, I will put those 2 buttons, or maybe no, on this span I will add the grow. So now this push back those buttons to the right side. And to make the times more visible or standing out, I will add a small border just for now. So we have a border, maybe, yeah, I think this will be okay. Maybe darker border, black, so we can see where the times are. Time buttons. We can call it maybe time buttons. Yeah. And now here we will have our calendar. So now for our calendar we have a month name, We have arrows to go back and forth. And the next thing will be to print weekday names, right? We have those. Let's first put another day for weekday names. We have those summer weekday names. We had them somewhere. Let's see, weekday names. We have it inside event type form component. So to not copy this, I'm going to put it somewhere else. So I can reuse it. It's better to reuse code rather than just copy paste. We have libs here, and I think maybe we can add here constants. Yeah, something like this. Or maybe shared.ts, something like this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this here inside shared. And now let's go back to our event type form. Let's remove it. So now we should get an error, few errors actually. First is here, and I'm going to just, I can't import it because I forgot to export it here. So let's do export, and now we should be able to import this thing. Yeah, let's see on the top, weekday names from libs shared. Okay, now we can go back to time picker, and here we can do also use our weekday names, and we can map through those. And here actually I don't want to have full day names, and I would prefer to use short day names. So like not full Monday, Tuesday, but instead Monday with just MON and Tuesday with just TUE and so on. So I'm going to copy this, put into next line, and let's name it short names. And let's do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think for Thursday it will be like this, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's see why I have errors here. Okay, it's not assignable to weekday name. So I need to get rid of this, and instead I will do that this is an array of string. All right, so now let's go back here and let's do short names. Let's map through those. And here, let's do arrow function. And I want to get here in the params both the short weekday short name and week, maybe later weekday index. First, let's put the short name. So I'm going just to put a div with weekday short name, and let's see if this will work. Yeah, we have it. Now let's make those next to each other, so flex with some gap. Or actually we shouldn't do flex and gap because we will have a grid later with days. So instead of flex, let's use grid. Let's use grid columns, and of course we will need 7. Let's add a small gap of 1, and now we have something like this. And I think it looks fine. So I'm going to add some styling first. Let's do maybe uppercase for this, text smaller, and let's make this more grayish, text gray 500. Yeah, maybe darker 700. I think 700 should be good. Yeah, and let's make it bold. So let's do font bold, maybe a little lighter. Let's try 500. Yeah, 500 will work for me. I will zoom in a little bit, and right, this will work. Maybe we could have a little bit more spacing here. So let's go here, and it's the margin top of 2. Yeah. Now we have grid with those days, weekday names. Now we want to put numbers here, right? So first we need to know what is the current month and when the first day of the month starts, because now we have July, and 1st of July actually starts at the Monday. But if there is other day, for example, other month, maybe the 1st of other month starts at different day. So there will be a lot of functionality related to dates. So I'm going to use and install first date functions. It's super popular, as you can see, 80 plus millions of installs. So let's grab this and let's do add this. And they have nice documentation website here. Let's see, documentation, and here you can search for a lot of functions. So for example, let's search for month. You can see like quarters, years to month, milliseconds, get date, is same date, set date. There are like hundreds, maybe not hundreds of functions, but a lot of functions that you can do on date, on date objects. So first I need to have the current date, of course, or maybe, yeah, current date. So let's do on the top here, const current date equals just new date. We need to do new date, and then we want to have a constant for active month, or actually we can do state for this, because later we will go back and forth with those buttons. So let's do a state with active month index and a set active month index, and I want this to be like from 0 to 11 or 1 to 12, something like this. And there is something like this in, so let's do current date, and I think it's get UTC, no, get month, and let's see what this returns. An integer between 0 and 11. So yeah, that's what we need. And of course we can print this maybe here, active month index. We need to add use client on the top, use client, and we have an error somewhere, looks like. Let's see what's the issue. Let's comment this. Let's maybe even comment this. Okay, so use client is causing an error. Let's see if I restart the environment. Will it help? No. Let's see why. Maybe double quotes, use client. All right, so I think I know what is the issue here. And it's the same problem we had before, where we are using this component, client component, and we are passing those booking types. It's a mongoose object, and it's some kind of stack trace that is in an infinite loop. So to fix it, we will just do this trick. We are going to convert this to a JSON string, and then we are going to convert this back. So let's do JSON parse, and JSON parse the JSON string, and now it should be fine. Yeah, no issues. And we have our index is 6, and because it's July today, if I'm correct, yes, it's July, and this looks fine now. So let's see here inside, active month index is 6, so that's correct. Now we want to get first date of the we have active month index, that is the default, that is current month, But now we want to get a first day of current month. How to get this? Well, we will do new date, and inside this constructor we can do let's maybe see how this looks like. Let's open here date constructor, and we can see that we can either pass a string like this, or we can pass something like this. So let's do, maybe we just need the year, month, index, and day. So I'm going to copy those for demonstration. For the year, we want to have a current year, but maybe there's something that we go back and forth enough times on those buttons that we will go to the next year. Let's say today is December, and then we want to go to the January of the next year. So we need to have an active year and set active year, and let's do use state, and here the default value will be current year. So for example, like let's do current year, current date, and get year. Let's see, get full year. Let's see what this returns, this function. Yeah, it returns, I guess, let's open this documentation here. Yeah, it returns a full year, like 2024. So we are going to put active year here and active month index, and for the day we are going to put 1. So now we should be able to print somewhere first day of the month. Let's maybe print this here, JSON stringify. Let's put first day of the month, and let's see. So we have something like this, and well, actually this is the last day, but of the previous month. So I guess we need to add some hours. Maybe it is the beginning of the current month, but in UTC time zone. So we can see there's no like plus, and for me it will be +2 hours or something like this. So let's see maybe what happens if we do 2. Maybe we don't even need, this is correct. This is first day of current month. In wrong time zone because it's in UTC, universal time, but this is correct value. This is what we want. From this, we want to get weekday, right? So let's see if we can get day, and let's see what this will do. It's 1. Okay, I think get day will get us the first day. So it's this. What I want instead is like a week index or something like this. So let's see, get, we have hours, seconds, but we don't have a weekday. So let's see what happens if we do to ISO string. We have something like this. I want to get weekday. Let's see here inside date FNS weekday. We have get day. Let's see what it does. It returns here the day of the week. 0 represents Sunday. So that's good. So let's do here a new constant first day of current month and weekday index. So it will be of the first month, first day of the active month. What is the current, what is the weekday index? So if the active month starts at Wednesday, we will have like 3. So we are going to use this get day function, get day from date FNS, and here we are going to put our date. which is first day of current month. And let's see what we will get. So I'm going to print this thing here, and let's see what we will get. We get 1. Let's see why get today. Okay, I get why 1 because July starts with Monday. Let's see the previous month. For June, for the previous month, it starts with like Saturday. So I will temporarily add -1 here, and let's see what we will get here. Then we have 6 for Saturday, and 0 is for Sunday. So now we want to change this index to like our index, because they have 0 for Sunday, and Sunday is the last one for us. So how we can do this? We can, instead of assigning this like this, that 0 is Sunday, I want the 0 to be, or maybe let's just do a new constant for this. Or actually would be much easier to put it in the same. So if this is, or maybe we can use their indexes. Let's maybe use their indexes. So now when we have an index of the first day, where it is on the weekday, so Saturday is the 6th, we need to calculate how many empty days we will first have. Because if I want to print June, I don't know why it says here July. Let's see. Okay, because I'm saying July, but it should say June because I did this -1. But basically, if June starts with the 6th day on Saturday, I want to have a 1 here, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days empty, right? So let's do const empty days count. And here I want to do that if this is 0, so it's Sunday, because 0 index is Sunday, then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's do 6. Otherwise, if it's not 0, so for example, if it's Monday, it's 1, for Tuesday, it's 2, for Wednesday, it's 3. So if we have 3, we need 2 days, and so on. So we need to use this -1. So let's do this -1. And I can maybe put this a little bit prettier as something like this. And this should work. Let's also maybe print this somewhere here. So we have 5 and then 6, because 5 empty days, and it starts on Saturday, the first day. What I want to fix now is this July. So let me see. Can I do something like month? Get month name. Yeah, we can do get month, but this just gives an index. I don't want index. I want to do format. Yeah, let's do format. And I want to see, yeah, here we have month, and I want to use this. So let's see where we have July. Let's put format function from date FNS, and let's put current or maybe active month index, not active month. Let's put current date, and then second param should be those months, and then we want to put here the active year, something like this. Now let's see. Yeah, we have July. I'm not sure if this should be July, because I had this -1 thing here. Let's see if I remove it. Okay, yeah, July was only added to the active month index, not to the name. So I want to fix this name again, but instead of just using current date, I want to I need to create a date here. So let's do new date, and I need to put here, let's see, we have this constructor year, month, and day. So let's do year, current year, not current, active year, and then active month index. I think it was, let's see, month index, and then a date. So let's put first, and let's see what we will get. So June, the last month, because I did this -1, just for testing empty fields that we will do now. So now let's see. So all of the dates, the current month is set now for -1 for the previous month, just for testing purposes here. But now we can print those empty days. Maybe I will do E for empty. So here we have this weekdays first, those, and now we will do next line, next row with empty days count. So we cannot do a for loop here inside React, but I can map through stuff. So first I'm going to do empty days array. That is an empty array. So let's do not array, let's do array from, and empty maybe E, and I think here we put a count. Let's see, no, but we can put no, I think it was another way, new array, and here in the constructor array length, so we can do empty days count like this. And then let's try to map through this. This will be empty, but we can do map, and for each empty value I will call it E. Maybe we can call it empty, and we want to print a div with, let's say, empty, just this string, and we get nothing. Let's see why. And maybe because it's empty, I don't know. Let's see, maybe we can do this another way. Let's do maybe empty array, and then let's try to use this fill, and this fill takes value, which will be empty string, and then we will have start and end, which is a number. So let's try with empty days count. Let's see why the value, can we do null? No. Can we do 0? 1? No. 2? Okay, I think that this says an error because this is an empty value. Let's see if we do like new array, and let's do empty days count. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, and we get empty, 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 and the day 5 empty days, as you can see, and the 6th should be 1 here. So this worked. Now we can get rid of this empty, and now we can do, let's put empty div here. We want to print the first day with 1, right? So now we want to like print all of the days from 1 to the last day. So what is the last day? First day of current month, it's this. So let's maybe create a array of days, days numbers, and on the beginning it will be empty, and then we want to loop through, and let's start with maybe, let's do maybe A, that will be current day for now. So let's do first day of the current month, and just copy of this. So maybe we can do clone. No, we can just use this, and we want to do change it to let, because we are going to change the value, and maybe we can put this the first day here inside. And now we will not need this because we can use these numbers. We want to do something like this. We want to push days into this array until the last pushed day is the last day of this month. So let's do const is last day, how we can know it. And there's a function for this in datefns. Last day of month is last day of month. So let's do is last day of month. And yes, and we need to put the last item. So last added day will be this of this length -1. Or actually, I think there is a function for this nowadays. Let's see. Can we do that last, find last index? We can define last. Then can we do and? No, there's no, I don't think so. So let's put this back as it was. This would give us the last item of this array. So we know the first day is not the last one, but now we are not for sure. Now we want to loop through this. So let's do something like this. We want to do something. We want to take this, put this here. We want to check the last added date. And we want to do this while we want also to add the next day. How do we add the next day? First, maybe let's add the next day. So to add the next day, we will do days numbers. We want to push. And how do we push the next day? We want the last added date. So let's maybe put this above here. And we want to add one day. There is a function for this called add days. So let's just use it. Add days from datefns, last added day. And we want to add one day here. And we want to do this while this last added day, so this one that we just added, is not last of the month. So not is last day of month, and we need to grab last added. So I'll do this, and let's hope we will not have infinite loop. I think it looks fine. Now let's try to print those. So let's do, let's see, days numbers. Let's map through those. Days numbers map, and let's do n for the number. Let's put parentheses, div, let's put n here. And okay, it's a date, so we cannot print this like this. Instead, we need to, let's use our format function from datefns. Format, and let's see, I want to put a date, month, and day of the week. Day of the week, I want a day of the month. Maybe it's here somewhere at the top. Week numbering, day of the month, day of month here. So we can do something like this with zeros or without zeros. What do we want? I think I want without zeros, so single D. So let's put here N and single D. And now we have our calendar. So that is nice. And now we want a little bit of styling. So let's see. First, I'm going to put this here, this here. Let's add some class names. Text center. and it's not, I don't think it's center. Okay, it is center, but those above are not center. So let's put here text center as well. Now it's better. So now I would like those to be like same size and styling like those. So let me put, I don't need uppercase. I want them to be smaller and bold and gray. Yeah, but with maybe some circle or something like this. So let's do background. Let's do gray 100. And but now we have those squares. I would prefer circles. So I will actually, this is like a cell, this div, a cell in the grid. I will put another div here inside just for this circle. So I will put this here, and maybe we can change this to a button because it will be clickable later. So let's put this here. And now it looks like this. We want, of course, to make it more of a circle. So let's put width and height of this. Let's put width of 6, same with height. Now we have something like this. I think it looks fine. Let's try to add border. Maybe no border, but let's make it rounded, full. And now it looks fine. I will also add flex and items center, so it will be centered, and justify center as well, just to make sure everything is centered and looks nicely. And because it's flex and not inline flex, it's not centered inside the cell. So let's do inline flex, and now it's centered nicely. I think maybe the circles are too small, so I'm going to change it to 8, and here to 8 as well. Yeah, I think that is better. I would prefer a little bit more spacing between. So let's see where we have this grid. Let's do grid, we have gap 1. Let's do gap X will be 1, but gap Y will be 2. Yeah, so now we have something like this. And maybe we can change this to inline grid, so it will not take the full width. And now we can move this back to just gap of 2. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Yeah, except that those arrows are here, but we'll fix it. Now we have days. Maybe now we can fix that. Let's get rid of those numbers and let's fix those arrows so we can switch months. So let's see. Let's see, we have those arrows here. And what do we want to change? We want to change like active month index and active year, right? So let's maybe create functions for this. Or actually, as you can see, active month index and active year starts with this current date. And we actually don't need to change month and year. We just need to change one state, one date. So let's do, let's create a state. So const active initial active calendar date and set active. I want to know what is the month and the day. So how can I call this? I want only to know what is the active month. Let's do state active month date and set active month date equals use state, and let's put current date as default. And now let's see, let's use this one here and this one here. And now we don't need to change both month index and active month index and active year. We just need to change this one, active month date. So when we want to go to the previous month, we do take this one, active month date, and we move 1 month back. And so let's see, where are the buttons here? So chevron left, we do on click, and there's add months, I think here, add months. How can I remove months? Not remove, but go back in months. Let's do months, and we have add months, we have sub months. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to set active month date, and we want to take the previous value. You want to sub month. Let's sub months. Let's import this function, previous value, and -1 month. Okay, let's see how it works here. Sub months. This function is also blah blah blah. Subtract the specific number of months from the given date. Okay, so now let's see here. Can I go back and forth? No, I can't. Let's see why. And active month date -1. Let's get rid of this for now. So now it's July, and then July 2024 starts with Monday. That's correct. But this button doesn't seem to work. Set active month date, and it should take the, let's see, and then this should be updated. So this should be updated automatically, or maybe not. I'm going to create the functions for those. Let's do function previous month. And to do this, I'm going to first do the same thing that we did inside this on click. So let's do this. And okay, I forgot about parentheses here. Now I want to also update, let's see, I want to also update month index, right? So let's do set active month index, and we do this with just, active month date. So we should grab the previous value. So let's first, because we don't want to use the previous value, we want to use the next value, right? So let's get rid of this. And here, let's do a regular function. So we'll have this, and let's maybe first call it new date. Const new active month date equals this. And on the bottom, we need to return it to update the state. Before we will do this, we will also update active month index and active year. And to update those, we need to do get month on this. So new active month date, get month, and here get full year. New active month date, get full year. And now let's use this previous month function somewhere on the button. Here, we don't need to use arrow functions. Let's see. Yeah, you see, it's changing. It works. So now let's do the next one, next month. So let's do here function. Let's put maybe all of the const and states here above. Here function, next month. And basically we need to do the same thing, but instead of sub months, we need to do add months. So let's see, add months. Let's import this one from date functions, and the rest should be the same. Now let's use this function, and let's see, Here, where is the button? Here is the button. On click, let's do this. So now I'm going to refresh July, okay, June, July, okay, so everything seems to work. Let's see, let's get rid of those numbers next to the buttons. So here we have this JSON, empty days count. Let's remove it. Now it looks fine. So now we should be even able to go to 2025, October, November, December, January 2025. So that is cool. It works nicely, and we have those days that we can click on. Right, so now we have a nice looking calendar, except that this goes all the way to the right. So let's maybe fix it. Let's see. We have this div here. Here we have our calendar. It's here we have flex. I don't know if we need flex or do we need this one to grow. Let's see if I remove this grow thing. I think it doesn't need to grow. So let's remove this grow. And later we will remove this empty space here. Or we will push stuff around so it will fill the space. But now I think it looks fine. This is 100%, but I'm zooming in so you guys can see a little bit better in case you watch on mobiles. So this looks fine. Now the next part, I would like to know which days are active and which days are not. As you remember, we have this JSON. Let me maybe put this here before we'll close this column. So let's put pre and let's do JSON stringify and let's do booking times null and 2, so it will be nicely printed. And now we can say that, for example, we can book on Tuesdays between those and those dates. So keys on those times on those on this array, on this object actually, is the name of the days that we can actually book. So we need to take keys now from this object, check if it's active, and then we need to put those different styling here, right? So I'm going to leave this JSON for now so we can see how it looks like and so on. Here we have our days. It's pretty simple, but I'm first going to just remove this one parenthesis here. I'm going to cut this and let's cut this. And I'm doing this because I want to have like curly brackets here, and then I want to do return parenthesis, or maybe even without parentheses. I can just paste this here and the result is the same. But this changes that I can put some JavaScript code here above to calculate stuff like is active, is bookable, can be booked, or something like this. So first we want to know if this specific date can be booked or not. So how can we know if this day can be booked? First we need to know if it's in the future. So let's do const can be booked. Do we have a function for this? Future is future. Yeah, let's do is future. Let's import this one and let's use our n, which is a date. It needs to be a future. And now let's maybe keep it this way. And now let's maybe add a little bit of styling. So for this button, we have this gray circle. Let's say that I will put curly brackets here so we can do some JavaScript manipulation. And let's do CLSX here function so we can combine some stuff. First string goes here, and now let's put this here. And instead of putting this here, I'm going to remove it, and now I will check it can be booked. If this can be booked, I'm going to put background let's say blue 200. Otherwise, I'm going to put background gray 300. Maybe let's also put 300 here. And now only future days can be booked. So all of the days, which is a little bit wrong, but if let's restart. Now today is 24th. This is the today's date. And you can't book for today. You can book only for the future. So from tomorrow you can book. And now I need, if I go further, I can see all of the days are blue because all of those are in the future, and the days in the past are gray. Is future is not the only requirement that we'll have, because we need to know if this specific day is active in the schema here. So I think we can call it, let's see, we had this booking times. How can we call it? Is active in booking times. Yeah, let's call it this way. And we're going to add this as a requirement here. Booking times. How can we know? First, we need to specify this one. So we need to check that this day index, weekday index, for example, it can be from 0, which is Sunday. We need to know if it's active inside this JSON. So active true for a specific key. So first, let's see if from the date we can get like Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We should have it inside format. So let's go here and let's see weekday. Week number. Here we have local day of the week, ISO day of the week, local week of year. Let's search for Monday. Let's see the first one, month. Okay, this is not day of month, day of week. Okay, this is what we want, and we want to take this version, the long one. So let's take this, and now let's do format n, and here those 4 E's, and we want to make it lowercase, right? Because inside our array it's lowercase. So let's do 2 lowercase, and this will just return for this specific day what day of the week it is. It can be even Monday. That's something that we don't have here. So maybe I will call it just index for now here, maybe weekday name index, and let's put this here. And then first, if we have it, we need to check if we have it inside booking times. So let's do booking times, and let's do here weekday name index. And now, as you can see, we have an error here because string was not found on booking times. And this is because we need to specify that this is actually weekday name. And now it works, but here we have an error. String is not assignable to this. All right, so I need to do as weekday name. So here inside this we will have the whole object if it's not empty, of course. Let's add question mark and dot just in case, and we want to check if it's active, right? We don't want the whole object. So maybe before this we want to have this the whole object, so we'll have also from and to. So const weekday config, let's call this way. Let's put this here. And now here, if it's active or not, we can do just weekday config, the question mark and dot just in case, and let's do active. So now let's see. Now, as you can see, we can book only, I'm going to refresh also. Today is this date. Maybe I could make this highlighted or something, or more, I don't know, different color, or maybe a border. Yeah, let's add the border for a current day, but we will do it in a second. First, as you can see, we can only book Thursday because it's active from 10:30 to 18:30, Friday, and then the next day is Tuesday because Tuesdays are also active, and Wednesdays are not. Same with Saturday and Sunday. So now let's add a little bit of styling for current for today. So the const is today, and I want to do something like this. Do we have a is today function? Yes, we do. That is awesome. But do we, or have I just used? Let's do is today. Yeah. So I need to come up with, or maybe I don't. Let's get rid of this, and here I'm going to do is today. Just use this function from date functions, n for the date, and if it is today, I'm going to do border and border 2 and border dashed, just to see how it looks like. Otherwise nothing. Maybe I don't need 2 of those, I just need this. Now let's see. So I got this weird border. Maybe I can do something else, like let me think. I can add a color. So let's do border black. And now I know that this is today, right? I don't like this styling, so I'm going to remove this gray color just to see how this will look like. Okay, so now this is today. Maybe I can remove this black color. Yeah, this is today. We could make this a little bit darker, or yeah, maybe we can do it darker. We can add a color. I don't know. Let's maybe add the color instead of this border. So let's do background gray 200. Yeah. And I think it looks nice. We could do underline, or I don't know if it matters. This looks fine for me. Now I want to change styling for the days we can book. So can be booked. I want to make the blue 100, so maybe 200. Maybe different color. There's also something called sky. Let's do 100, 200. No, maybe blue was the way to go. Okay, let's do blue, and let's also change the styling of the text. So let's do text blue, and I want to do like 900. Yeah, something like this. Let's test with blue 100. A little bit lighter here, 700. Yeah, I think this works. So yeah, those days look nice. Maybe here the numbers could be a little bit lighter. Let's see, text gray 500. Let's see, 400. Yeah, so we have something like this. And for today, let's do the date a little bit darker. So is today. Let's do text gray 600. So it will be more visible. Right, and maybe not that dark. Let's do 500. Yeah. And now let's see. This looks fine. And now I want to be able to click on a day. right? So if I click on a day, it should be selected. So let's do a state for this, right? So let's do const selected day, set selected day, use state, and this will be a date. So let's put null for now. But basically, when the uploads, I want to select the first available day, or maybe it should be null on the beginning. Let this be null on the beginning. But I'm going to type this, that this is either null or a date. All right, so now when I click on a bookable, on a date that can be booked. So for example, let's see here, can be booked is true. Then let's add on, let's maybe add first disabled. Disabled will be when cannot be booked. So those buttons don't do anything, and here we have arrows that we can click on those. Now we can add on click, and maybe I will specify a function for this. Function handle date, maybe day, click. Now let's see here, let's just put handle day, click. I'm going to use arrow function here because I want to specify here the day we are clicking on. So I pass this n, and here we can put day, which is actually a date. And so it's a full object with year and everything. So now when we click on this, we want to set this as active. So set selected day, set selected day to be this day. Let's see why we have an error. Set selected date looks fine. Cannot find this name. Set selected day. Okay, looks fine. And now, so now I should be able to click on those, but nothing happens because I don't use this state. I want to, here where we have classes, I want to check if it's selected or not. How can I check if it's selected? I need to check if this n is same as the value inside selected day. So is there a function for is same? Is same year? No, it's not like we need to compare this. Can we do compare? There's compare ask. Let's see what it does. Compare the two dates and return one. If the first day is after this, the second minus, and the 0 if they are equal. Let's check if we have is equal. Yeah, this is what I want to use. So here I'm going to add is equal from date fns. I want to compare n, so the current day in this loop, and let's see what was the name of that, and selected day. Selected day. And if those are equal, I want to do background blue, and let's say 500. Otherwise nothing added. Let's see what's the issue here. Okay, I need to first check that this is not null. So let's do it's not null, and then equal. So now you can see that I can click on those dates, which is nice. Let's also add white background here. So here, sorry, white text white. Doesn't work. Let's see, we have, because we have, here we have text blue, and here we have text gray. Let's move this text gray here. Let's refresh. No, doesn't seem to work, because we are setting this on can be booked. Let's add, let's maybe put this is selected above as a constant. Constant, whoops, constant is selected equals. And now let's put this here. And now we can do something like this. Can be booked and not is selected, is today, and not is selected, and here we will do only is selected. Right, and now we have white background, white text for those. We can go also in the future and select those, and seems to work nicely. So now we need to have those time buttons, right? So now what we want to do is, if you select a date, for example, Thursday here on August 2024, I know it's August 1st, I know it's Thursday, so I can go here and check, okay, I can book from this to this date, and I can check the meeting length, but basically I would just loop through all of the hours here from this thing to this thing to just print the buttons. So yeah, we have a working calendar. So now let's jump on the time buttons. I will leave this JSON for now, just so we can see how it looks like. Maybe we want also to save this to state, because when we select one of those, we know it's we can save this from and to, so we can actually save config, selected config. So let's maybe do this const. We have selected day here above, but let's add selected day config and set selected day config. And now let's put use state. And I'm going to put here that it's, maybe I don't need to. I will not put this because I can calculate this. So here on the somewhere on the bottom, before we will do the functions, we prepare all of this data. I can do something like this, const active day config, and now I just need to know if we have a selected day. It should be selected day config. If we have selected day, I want to take the week day like this, and I want to grab the from and to, or the whole thing here. So first we want to grab from the selected date. Selected day, we want to grab the date, so the value, and then we want to take the weekday. We did it before, and we did it here somewhere. Let's see, weekday name index. So let's do this here on the top. Maybe first let's change to let in case it's empty. So let's do first null, and then if we have a selected day, then we'll grab the weekday name from the selected day. So we have like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Let's call it weekday name index. And now we can go to the booking times of this index. So let's do weekday name index. And now we can assign it to config, or maybe selected day config equals this. Selected day config, selected day config. Should be const here. So now if we go down, here we have time buttons. Instead of time buttons, I'm going to print pre and now JSON and stringify selected day config, null and to, so everything is printed like this. And if I refresh, it's null. If I select a date, we have from and to. Now I can get rid of this. So let's remove this pre. All right. And now I want to check from and to time, and I want to loop through those. And I want to find all the times that we can book. So for example, from 10:30, and I want to be able to, let's maybe do every like half hour interval. So let's go to the top here, and let's maybe put those into an array. So here on the top, I will put, not on the top, but booking times. We have actually booking times here, and it's this whole config thing. Let's do booking hours. It's an empty array. But now here, when we have a config, I know what is the from and to, and I will do something like this. I want to add the first bookable time, which is from. So let's do, maybe let's call it first like A or something like this. A equals from. So let's do selected day config from, and let's add this. So let's do booking hours push A, while A is smaller, is before from date functions, while A is before 2. So let's do selected day config and 2. All right. And A is a date. So let's see, it's string or undefined. We need to fix that it's not undefined. So let's see. Let's do as date, because we know it's always a date. Well, actually, we have an error here. It says can be a mistake. Let's see what this is, from to or undefined. So maybe we can do first, we need to check if we have selected day config. And then let's put all of this here inside. Okay, now we don't have any problem. And we don't need those question marks. And okay, this will work. Booking hours push A. And then we want to add half hour to the A. So let's do A equals add minutes from date functions and A and 30 minutes. This should work, right? We want to push A, and then you want to add minutes. Let's see, this is a string. Okay, so this is the problem. We cannot change types. And so basically this means that first we need to convert this to a date. So let's first here put new date from the selected day. Let's start here with the selected day like this. And we want to do set on the selected day, we want to set hours set time. Can we do set time? Yeah, we can. Let's see, set time. Let's see this function. And where is set time? Set time, time value. Okay, I don't think it's what we need. So let's do set hours. And we need also selected the day, set minutes. And we can grab this from the config, right? From. So let's do const, and we can grab it like this. Hours and minutes from. So let's do select the day config from, and it looks like it has this like colon between. So I can do just split by colon. And now age here, maybe we can call it hours, and minutes, here hours, and here minutes. And this will be a string, and set hours needs to be a number. So I will do parse int here, and same here below, parse int. So we'll convert this to numbers. Right, now we have an error null. Now we have an error here. Let's see. Now our selected day contains the from. From time. So now our a, it's not defined anywhere. So let's do let a equals selected day, and selected day is the selected day. So for example, 25th, and then we have this from time added to it. Now, as you can see, it's not coloring, and this is because we modified this to have to put those hours and minutes. So to change this, I'm going to define a separate constant for selected day with selected day from, and let's do clone selected day. Can we do something like this? No. Can we clone a date? Clone? No. Clone date object JavaScript. So we can do just new date and date inside. All right. So let's do a new date, and let's put this, and let's just use this thing here, and a will be selected day from. Now it should be colored. So if I click 25th, it's correct. 25th, it's colored. And now the a is 25th and 10:30. And now we add minutes, 30 minutes. We do a loop while a is smaller than the 2. So this thing. Actually, we should check that it's smaller or the same. Is smaller or the same, that it needs to be before plus amount of minutes plus the length here. So we need to know the length here, and we don't. So I'm going to put this here. We need another property called length. Let's add length. It will be meeting length, of course, length, and it will be a number. Let's go to this page. Let's put length to be etdoc and the length, and now it should work here. So we have length. Now we can use it. We can use it here. Let's see. We have working hours. We need to check that this time plus the length of the meeting. So let's do add minutes. Whoops, let's close this. And we need to add length. Right, and let's see what's the issue here. Number is not assignable to parameter of type number. Okay, I forgot that here we have lower. It should be like this because it's TypeScript typing number. Now let's see. Now this works. So it keeps adding a to the booking hours. A starts with the selected day from this time, and then it keeps adding to those booking hours until the a plus the length, while a with minutes added length is while it's smaller than 2. So now let's see if we can print those booking hours somewhere here. So here, let's do booking hours. Let's map through this booking time. I'm going to call it this way. And let's put a button, or maybe a div first with a button with booking time. And this is a string. This is a date object. So we need to format this. Let's put format booking time. Let's go to we closed our date FNS. date FNS format, and I want to specify time, format time. So let's search for hour. Let's see here, time, AM, PM, hour. Here we have hour. So I want to have this hour. So let's put string here, hour, colon, and then a minute, double minute. So smaller Now let's see, 10:30. If I select, we have 10:30 only. So it's not adding as it should. We have only one. So something's wrong here in this loop. So it did add this. This seems to be wrong. While this is before 2. Okay, this is wrong because this is a string and we need to have a date here. So let's do selected day 2. Const selected day 2. We need a date. So let's do new date, selected day. And we need to do the same thing, set hours and set minutes, but not from those hours and those minutes. We should actually rename this to hours from, and those should be renamed to minutes, minutes from. And now we should do the same thing for here, hours to and minutes to, minutes to, and here we need to do 2, and hours to, minutes to, and we have now 18:30 the last time, but now we can use here selected day 2, selected day 2, and here we put selected day 2, and now we have a lot of times. So let's see, if I select 25th, and the first day should be 10:30, that's correct. And the last time is 17:30. And why is that? This is because we cannot do 18:00 because here the day ends at 18:30 and the meeting is 35 minutes. So it would end at 18:35. So everything seems to be correct now. Now let's scroll down. We have those hours here. I think we don't need this config anymore. So let's get rid of this. Now we want to print, make those buttons pretty, right? And maybe we can change to make it a little bit shorter, like this short. I don't know. And I want to print the name, the date name here. So maybe here on the top I will do a booking, maybe selected day, and 2 local date string. Let's see what this gives. Yeah, but I would prefer to format this differently. So let's do format from date FNS. Selected day, and first I want to have a weekday name, so Friday, so 4E. Let's put 4E, comma, and then I want to do the month name. So let's see, month, month, it should, I want to jump to the page. Month, let's see, I want to full, so I want 4 M's, and now day of the month, so I think it should be somewhere calendar year, extended year, quarter, month, day of month, and I want to have this with single D. Let's put this, let's see how it looks like. Friday, July 26th. And yeah, I think this looks fine. Now let's style the buttons. So we have button here. Let's put the text underneath. Let's do class name, and And now for the buttons, I want to add the border. Border should be blue 600, something like this. And should be bigger. Let's do 4, a smaller 2, and rounded large. Yeah, something like this. Maybe we can do like 3, no 4. Yeah, and text should be the same color. So let's do text blue 600, 600. Yeah, and let's make it bold, font bold. Yeah, now I want to have some spacing between the buttons. So here I'm going to put, no, not on this div. I will grab all of the dates inside the div, like this. And on this, I will add the flex row, and gap of 1. Flex column, like this. Yeah, this looks nice. Or actually, we could just do grid with 1 column. This looks nice. Now we want this to take, the button should take all the space. So let's put with full and block. Yeah, this looks nice. Let's do border of only 2. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And let's see if I zoom out. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe we could do a little bit more spacing, but here we have a lot of dates. And maybe if we have a lot of dates, we can put 2 rows. So first and the second. Yeah, let's do this. Here we have an issue with selected day. Okay, because this selected day can be null. What can we do? We can do something like this. If we have selected day, let's do end, and then let's print this div only if we have selected day. So if I refresh, nothing, then I select this, we have selected the day. Now, let's maybe see this day because it looks better. I will zoom back in. Yeah, I think this looks fine. And now when I click on one of those, maybe let's get rid of this border. We don't need this border black. We need some spacing here, of course. So let's see. Let's put a paragraph. Let's put this here. Or maybe we don't need this. Let's add margin top from here. 4, maybe that's too much. Let's do 2. Yeah, this will work. Now let's do more spacing between the times and the calendar. So here, let's see. Here's our box, and let's see. Here we have, yeah, here's our time picker, the whole calendar thing. We have gap 4. Let's see, gap 16. That's too much. Let's do gap 8. I think this looks nice. We could maybe try with like gap 12 or something like this, or gap 10. I think this will work. And now if I refresh, nothing here. Then if I click one day, I see all of those days. Would be nice to have like semi-bold. Let's see if we can have it. Here on the buttons, font semi-bold. Yeah. It's 600. Let's see that we are importing this. So where is our layout for this file? Let's see. It's let's go to app, and it's booking, and then layout. We don't have any font here as we do with the layout that we have for site. So let's do the same font, and let's put this to booking layout. Let's define this font here, and we wanted this 600, right? Let's go back and make sure. Time picker, semi-bold. Yeah, 600. So let's add here 600. And we need to add this. So let's do, should be on the body, or let's add on the HTML. Class name. And let's do noto.class name. And now we have different font, so that is nice. Yeah, I think this will work. This looks nice. And now we have those dates. And yeah, I think this looks cool. It works. Maybe we could do max height of this, and then we can do scroll. So let's maybe do this. Here we have all of those buttons. Let's do max height of I don't know, 24, and then overflow should be automatic, so I should be able to scroll here. Let's see, overflow, not hidden, scroll. Yeah, so now I can scroll here. What if I do just auto? Yeah, I can scroll. Let's make it bigger, like 80 is too big. Let's do 64. Somewhere the size of this calendar, right? So let's see, 48. Yeah, I think this is almost nice. 50 something maybe. 52. Yeah, almost. This kinda works. I don't know. I'm not sure. And this is also hidden. I want to then add some padding on the left side, padding on the right side of 2. And so we have some spacing here. Yeah, I think this would work. But I would prefer to have this scroll bar here. So let's see how we can do this. Let's see if we have something else here. No, this is the end. And we have this padding on the whole thing, padding of 8. And to have no padding, but this scroll bar here, we need to get rid of this padding, and we need to assign padding for basically here. And then here separately. So let's see, here we have this padding background white. Let's see where it is. It's on the page. So booking URI page, we have this padding 8. Let's remove it. Now, as you can see, it looks bad. So let's jump to the first part, this. And let's try to put padding of 8 maybe here. Yes, it worked. And yeah, it worked fine. Now, it also added padding to the side here. So maybe we can get rid of this gap of 10. And now let's see where we have those times. So let's add the padding top to be 8. Yes, and padding left to be, let's do maybe 4, or maybe 2 will be good enough. And now this overflow and padding right, let's move to here. And now let's see if I click here, then we have a scroll. I want to have more space to the right, so let's do padding right of 4. Yeah, this works, but I don't want the scroll to start on the top. I want to have a little bit of spacing, or maybe don't. This would work. I want to get rid of this white space here. So let's see what happens if I remove this max width thing that we put on the page. On this white box, I think it's somewhere with 80. Let's see. Okay, so now it's something like this. Let's put this back. With 80, we have this max width here. Let's see if I remove this thing. Okay, then it goes all the way because it's flex. Let's see if I do inline flex. Okay, then it gets interesting. It looks better, I think. But we need to make it centered. So on this one, let's add also text center. And now it's centered. And if I select day, yeah, that looks really nice. I need to add bottom padding here. So let's go back to time picker. Our selected day. We have buttons here. Let's add the padding top. Let's change the padding top and the bottom. So here we have some padding. And here we don't, I don't know why. Let's refresh, pick the date, and I don't know why, but I don't have any padding. Let's add padding bottom 8. Nothing changes here. Let's see if I inspect this thing. Padding, we do have a padding, but it's like disrespected. So here on the top, we get this padding from the top, and it looks nice. But then if I scroll to the bottom, it doesn't seem to work. So I think what I will do is let's get rid of this padding bottom, and here let's do just padding top. And to fix this issue, after the last button, I will just add a div with margin top or margin bottom of 8. Just simple. Well, it didn't help. If I put a here maybe, then I get the spacing here. So I need to put something inside. I'll put a space. Space didn't work. Let's put no breaking space. This is character. And now it works, as you can see. Now I have Thursday and so many dates. For Friday I have less dates. I need to have more spacing here on the right. Let's see, padding left is 2. Let's do like 8 or I don't know, 10. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's see. Yeah, I want to have less spacing here, so let's see. Padding left, let's do maybe like 2, and on the right I want to do 8. Maybe that's too much. Let's do 4 here, so we would have like the same spacing. Let's see. Here we have like 64, and to here we have 57. I think this looks good though. But it would be better to have the same value. So let's do padding left here, maybe 2. And now I think I would have the same values. So let's see, like 54, something like this. And here to the right, we have like 58, 54 maybe. I don't know, looks the same. So let me see if I inspect here. And let's see. So on the left we have 2 RAM, and here we have, let's see, on the computed 32 plus 8 is 40. And then let's see on the right side. On the right side we have only 32. So we have more on the left side. But I think it looks fine. It looks really nice. So if I select, I have those dates. Looks fine to me. I will increase the gap between the buttons. Yeah. And I think they look just fine. Yeah. They look fine. And I can scroll and it looks nice. One thing is that this shouldn't go this way. So I think it's because of not is here, it's here. We have this grid, and here inside, let's do text left, and now it looks fine. So we have this clock and description text left because we added this text center here. All right, and I think it looks fine. So now the next part would be that we can click on those and confirm. If we click, we should go to the confirmation where we fill the information like name, email, and we should see the date, right? So this seems to work, everything. Looks fine to me. So the next step will be when I'm visiting this as a guest, I pick a day, I click, I wonder also why we have different widths. Maybe let's fix this first. I want to have the same widths for those buttons. So let's see, in this div that holds the whole, okay, I know why we have different widths, because sometimes Thursday is longer than Friday, then the name is longer. But if we put a custom width, like width of 12, sorry, should be like 42, then it looks good. I guess for all of the days. No, let's do more, like 64. Okay, here we can see that's too much, and this label should be, this Friday thing should be aligned to the left. So let's add here text left. Yeah, and let's make it a little bit shorter, like 40. Maybe let's do 52. Yeah, can we do like 48? Yeah, let's see Thursday. Yeah, I think 48 looks good. Yeah, this works nice. So, now also this should be to the left, I would say. So let's go back to the booking page. Here we have title. Let's put this text left. Yeah. And now we get this link and we want to book an event here. So we pick day and okay, not enough space for longer names. Maybe we can make those names a little bit smaller. So here I'm going to the text smaller. Yes. And I think it works nice. Yeah, this looks good enough. Now, when I click on one of those dates, I should see another page where I can book. So I can leave the information about my name and an email and additional information. So this will be the next step. All right, so now let's do something like this. I would like that when we click on a time, I would like to change this part of the view to a form where you can put like your name, email, maybe some notes, and you will have like a header here with the date and time, and you can go back, of course. So now we don't have any on click on those buttons. And here are those buttons listed. So I think the first thing we will need is to change it to a link. We could make this to a button and do on click and then change the view. I think it would be better to do this as a link, so we would have a separate page for this, separate URL. So let's do graph here. And now let's see what should be the URL. Well, for now we have David and then quick meeting. Maybe if we could add like here after this date and time, like let me think 2024, like a date and time here. And then we would see a form here on the right side, and we could keep the left side. So let's say that the URL will be something like this, slash and then username, which we don't have here. So we need to go back to this page and we need to pass along the username. Let's see, here we have the username. We need to pass it along to the time picker. So let's do username. And we need to pass username, and we need to pass also this thing. Or maybe actually we don't, because I don't need to specify the full URL from slash from the beginning. I can specify like this. And if I put just test for now, and okay, it goes to /David/test. And what I want to do is to add something on top of this. So it looks like we would need to have information actually from here. We put here booking times and the length, and both of those, as you can see, come from this document. event type document. And now we also need to have a username and the URI of the meeting. So let's pass this also. Let's do username equals username, and the meeting URI equals event type doc dot URI, like this. Now we need to specify those two, meeting URI and username, here inside. So let's add those meeting URI and the username, and here typings. So let's do a meeting URI is a string, and same with username, it's also a string. Now username is not defined. Let's see why. Username here, I think we need to grab it from props and then params and then username. All right, and that should work. Let's go back here, and now we have those two, so we can use those inside our button links somewhere here. Yeah, so now let's do maybe backticks and let's do slash. First we need to put the username slash, and now let's put meeting URI slash, and then we want to put the date here, right? So how we can do this? We can do like this. We can take this booking time and let's put as a variable here, and we can do to UTC, maybe to UTC string. So we will have a date and time that is okay, it doesn't look good because let me click on this. It looks like this, and I don't like this. I would prefer to that it should look like more without any spaces. Let's try to ISO string. Let's see this one. Let's refresh and let's click this one. Well, I think this looks much better. And here inside we have time zone and everything. So I think this works. So we could also do like a timestamp with just a number, but I think this is more clear. So if I take 26 and 8 a.m., we get actually 6 a.m. because my time zone is plus 2 hours from the GMT time zone. So this is correct. Now this will work. Now we need to create a page for this. So let me see. Let's close this public. Let's close libs and models. Now the previous page was inside booking. It was this username, booking URI, and page. Now we have another segment that we need to add, and this is this booking time. So let's do another directory here inside. Booking should be in square brackets because it's like variable, booking time. And then let's create a file inside page.tsx. So now if I put export here default function, booking form page, and let's do return parenthesis. Let's maybe put div form for booking. So now I have this form for booking, and if I go back, I can go back and forth. This is how the structure looks like. So inside booking URI we have page, that is this page, because we have this segment that is first username. There's another segment for booking URI, and then we have page inside booking URI, but we also have another segment, another like slash, and another segment here. When we go here, we pick a date, and then we have this. What I want to do now is I want to have the same layout. So here we have like empty layout, just HTML and body. Here I have this all of the design from here, and what I want to do is I want to take this design except the right side. And I want to put this inside the layout for those segments, booking URI, and then for the next one, booking time. So let me see. First, maybe let's grab just everything. I'm going to copy this the whole thing here, HTML, and let me see here. Here inside, I will do a new layout.tsx, and let's do export default function. Oops, export default function. Let's call this layout maybe booking layout, booking box layout. Why not? Let's do return here. And if I paste this, we can see that few things are missing. So we need to fix it. If I save it, we will have a lot of errors, of course. Let me maybe first grab and see what we have inside props. So let's just return JSON stringify props, so we can maybe see what's inside here. That's not readable, so I'm going to return here first, maybe div, then pre, and then here let's do JSON stringify and null and 2, so we will see this better. So we have children, of course, we need children, then we have template, and we have also params, and this is what we actually need. Because we need to know username and booking URI here, as you may guess. So let's grab it. So for those props, we need to type them first. So let's do type layout props equals, and of course we have children, and those are React node. And then we also have it was params. So params, and inside params we have let's see, username and booking URI. Username string and booking, it goes like this, URI, which is also string, but we need to put it like this. So it will work because we have this dash thing here. Now we can type our props, layout props. We only typed the things we need. I didn't type this template. There's no need for this. Now let's get rid of this weird return. And now we need to grab this document, event type document. So let's go to the booking URI page, as you can see, this one, and let's see how we are grabbing everything. I'm going to just select all of this, and I will put this here to my layout. Now we have an error because we need to add async here, and let's save it. And now it works, except we don't put children anywhere, which we should because it's a layout. So let me go to the right side, which is this part, only the picker. So let me remove this picker, and let's put here children, and it should be props children, right? And now we have two boxes, of course, because on this page we don't need all of this anymore. We only need this time picker, right? So let's just keep this time picker, and the rest can be most likely removed. If I save it like this, now it looks fine. And if I pick a time, we have this form for booking. So this looks nice. Now this time picker needs this needs those params, event type. Do we need all of this? Do we need yeah, I guess we need. So let's skip this this part. Right, so now we can go to our, let's see, we can go to our form for booking. And as you can see, let's go here, form for booking. And it this page is only this, but it gets everything else from the layout. So that is nice. Now let's fix so we can actually have this form for booking. So for this, I was thinking that first we need to grab this part. So let's put maybe all of the props here, and let's type them page props. And let's do type page props and equals, and now let's do something like this. So we have params, and then we have those three. So let's do params, and inside params we have username, which is a string. Then we have meeting URI. Let's put those here, meeting dash URI, which is also a string. And then we have like time, booking time. So let's do, and it's also, as you can see, the segment is also with dash. So we need to put this inside those. So let's do booking time, and let's put string. All right. Now let's try to print all of this. So let's do JSON, stringify. Let's do props and params. And now we have all of this. So this looks fine, except the datetime, which got those %3, but we'll fix it in a moment. We will need to grab username and meeting URI and booking time. So let's start with this. Let's do const username and equals props username, props params username. Now meeting URI equals props params and meeting URI. All right, and then booking time. So let's do const booking time, and we could do it this way, but I want to get rid of this %3 and I want to have colons instead. So let's do try with URL dot, and I think there's something like URL search params, and then no, it's not URL search params. It's a function decode URI component. Let's put this, and now let's try to print everything here. Username, meeting URI, and booking time, and let's see how it looks like. So now we have like this: username David, booking time, and this. The meeting URI doesn't show up. Meeting URI. Let's see why. Booking URI. Yeah, that should be booking URI. So let's change this, booking URI. And now we have everything. So let's change this as well, booking URI. And here, booking URI. Right, so now we have all of the data. And first what I want to do, I want to parse this to a date object. So let's do const booking. Actually, I can do this directly here. So let's do new date, and let's put this here. And now, what do we want to do with this booking time? First, I want to put a headline here. And maybe we can keep this, but I want to put null and 2, so it will be, and inside the pre tag, so it will be formatted. So we have something like this. Right, first, the whole thing here should be text left, the whole div. And then the first will be the headline here on the top. I want to just grab this, but I want this to make it prettier. Let's put h2, and I'm going to use this format function from, let's see, from date functions, yes. And here I will put booking time. And how do I want to format this? I want to format this the same way we do it here, plus the hours, time, sorry. So let me go to this booking URI page, or actually, yeah, it's here inside time picker. And then let's see here where it is. Here. This is what I want to use. Let's copy this. Let's go back to our booking time page. Let's put this here. Let's pick this. And now I want to add the time here. So let me see the time, day, AM, PM, hour. So here I want to use HH and then also minutes. Let's see. HH, colon, and then I want to do minutes, double M. Let's see, let's put this here. And now we have something like this. Well, doesn't look perfect. July 26th, Friday, July 26th, 0800. Maybe I will add a comma here. Yeah, I think this looks better. Now let's add some class names. So first I want to have some padding, of course. So let's add padding of 4, but I think we will need more. Let's do 8. We have this. Now I want to put a form here so we can have, we can ask for name, email, and notes. So let's put a form here. No action. Here I want to put an input for name. So let's do here. I just save it. Let's add maybe placeholder first and last name. Yeah, something like this. Then I want an order for email. I'll change this to type email here. Test@example.com. Yeah, we need to fix styling inside globals for email. And then a text area, I will close it like this. I don't need any calls and rows or ID. Let's see. Yeah, we have text area. Let me fix the styling for that one. Let's go to globals and let me see here. We have input, form input text. We need to add also for password. Let's see. No, not for password, for email. Let's refresh. And we also need to add this here. Yeah, now it's better. Now I think we will add some labels. So let's put label, no HTML4, just a span here saying your name. And let's put this here. Now let's do the same thing for the email. Let's put a span, your email. And let's put this one here. Label and no HTML4. Let's put a span, any additional info, and let's put this text area here. So now we have a form that looks like this. I think it looks nice. Yeah. Now we need, of course, a button. So maybe after here, the div with class name text right. I want to put a button. So let's do button with class name of button blue that we created. Book this meeting. And yeah, I think this looks fine. I don't know if book this meeting is the best. Maybe we could do like confirm or yeah, confirm. Yeah, I think confirm will is better. So first name, last name. For the text area, I will also add a placeholder. Why not? Placeholder will be want to share any relevant information, or maybe just any relevant information. And let's put this, that this is optional. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Maybe we could make this header a little bit prettier, something maybe like this. So I'm going just to copy this from the layout. Let's see, we have it here. So I will just copy all of this. And let's go back to this booking page. And here, let's do class name. Let's put this. We don't need this text left. And now we have something like this. I'm not sure if I like it. I think it's too bright. So let's do maybe here 40. Okay, this is like the underline. So let's keep it 10. I don't see the text color, so let's add it manually here. Text gray 500. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine. And then we have your name, your email, and additional information. For your name, let's put John Doe, and this looks nice. Then what should happen when we click on confirm? We need to take off this information. We need to save to the database. And we need to create this event on both of those calendars. So for that person, for me, and for the person that leaves an email here. So two things needs to happen when we click confirm. Save all of this, maybe including this, to the database, create an event, and show like thank you page. When you click on this, I will hide the form and I will say here, thank you for your booking. Something like this. So now let's first save it to the database. I want to save this, this, and this. And of course, information about the event type that we grab, that we grab here from the booking query. I want to send this as well, and of course the username. So basically, all of this information: name, email, notes, username, booking query, and booking time. So now we need to create a model for this. So let's go to models, and I will call it maybe just booking model. Let's do booking.ts. And here, let's first create schema, const booking schema equals new schema from Mongoose, yes. And now let's maybe also put type for this. So type booking equals, and should be, I think it should be interface. Let's put iBooking, and it should extend, I think it was document, right? Let's see, Mongoose document. So let's go here, Mongoose, let's import the whole Mongoose document. All right, and here I want to put all of this information. So I want the booking time, and what else? I want to put I don't want to put those two. Instead, I want to use event type ID. And I also need all of this. So maybe let's start with those three. So let's put name is a string, email, maybe let's call it guest name, guest should be one S, and guest email. And then do we need notes? Maybe guest notes. This is also a string. So we have those three things. And now let's use time. Let's put our time. So let's do when. It will be a date. And then what else do we need to have? We'll have a date. And for the booking time, now we need those two. So username and booking query, either this or event type ID. So let's do event type ID, and this will be a number, or actually string, because IDs are strings inside the Mongo databases. Right, so now for the schema, let's do guest name, which is type string. Whoops, here commas. Guest email, same thing. And guest notes, same thing. When will be a date, and then we have event type ID that will be a string. And that will look fine. And now we should probably also put this iBooking here. And now we can create model. So let's do const booking and export const booking model equals. First we check inside the models if we have booking model here. Otherwise, we create a new model with our model function. And here we put name of the model, which is just booking. And here the schema, booking schema. All right, and this should work. Here I forgot to put the typing of iBooking. Yeah, this should work. So now let's try to use this booking model. But before we will do this, we need to make we need to send this form, right? We need to send it somewhere. We need to save it. Let's go back to this page. So before we will send this, I want to have a state for those three inputs. So we have those username, booking URIs, and booking time. Let's see if I can put use client here, and it seems like it worked. Now let me put a state. So let me do here maybe const, and let's do well, we need this name, email, and notes. So let's do name set name equals use state default empty string, and let's refresh. Yeah, it works. Let's do const, and now email set email equals use state, and the last one will be notes, set notes empty string as the default. Now I think I would prefer to put the same names here, so let's do guest and email name and so on, and here let's also add the guest name. So guest name, set guest name, guest email, set guest email, guest notes, set guest note. Right, so now let's put those. First one for the name value, guest name on the change event, whoops, arrow function, set guest name, event target value. Now same thing for the email and text area. Here value will be guest email. On change we will do event and arrow function, set guest email, event target value. Right, and the last one, text area. Let's do value will be here will be guest notes, not guest name, guest notes. And on change we will do event arrow function, set guest notes, event target value. All right, so now we have a state for those. And what do we want next? We want to make this button needs to be type of submit, or we could add on click. Yeah, on other places we did on submit on the forms. Here I will show you how to do on click. I could show you. This is just you do type of button and then you add on click. But I think a better way of doing this is actually handle form submissions. So let's do submit, and let's add here on submit. And Let's define a function for this function. Handle form submit. We get an event, which is form event from React. So let's do here handle form submit. First, we want to prevent default. Then what do we want to do? Let me put some spacing here so it will be more readable. We want to grab all of this state and we want to send it. Let's do this with Axios. Axios, let's send this as a post to /API/bookings. Why not? We will create this endpoint in a while. So we do this, then we will do, then we want to send all of this data. So let's do guest name, guest email, and guest notes. Right, and let's grab a response. Const response equals await this. Let me maybe put this data, const data here, and let's put data here. We need to make this async function because we have await inside. And now what do we want to do? We have a response. Well, actually, we don't need a response because if everything goes well, we want to just notify the view. So let's do const confirmed, set confirmed, and let's do false by default. And but if confirmed here, let's do and let's do a div saying thanks for your booking. That's it. And here, if not confirmed, let's do end parenthesis and let's put this form thing here inside here. And yeah, we are sending all of those inputs, but I forgot that we are not sending those things. So we are not sending username and booking URI. Let's add this. So here, let's add the username and booking URI. Yeah, now it should work. Let's get rid of this JSON. And this looks fine. Maybe we could make this a little wider. Let me see. Let's do minimum width of 64. Nothing changes. 120. No, can we do just width? Let's do width of 124. We can do max width. Let's do 80. That's small. Can we do? Okay, we can do like this. This is like 80%. Let's see. No, this doesn't look good. Let's put width and custom value of 400 pixels. Yeah, I think this will look nice. All right, so we have this. Let's see how this looks like if we have confirmed to true. Thanks for your booking. Let's add the exclamation mark. And this looks fine. Now let's hide it. Put this false as the default. Here, after we send this, let's do set confirm to true. And now we need to create this endpoint, right? So let's go to, let's see, API, and then we will do booking or bookings. So let's do new file. I would do directory here first. So let's do bookings and then route ts inside. Bookings and write ts inside. So this is a post that we are going to receive. So let's do export async function post. And we get a request here, which is a next request. And what do we want to do with this request? We want to grab all of the data. So let's do const and let's do data equals await request JSON. So we have the data. Now we want to probably grab everything, maybe not everything from the data. but we want to first we want to save it, right? So let's try to save it. First, we need to use connect to the database. Let's do mongoose connect. Let's add a wait. Here, process that environment that mongodb URI as string. And now let's use our model, which is booking model. Let's import this one. Let's do create. And here we need also a wait. We can grab the result as booking document in case we will need this, but I think we don't. We just need to create it. And now what do we want to do with this? We need to pass the data, right? So we can see inside that this is we need guest name, guest email, and guest notes. So we can grab those three from data. The const guest email and guest name and guest notes from data. Now let's put those here: guest name, guest notes, and the guest email. Right, and we also need to push one more thing, I think. When. Okay, when and event type ID. So let's put here when and event type ID. Right, and now let's try to find those. So let's see what we are actually sending. We are sending guest name, guest notes, username, and booking URI. We forgot about the booking time. So let's do booking time. Let's also send this. And let's grab it here. Booking time. And when, let's put booking time. And event type ID. We are not sending ID, but we are sending username, this username, and booking URI. So we can grab it from our event type model. Let's find one. We want to find one where username is data username and URI is data booking URI. And let's do const event type document equals await this. A better way of doing this would be actually to type also data. So we could do, let's see, we could go back to this page. We could grab all of this and we could say that type JSON data equals this. Let me now put this here and let's put all of those into separate lines. And now for all of those, I think all of those will be string TypeScript strings, and booking time as well. So all of those will be strings. And now we could put here that as JSON data like this. So we will now have like URI. Let's do data dot, and we have, let's see why I don't get it's any. Okay, I typed this. No, it shouldn't be as here, but here should be JSON data. And now we can see that this doesn't exist, but if I do like this, if I do dot, I can see all of the stuff that we have inside thanks to TypeScript. Right, so now we should have this event type document. So here let's put event type document dot and underscore ID. Let's see what's the issue here. it can be null. So let's do if it's null, event type document. Then let's do return response JSON invalid URL, and let's do status 404. And here, when everything goes correct, let's do return response JSON. Okay, maybe true, doesn't matter. And we could do like status 201 actually here, created, and not 200. Right, so this looks fine. Now I will need to restart my environment, so we will have this new model, booking model. And let's see what will happen if I put some stuff here. I will also go back to my database to see all of the collections. So let's see, here I will put test 1, here I will put my my email and test notes. Right, let's open inspect here, network, and let's see what will happen if I click confirm. 500 error. So if you get errors like this, you don't get any information that here that is relevant. Instead, it's a request to the backend, so you need to scroll up here, and you can see open your must be string got undefined. So something wrong here. MongoDB. It should be MongoDB URI. Let's see. Yeah, now it's correct. Now let's try this again. I'm going to close this, clear, confirm. We get 4.4 invalid URL. Let's see what we are sending. Username and booking URI and data username and booking URI. It looks fine to me, so I don't know what's the issue. Username and okay, now I know we don't have username inside event type model. We have email. So to grab username, we need to grab it from the profile. So the const profile document equals await a profile model, find one, and we want to find it by username, like this. And then same thing, that if we don't have the profile, we want to get 404. If we don't have a profile document, but now we have profile using username, so we can do here email to be profile document.email. Right, now let's try again. So let's clear this and let's confirm, and everything worked. So that is cool. Thank you for booking, and we should have this data here. If I just refresh the data, we have bookings, and let's see. Yeah, we have a booking. We have all of the information, event type ID. If I will just copy this, and I will go to event types, I can see that I can do something like this, where ID is object ID of this, and I can find this quick meeting and all of the information, like length and so on. So now we saved everything to database and it works. Now the next part will be that we save this to the database, but now we need also to create event inside calendars, right? Create in calendar. So this will be our next step. Right, so now to create an event, create this event in calendar, we need to use this Nylas API. And to do this, first we will need this grant ID. I don't know if you remember, but when we log in here to when we create an account, when we log in, we got this grant ID. Let's see inside the site, and let's go to, no, it's inside, it's API, auth and route. Here we have this client ID. Let's see what's the issue here. Let's add here as string. And now here we do redirection, but I want to go OAuth, exchange route. And here we got this grant ID that we save into session cookie. Let's also fix this. String or undefined is not assignable to string for client ID. So let's put here as string. And now we are saving this grant ID to session. We actually don't need this inside session. We need to have it here, that when we book an event, we need to use this grant ID to create an event inside our calendar. So instead of saving this to session, I want to save it to my profile. So I have this grant ID, I have email. I want to put this grant ID to our email. So first we will need to go to our models profile, and here we have data like email and username. We need to add the grant ID, which is a string, and same thing here. Let's add grant ID type string. Let's say that it's not required and not unique, just in case. It doesn't have to be unique. And now let's go back here and let's see. Now I need to restart my environment, of course, to get those new columns. Let's go back here. And now let's see, we have grant ID. We want to save it somewhere, right? We want to save it to our profile. We are creating already profile inside API and then profile route. Here we are updating profile. We first check if it exists. If it doesn't exist, we create it and then we put this data here. And we basically need to do the same thing. So I can just copy this and let's go back to exchange route. Let's paste this. And profile model has been imported for me here. Now we are finding this profile with email, and then if we have it, we set, we don't need to set username. I need to set only grant ID to grant ID. And if we don't have profile, I'm going to create it with this email and grant ID. Right, and that would be it. And I need to change that the username is not required. So let's go back to profile, username. Let's remove this required because on the beginning it will be empty. So now it looks fine. So now when I log out and log in, I should be able to see my grant ID in my database. So let's log in and continue, and we got an error. Let's see what happened. Profiles find one. Okay, timed out. So I forgot to connect to the database. Of course I did. Let's do mongoose connect, and let's do process environment.mongodb URI as string. Let's see, yeah, this one looks correct. Let's add a wait, and now let's refresh. Still 500. Let's see why given code is not valid or expired. Okay, let's log in again. Let's go back here, log in with Google. Let's continue, and now everything worked fine. I can now go to my database, profiles. We should have one profile. Yes, and I have my grant ID. And now, thanks to this grant ID, I can go, maybe let's fix this error first. We have an error here. Let's put a string. And now let's go back here. And we are saving bookings here inside API bookings route. And here I want to add this to my calendar for this user. We get this profile document, and inside we have now grant ID. So let's do const grant ID equals profile document that and now grant ID. Now using this grant ID, I can create an event. And for this, I can show you the documentation for events for Nylas. Doesn't matter if it's Gmail or if it's Hotmail, so Microsoft or other providers, the API is the same. So that's why I'm using Nylas here for a unified API. So this is curl. Here we have Node.js. And this is how we create an event. So we just grab our Nylas instance here, Nylas. Then we do events, and they have nice TypeScript support. So we do create here. Of course, we need to add a weight, and inside create, let's see, what do we have here? We need to put identifier, which is our identifier is our grant ID. And as you can see, it's still red because we have some missing stuff. And so let's add, for example, now we need to create we need to put the rest in request body. Oops, let's go back. I switched file. Inside the request body, we need to put title. Let's put title, and the title will be the same that we have inside event type document. So let's put here event type document dot title. Now we need to add the when, and for our when we will put where is it? Let's see, booking time. Let's put booking time here. And as you can see, it's invalid because it should be date, date span, time, or time span. And let's do maybe date span. So for date span, we want to do start date, end date, and object. Okay, object when type date span. So let's do, let's see again, date span, start date, end date. Start date will be something, and date will be something, and then will be object when type dot date span. And now we want start date. We will do new date, and here booking time, end date. I will do the same, but I'm going to add the length. So for the length, we need to do add minutes function from, let's see, it has been imported for me from date functions. So that is cool. And we want to add this length here. So let's do, first we need to grab this event type document, and we do dot length. And this should work. Now let's see what's the issue here. Start date. Date is not assignable to type string. Okay, so they want a string here in ISO format. So this is, I think, a timestamp. Let's see, 8601. It should look like this. Okay, so we can do just something like this. Let me show you. Maybe I can create first a constant for this, const start date. And I will put this here. So I can do here just start date. And here I can just do start date. Here we need to do to ISO string. And then the same thing here, to ISO string, and then it should work, I guess. Now let's see what's the issue with the object. If I hover, does not exist in here. So let's see what's the issue. When is, let's do date span object. Let's put this as it was. Object determine only specify known properties. An object does not exist in type create when. Okay, let's remove it then. Now we need to add more stuff here. Query params is missing in type. Okay, we need to add this here. We don't need any query params, or actually we need to add calendar ID. So let me put here calendar ID, and here we will put the default calendar ID, which is actually the email itself, the email of the person that we book event with. So let's do event type document dot, and let's do email. No, it's not here. I think, yeah, it's not here. It's actually, let's see if we have email here. Yeah, we do. We have it also on profile. Okay, so this will work. And now I think there's something called here conferencing. So let's add the conferencing. Can we do just conferencing true? No. Conferencing, and let's see what's needed here. Auto create. Let's do true. And let's see here. Let's say inside documentation. Here conferencing. So here we will need to do. We will need to add the provider. So let's do provider. And for us, it will be Google Meet. And looks like auto create is an object. So maybe we don't need the provider. Let's see if I put out just an empty object. No, we need auto create empty object, and let's add our provider Google Meet. Okay, and now it looks fine. What else do we need? We need to put information about our guests, right? So let's see, create event. There should be like participants. Here we have them, participants. So let's add here no, not here, not outside. We need to put it inside request body, participants. And we want to put one here. Let's see, participants is an array, so let's do an array, and let's put our first and only one, and we need to put name and email, which is required. So let's put name, let's put here guest name, and email guest email. Right, so let's see, what else do we need here? Status. We need also to put status. Now only email is required for participants. Let's see. I don't see this inside documentation, but TypeScript says it's required. So let's do status, and I will do default status will be yes. All right, and now this should work. So let's try to use it. So if I go here, let's go back. Let's do 8 a.m. and test 2. And I will use my Gmail here. Let's put test to confirm. And the loading is quite long here. And we get 500 error. All right, so let's see. Start date must be invalid time format. Okay. Let's see, start date. Let's see, start date. I think I wanted to use time. So let's see, for when, time span, start time. Yeah, let's use start time here and end time here. Let's see what's the issue here. It should be a number. Okay, so I think here we can do get time. And this will return a number, yes. So let's do get time. Let me see the documentation. Yeah, it gives a timestamp. So this should work. Let's try again. If I click confirm, before I will do this, I will do inspect network. Let's hit confirm, and we get 500 error again. Let's see what's the issue now. Start time must be a valid Unix time in seconds. Okay, the issue is it's not in seconds, it's in milliseconds for JavaScript. So let's do here math, divided by 1000, because we want to get rid of milliseconds. And here let's do math round the whole thing. Now divided by 1000, let's do math round, and this should work now. Yeah, so now let's try again, confirm, and thanks for booking. So this works nicely. So now if I open my Google Calendar, I can see that I got this quick meeting 8 a.m. and this is coding with David gmail.com. So this is different email, and here I have with my private Gmail with my david.pashko.gmail.com. So it seems to work. Quick meeting looks really nice. And for the guest, which is my Gmail, for the guest I got this automatic email. So invitation from coding with david@gmail.com, and I can just add this to my calendar here. So that is really nice. So I get an automatic email, and it works fine. So now I can hide the terminal, and I could actually add also description from event type document description, so we'll have more information about the event and not only the title. Let's put this next to the title, and this looks nice. So now we have it inside our calendars, and we have it inside our database. So now we can book. Our app works. Now we can create event type documents, like quick meeting, 15 minutes meeting, or stuff like this. You can share links, and it shows in both calendars. You get an email, and the person gets an email. It works fine. The guest gets email. Everything seems to work fine. But there are a few more things I would like to fix. So the first, now we have this inside our calendar, but if I go back here, I can still see that tomorrow 8 a.m. is still available, and it shouldn't be, right? So this is something we need to do. We need to use the same grant ID to exclude this 8:00 and actually also 8:30, because the event we've booked is 35 minutes long. So we need to get rid of those two buttons. For this, we will use an API called let me see, there's something called busy, and let me see here on the top. It's inside, I think it's inside the calendar. So first, let's see here what happens when we pick a day. It just shows the times that are valid for this day from the configuration. So we did, for example, that for, let's see, event types, quick meeting, for Thursday we can book from this to this, and it shows those times here. But I need to exclude the times that are already booked in my calendar. So to do this, when we click on a specific date, we need to show the buttons, but we need to exclude those that are taken in my calendar, right? So this is something important. So let's do this now. So to exclude those days, we will need to create an endpoint. I'll create inside API. I will call it just busy, and inside busy, this will be directory. Let's do a route. Yes, busy route, and here we will need those things: username, booking URI, and then using this, we can grab the profile, we can grab grant ID, and we can check if that person for that day is available for example, this time slot. So let's say this will be a post request because there will be a lot of data. So I would prefer to, or does it need to be a post request? No, this can be a get request. So let's do export async function get, and here we'll have request, which is next request. Yes, and now we want to grab params that we will get. So let's do, and those will be query params for now. Let's do URL equals new URL, request URL. And inside search params, I will be able to grab booking URI equals URL search params get, and here let's do booking URI. I want to grab as well a username, and this is the same thing. And I want also to grab booking time, and this will be the same thing, booking time, except I will convert this to a date. And here let's put a string. This will be always a string. Let's assume it's always a string. All right, so this, I will grab this data. We have URI and username, URI for the booking and username, and we can grab the profile now. So let's connect to the database, mongoose, connect process.environment.mongodb, mongodb URI. We could create a function for this to make it simpler, but I don't know. We connect to the database. Let's grab profile. So let's do const profile document. Or do we need profile? What do we need actually? Yeah, we need profile to get the grant. So let's do await profile document profile model. Find one, and find one by our username. Now, if we can't find this profile, let's do return response JSON with one dot here, invalid URL, or maybe username, and or booking URI, and let's do status 44. Right now we have profile, we have grant ID inside profile, so we can use Nylas API to check if the slot is empty. So I don't know if we need booking time. Maybe we need, but I don't want to do one by one every one of those. Instead, I would like to do a date. So I will do here from and to. Let's do from and to. So let's do to, and those will be two dates. So now let's see. Now I will do Nylas object imported. Let's do calendars and get free busy. First, identifier, which is our grant ID. So let's do profile document dot grant ID. Then we need our request body. And inside the request body, let's see, what do we need here? We need start time, end time, and emails. For emails, we do our profile email. So let's do profile document and dot email. And for start time, let's put our from, and for end time, let's put 2. And now it looks like we need to fix start time. It needs to be a number. So let's do get time. And here the same thing. We need to do divide by 1000, and we need to do math round. And here same thing. Get time. Let's do math round divided by 1000. Right. This should work. We need to, of course, add a wait because it's an API query. And let's do const result equals this. And let's respond to this with, let's respond with this. So let's do return response JSON and the result here. All right, so now we have it. Looks like booking URI is not used, so we don't need booking URI. Now let's test this. So we need to have username and from and to. Let's go to our date picker, or is it time picker? Time picker, and here we have our booking time buttons, right? And we have this booking hours here. So I was thinking that we can do something like this. When we pick a day here, before we will do this, show the buttons, we will do this Ajax request to the API endpoint to know what are the taken hours, taken times, busy hours. So this is selected day, called inside this state, selected day. And I can basically add a use effect. Let's do arrow function. Here, let's do selected day. So anytime this selected day changes, I will check if it's not empty. And if it's not, then I want to do this call. So let's do Axios get. I need to import Axios and get /API/ I think it was busy. Yeah, busy. And I'm going to change this to backticks because I will put all of the query stuff here. Or maybe not. Let's put this here. I think we can do this way. Let's see. Config. No, we cannot. So let's put this here. First will be username. We will need username, and the username will be actually just username. We have this like this. And then, well, then we need to add other stuff like from and so on. But then the URL will be long, so I'm going to do const params equals new search params, URL search params. And let's do params set this way, username to be username. And then if we do this way, we can do something like this, params to string. We need username. We need, let's see, we need also, let's see, go busy route, from and to. So set from, and params set to. And then after we are done with this get request, we could add a wait, but I will do it then. And we will get some response here. Let's maybe console log it to the browser so we can see what's inside. Response data. And now we also need to pass this from and to. So from, I think it will be selected day, but I'm not sure if this is the beginning of the day. So let's see. I think it is the beginning of the day, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to pass it here for now. Let's also maybe check here. Day and beginning. Can we do beginning? No. Start of second, start of minute, start of day, start of day. Let's use this function. Start of day. Import this. Selected day, and here let's put end of day. From date functions, selected day, and let's put those as we need to send them as strings. So let's do to ISO string. All right, so now let's see what will happen here if I select a day. So let's go to network. If I pick 26, I get this busy, and we get 200. So it works. We send from to my username. Let's see preview. Okay, so I can see we have data, and we can see information, username, and we have those time slots. And for each time slot, as you can see, it's an array. We can see that from this time to this time slot busy. So this basically means that we are busy here. So let's grab it. Let's use this information. How can we do this? And here we have wrong email, but I will fix it later. It's just a description. How can we fix it? So let's maybe send only those time slots. Time slots when we are busy. Let's go back to the route. And we have this result here. Maybe let's rename this to Nylas busy result. And let's do something like this. Nylas busy result. I want to go to data, and then to, let's see, data, and then go to the first one. So let's do question mark first of 0. So the first one. And then I want to go to, map, no, let's see. If we get the first data, it should contain time slots. So let's do time slots. It looks like it doesn't exist here. Data, then the first one, time slots, or it's not typed. Let's see. Nylas response. Let's go back here. Get free busy response. Let's maybe prepare it this way. Let response equals empty array. And now I would do something like this. If we have this, let's see why we don't have. Okay, it's an object here. Let's see. That looks weird. It looks like typing is different here. Different from the actual response. Let's see. Let's remove this, and let's put this to response equals and this. Oops, this. And now here, let's put response JSON response. We have let response. Let's don't define. Now let's refresh here, clear everything, pick the day. So we can see that it looks like this: email, object, and time slots. So here we should have time slots. Let's see what's the issue here. Looks like it doesn't exist on get free busy response. Get free busy. Let's see what's inside here. Promise get free busy response, and get free busy response. We should get email, time slots, and object. So looks like it should be available here. Interface free busy. Let me see. Go back to here. We do this get free busy, identify request body, and it should return a response. Okay, so we do await and Nylas response on of this. Let's see how Nylas response looks like. of, yeah, so it should be inside data. Let's see, let's go back to our route, data. And do we have time slots here? No. Let's see if we just do data. Refresh, clear. Let's click here of 0. Let's do of 0. Let's try again, 26. And we have here time slots. So I don't know if it's my editor, but time slots actually exists here. So let me see if I can just get those here. Let's see. Yeah, we get time slots. So let's do maybe here. Let's define those as const time. Let's call it maybe busy slots equals new array. And here let's do const slots. And let's ignore this error. Rename property does not exist. Let's do ts ignore. And those slots exist actually. Maybe we don't need to ignore. Let's see, as time slot, array of time slot. No, we need to add ts ignore, ignore. Now we can see that those are time slots, and I want to put those into busy slots. So I'm going to do let, so I can change the value of it. And I will do busy slots, and let's do equals. And I will do slots, and I want to filter where the slot is busy, has status of busy. Status is busy. And we have another error, small TypeScript error. So let's keep it like this. And here let's put our busy slots. Let's see what's the issue here now. Has an any type. Okay. Let's change this to time slot, an array of time slots. All right, and now let's see how this will look like. 26 and busy. I don't know if it worked. Let's refresh once again, clear everything. 26 busy, time slots, and I see the slot. All right, so now I need to use that response inside time picker. We have it here, response data. So it should be even console logged here. Yes, it is. And now I need to save those somewhere inside the state. So let's do const busy slots and set busy slots, use state. Default will be empty array, but I'm going to put here that it will be an array of time slots array. And now let's put those here. So set busy slots of response data. And now it looks fine. Now I need to use those busy slots. And on the beginning, when we change a day, we need to put this as an empty array. So we reset this. Now, if I know what are the busy slots, here we are preparing those booking hours, right? So here, before I will add a booking hour, for example, 9:30 or something like this, I need to check if this A, which is like time here, is not within any of those busy slots. So how can I do this? Maybe let's create a separate function for this. Let's put a function maybe somewhere here, function called within busy slots. And we get a time, or maybe we can call it date time, which will be a date. And then maybe let's call it just time. And then we have those slots inside state. So now we need to go through all of the slots. So let's do busy slots. We need to go through all of those. So let's do for each. And for each busy slot, we want to check if this time is within the slot. And slot, as you remember, have this busy slot. It has this start time and end time, which are timestamps. So let's do first const. Let's busy from, which will be a new date. Busy slot start time. Let's do busy 2 equals new date. Busy slot end time. And now we need to check if this time is between those two. So if it's after from is after from date functions, if this date, so time, is after busy from, or actually we need to know also the length of the meeting, right? So we know time, but we need to know from and to. So let's do, so for example, we know we are busy from 8 to 8:35, but we can't book 7:30. And this is because 7:30 plus 35 minutes would go to the 8:05. It would end there. So 7:30 shouldn't work. So we need to specify const booking from its potential booking for this specific button. Let's do just time. And let's do const booking to. And here we need to do new date of this time. And we need to add minutes. And we need to add the length here. Do we have a length? Yeah, we do. And this is the number. All right. So now we need to check if this time span crosses this time span. So we need to check if booking to is after busy from. So let's do if booking to is after. So let's do is after, and booking to, if booking to is after busy from, then we know we need to return false, but not from here, because this is for each. We should probably, maybe we can do something like this. Let result equals false on the beginning, or maybe we should change this from this for each to for, and let's do let busy slot of busy slots. I'm changing this loop to this loop because this is an arrow function, as you can see, and if we return something this, it will be just returned to this arrow function, nothing will happen. While if we return something this, it will be returned to this function. So let me put this here. And so if booking to, so for example, if from 7 to 7:35, and 7:35 is when the meeting ends for this button, if it's after this busy from, then we return false. And now we also need to check the start time, so busy from. So but actually we need to check if it's between. If if booking to is between this busy from and to. So we need to add and is before, let's do booking to and busy to. So we are busy from 8 to 8:35. And for example, for this 7:30, we need to check that the booking to, which is if we click this one, the booking to will be 8:05 because it's 7:30 plus 35 minutes, so 8:05. We need to check that this booking to, which is 8:05, is not between busy from and busy to. So that's why we check if it's after booking busy from and before busy to, then we return false. Now we need to do the same thing for booking from. So if we pick 8:00, we just need to check if it's between those two. So let's maybe copy this and let's put booking from here and here. If it's between the busy times, then it should return false. And here, let's do just return true, that it's fine. Now we have this within busy slots function, and let's use it here when we add those times here. So let's do if not within busy slots A, so this time, then we can add it like this. So now let's refresh, let's pick date, and it doesn't work. I have no times here. So we need to, something is wrong with this function, of course. We need to know what is wrong. I think I know. The first issue is that, of course, we need to change it within busy slots. So this is within, it needs to be true. This is within, it needs to be true. And here we need to do false because it's not within any busy slots. The next issue is that we need to wait for those busy slots to be loaded. So let's do const busy slots loaded and set busy slots loaded. Let's do false here. And then here the changes. Here we will do also set busy slots loaded to true. And here set busy slots loaded to false. And now we will show only those times. Let's see, day numbers, selected day. Here we show those buttons only if we have selected day, and for now we have busy slots loaded. So now let's see what happens. Let's pick this and I get those dates. As you can see, we have a small delay if I click, and then I need to wait like half a second or something like this to see those. And the 8:00 is still visible. I don't know why. Seems to be wrong. But we'll debug this function in a moment. So let's scroll up here to this function within busy slots, and maybe let's console log a busy slot here, busy slot, and our time. So let's see here. We have two objects. Okay, let's maybe console log it like this. So we will have times. We have busy slot and we have a time. All right, so instead of this, I want to know busy from and busy to and the date. Busy from, busy to, and the time. Now let's see here. Let's refresh. Let's pick a day. So now we have a time, which is, for example, let's start maybe from the top. 7:00, and busy from is from here to here. those dates are the same. So there's something wrong here. Busy from, busy to. We have start time, end time. Let me show this busy slot. Because something seems to be wrong here. Let's refresh, clear everything, 26 on the top. And let's see. Let's see busy slot. And we can see that 57 and here we have 33. The times are different. I know what is the issue. Here we have timestamps, but JavaScript wants in milliseconds, so we need to do the times 1000 like this. So here I'm going to do parse int, or actually we don't need to parse int because we can do just why can't we? It's a string. Let's see, is it a string? It's actually a number, as number. So let's just do parse int. So we will not have any errors here. Parse int, same thing here. Parse int times 1000. And now we lost some dates, I think. 26. Yes. And let's see how this looks like here. So we have 7 and then 8. So we don't have 730. Let's see why. We don't have 730. Because, let's see. Maybe instead of time, I will display booking from and booking to. Booking from and booking to. Right, refresh, clear everything, pick this date. Now, let's open one of those. And let's see. The button was for 7 to 7:35. And maybe I will also do let result equals false for now. Or maybe true. Doesn't matter. Let's do here. Result equals this. Result equals this. And well, I'm not sure if we need to have those. We don't need those. Instead, I will do here console log. Here I will do after booking to is between busy is within busy slot, and here booking from is within busy slot. So now let's refresh, clear everything, pick this date, go to the top, and we can see that this one didn't work because we got this, and let's see why. So booking to, maybe we can even add those dates. Let's see, let's change those to backticks here, and here I will put the time. So let's put time. Let's refresh, clear everything, pick this date, and now we don't have 7 we have 7, which is correct. This is the first one. Then for the second, which should be 7:30, we got this booking to is within the busy slot, and I think it's correct, because if we would book on 7:30, then the event would take part to 8:05, and on 8:05 we have an ongoing event here, so that's why. But this doesn't explain why we can book on 8:00, because 8:00 is here, and let's see how it looks like. Busy from and booking from are the same, so I need to check not only if they are the same, but also not only if they are after, but also if they are the same. So let me see. Here, for my time, it's 8:00 to 8:35. This shouldn't be, I shouldn't be able to book this because it's the same as the booking a busy slot. as you can see. So I need to also check if it's the same. Do we have any, let's see, if I search here after same, is same year, is same second, is same minute, is same hour. I can check if it's same second. Or actually there is like equal, is equal. So if booking to, let's see why it shouldn't be possible, because maybe I can just add if it's the same somewhere here as an additional. If booking from, let's do is equal booking booking from to is equal with busy from, then we will do return true, and then let's do the same if is equal booking to busy to, then return true. So now we don't have 8, 8:30 and 7:30, which is correct, because for 7:30 it would end at 8:05, and for 8 we have this event, and for 8 we have this ongoing event, and then for 8:30 we still have this event because it ends at 8:35, and the next available time is 9:00. So now this is correct. Let's just get rid of those console logs, and we can see that it works fine. So now we exclude the times that we are not available. All right, so now we have all of this functionality that when I click, I will get those dates. But one more thing that would be nice to have here would be a preloader before we will go to next part. And to do a preloader, let me scroll down here to the let's see, to those buttons, booking hours. We are showing this div only if we selected a day and busy slots are loaded. And now what I want to change is I don't want to wait for busy slots loaded, and instead I put those here. If they are loaded, I will do end, and then I will do map. What else I will do here is if busy slots are not loaded, I will add end, and let's do parentheses div, and let's say loading ... And this way, if I click, we get loading, and then we get those dates. So that looks better. And there is also like a package for this. I think it's Preloaders. I think it's React and React Spinners. Yeah, there it was, React Spinners. And so you get nice looking spinners. Let's add those. Let's add add React Spinners. And now let's see how to use those. You just use those like components, and you can pick the one you like. I think I will go with bounce loader. I think it's my favorite. So here, instead of loading, I will do bounce loader, and it has been imported for me. I want to increase the speed multiplier. Let's do 4 or maybe 2. And I think there's something like color. And for the color, I'm going just to pass the same color I'm using on the buttons. So I will just do this. I will copy this color. Let's put it here. And now let's refresh. If I click, you can see I get this spinner here. Let's make it more centered. So I will do here flex, justify center, and let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 4. So now if I click, I get the spinner here. So it looks really nice. You can try with others if you want, other spinners. This Pac-Man looks nice. Pulse loader looks also nice. Maybe let's try with this one. Pulse loader. Let's import this one. And now let's see back here. So if I refresh, let's go here. Yeah, works really nicely. So you can just click a day and then it's loading the buttons. So you get a nice, I can also slow this down. So if I go to network, no throttling, let's do slow 3G, and then I click, we will see this preloader a little bit longer. If I do maybe just 1, I don't need to increase the speed, so it will be slower. Yeah, so this is how the animation looks like. I think it looks fine. I will remove this throttling for now, so it's faster. And that will be it for those buttons. So now we can book. We see the busy removed hours. So for example, here we don't get 8:00 button. And the next and the part that is, I think the last part that is really like missing is those booked events listed here. So basically we can just do some listing here. So I will just go to, let's see, site, dashboard, and then booked events page. And here I would like to just list everything. So let's do this to server component. So I will make this async. I will connect with my database, Mongoose connect, and here let's add process.environment MongoDB URI, and let's add the weight, and we need to add a string. Let's assume it's a string always. And now let's list the booked events. So let's do const and then bookings with lower b, bookings, and equals await booking model. Find, I want to find all of those where I know they're mine. So how can I know they're mine? I can find them using event type ID. Let's see what is the name of the column here? Event type ID. Yeah. So event type ID, and here I want to put an array of my event type IDs. So let's do something like this. Const event type documents, that's plural. Let's do await. Let's do event type model, and I want to find all for my email. As you can see now, I get red here because of the email. I need to grab the email from the session. So let's import session like this. Let's do get and let's do email. And now this should work. Now here, let's take the event type docs and let's map through those. And for each document, I want to grab underscore ID. So this should work, and I should get only one here. So let's try to map through those bookings. Or maybe we can call it booked events, and same here, booked events and event. And now let's do like this, or maybe booking. Let's do booking. And now let's put the div. Let's do booking dot and what do we want to do? When? Let's see if we will get anything. Can't print this because it's a date. So let's do it to ISO string, and now it should be printable. So it looks like we have several of those. Let's see here inside the database. Yeah, I guess this is because we have old bookings that we didn't got into calendar. So let's remove this one, and everything except the last one. So now if I refresh, yeah, looks fine. So now let me see. We have bookings, and it would be nice to print some more information with who and the date and what is the type of this event. Maybe this way, so, or a nicer table or something like this. So first let me add some styling here. So I want to do margin top of 8. And now let's see, what do I want to display? I want to display a title, something like this. So let's do maybe H3. And to display a title, I need to go to event type docs of this booking, for this booking. So let's do event type docs, and I want to find the one event type document where event type document ID is the same as booking event type ID, and then I want to grab a title, and let's add question mark in case it's empty. So now etc is not defined, etd, okay, here. So now I don't see anything. Let's see why. Maybe I will just grab all of this parenthesis here, and I will do curly brackets, and I will do return, so I can prepare and find this event type doc. Const event type document equals, from all of those, try to find this one for this specific booking, and event type document, let's maybe JSON stringify this event type document. Let's see if we will get anything. No, looks like it's just empty. So something is wrong here. We are trying to find event type document where the ID is the same as this. Okay, I think this is wrong because here we get an object. So let's do maybe like this, and now we get all of this data. So here it says is type of unknown. Well, it's not unknown, it's ID. Maybe we can just put it like this, a string. Yeah, so we will not have this error. Let's put maybe this find here, so it will be more readable. And now let's put the title here, event type document title. So we have something like this, quick meeting. And this is possibly undefined, so I will add a question mark just in case. And I also want to sort those. I want to sort those by when date. So let's see here booked events, and I think inside find we have projection. Projection can be empty, but then we have options, and there is order. No, there's sort, and for sort we will just do a column name, which is when. And this will not change anything because we have only one. But now we can do some maybe styling. So for each of those, let's add a class name, let's maybe do some padding on all sides of 8, let's add, or maybe on the top and the bottom, 4. Let's add the border bottom, and maybe let's add a small background gray 100, just something like this. I think it looks nice. And let's add the padding on all sides. Yeah. And now we have title. We see the date. Maybe we can print it somehow else, like to local time string. Let's see what this will give us. Okay, to local date string. We have something like this. I will format this my own way. So let's do format from, of course, date functions. And I want to format this the same way we have it here. So I think we need to go to that time picker component. And let's see, here we have this format. And actually I will go to the page, booking form page. Here we have including the time. So let's take this, let's put this here. And now let's see, yeah, Friday, July 26, quick meeting. So we have time, quick meeting. Maybe let's make this a little bit bigger. Class name of text large, maybe. Let's maybe do this semi-bold. And text gray, I want this to be maybe 500. Let's do this darker, 700. And now maybe the name of the person, that would be nice. So let's put paragraph here, and maybe we can put an icon, why not, as the person. And circle user, or maybe this one, user found, or just user. Let's try with user from Lucid React. And let's put a span here with the text. And for the text we want to do, I will change this to a div. And here let's do span for the name, which is event, booking, and guest name. And then in parentheses I will do another span with some class names. I want to do booking and guest email, and let's maybe do here text gray 500. And now here let's do maybe size of I don't know, maybe we can do size of 12 or 16. Let's do 16. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, now we want to fix the styling here. So first, for this, I want to do class name flex gap 2. Let's see. Yeah, that looks nice. Of course, items center. Let's add margin on top and the bottom of at least 1, so we'll have some spacing here. And I think this looks nice. Maybe with a little bit more spacing. It would, let's search for, try with circle user from this. Yeah, I think this will work. And for the time, I want to have a clock or calendar. So let's do calendar. The same thing. I would just copy this div. For this one, I will use calendar from Lucid React. And now let's put a span with this date here and time. So now it looks like this. And now let's put notes. So let's search for note, and maybe notepad text. So let's do one more. So I'm going to copy this one, And let's do here notepad text from Lucid React. And here let's print a booking notes, or actually it was guest notes, like this. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So we can have it listed. You can also use other API endpoints to see if something has been cancelled. And we can also display like the URL to the meeting, but that's not that necessary because we have this URL inside the calendar here. So yeah, and we have profile, booked events, and now those events are listed here. So I think we have all of the main functionality working now, including events, booked events listing. So now one last thing that you guys are going to really enjoy is fixing those bugs that we get all over the place, and we will also try to deploy this app. So let me see if we can spot like any issues here. Yeah, here we have inside time picker, we have this render method. We need to provide key. So let's go to time picker, and let's do map. And for this one, let's do booking time. This is a date, if I remember. Yeah, so let's put here to ISO string, then it will be unique. And now let's refresh. And now we need to probably do another place also here. Oops, let's search for, there are a lot of places to fix. Here, for example, let's put class names here, and for the key, we can just put weekday short name. Yeah, let's search here, and this is empty, so I don't know what to put here. We do have empty, and let's maybe do empty index, and let's put this empty index here. And then we have here another map. So I'm going to add here a key, and this is day numbers. So I can just do the same thing to ISO string, and this should work. And let's find other places. Here we have a key, we have key, here we have key. I think though now we are down here. So now if I click here, everything seems to work. We have keys for all of those stuff. So this seems to work nicely. Where else? Now let's maybe try to deploy this, right? So we're going to deploy it. The first thing is we need to set up that the database will accept connections from other IP addresses, of course. So there's somewhere here database access under security. And let's see, here we have this, our database user. Here we have user network access. It's here. This is my IP address, and I want to allow access from anywhere. Let's confirm, pending, and this will take a minute, but meanwhile I can go and prepare a repo. So I am on my GitHub account. I will go to repos, and let's hit new. And here inside, let's name it Calendix. Let's make it public, create repo, and now we have all of those. I'm just interested in this. Let's copy this part and the SSH part. So then inside terminal, you need to do git init if it's not initialized. Even if it is, you can do it again. And git remote add origin, and you paste this, enter. Now let's do git status. So you need to put git status, but I have a short command git s for git status, but basically it's a git status command. And now we see all of the things that would be pushed to our repository, and I don't want to push this. This comes from my editor, so I'm going to add this to git ignore. So let's see, let's go to git ignore, and let's maybe put this here, idea. Yeah, now let's clear, let's do git status once again, and let's see what we are pushing. This looks fine, 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 and this looks fine. Okay, let's do git add and dot, so everything inside this current directory. Git commit, let's maybe call it initial commit, and let's do git push origin master, and this should push everything. I just need to put my password. This should push everything to here. If I refresh, you can see I have everything here inside. Now let's try to deploy it on Vercel, Netlify, it doesn't matter. I like Vercel. I know how to use it. I know where are all the settings I need. So let's do new project. And here on the top is my Calendly. Let's import this one. And now we have Next.js. Environment variables. This is something I need to provide because we didn't push this file. And let's see. I'm going first copy and paste here. You can put all of this into the first input, and they will create separate inputs for all of those. Let's do next public URL. This is going to change, and that's why I'm adding S here for HTTPS. And then you can get your own subdomain on Vercel, and you can even pick what will this be. So I'm going to choose David Calendly.vercel.app. And now let's see, MongoDB URI can be the same. This looks fine, this looks fine, this looks fine. Let's hit deploy. All right, now it's deploying. And there is one more thing I think that I need to fix. Let's go to API. Here we have auth. Here we have callback URI. And let's check open auth where it is here. Do we have any URLs here? No, we don't. So now we need also to go to our Nylas account. And here I'm going to change my callback URLs. I would copy this and I will do the same, but with for my Vercel subdomain. So I think it was David Calendly.vercel.app. Let's add this one. Let's go here. We have an error. Let's see what it is. We are missing some key properties. We're going to fix it in a moment. Let's go back for now to here. So this hasn't been deployed. That's why I'm not seeing this. Calendly, or actually it is here if I search for it. And the error for the inside the deployments, we will have an error. Let's go to settings and set this domain Calendly. I want to change this one to David-Calendly, and let's hit save. Now let's see deployments and let's go through all of the errors. So first, booked events page. Let's go to booked events page, and we have a map somewhere here. Yes, we do. So we need to add a key. So let's do key, and let's do booking and underscore ID. Yes, what else? Looks like same thing on this. Let's open. Here we do map, let's add a key. What is ET? Event type, I guess. Let's see inside here. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's event type document. Let's do ID here. What's the issue? Unknown. Okay, so what is this? This should work. Here we have type unknown is assignable. So what if I do a question mark? No, doesn't work. Event type model find, and we find event types. Then we map through those. Should work without this thing. Let's see. Here we have event type, and we add it for this specific ID. I don't know if this will actually work. I think it should be underscore ID. Let's see. I don't know how it works. I thought it should be underscore ID because it comes from the database. Let's see, event types, event type model. Yeah, but it looks like it just works without underscore. Let's see what happens if I put like this. That's weird, but okay. Let's see. Let's try to go here and let's open this. And here, yeah, I'm really bad at adding those keys. So here we have another map, and yeah, you just need to add a key that will be unique for each child when you map, when you loop through stuff. So here we have a day, and I guess this is a weekday name, so I can just do day here. And here the issue is with what? With those ticks here. And where it is 23, so it's here. Okay, let's try to do maybe with this what they suggest. And let's go to the home page. Yeah, it's open source and it looks fine. And now let's see what else, what errors. Missing key property inside time select, line 20. There's no time 20, line 20, or maybe it is here. Okay, so let's add a key, will be time. And I think that's good enough. We can skip the warnings. So now let's see git status. Let's do git add all of those. So dot git commit, fixed warnings, git push origin master. And now it should automatically trigger the next deployment. Yeah, and within like 40 seconds we should have this. We should see if it worked or not. And inside our repo we can also see the last commit here, fixed warnings. We can see it's pending, that the Vercel is building this, and we can open this to see the build logs. So deployment, especially with Next apps, is always really simple. We get an error, of course we do. It has an invalid get export. This route, let's see, let's open this. Is it exchange? Yeah. This is not a valid type. Okay, so let's do just next request, and let's import this thing, and let's remove next API request. We don't know if there is something else, so I'm going to just assume that it's everything. Let's do git add everything, git commit with message fixed, and what we fix here, fixed typing for next request, and push origin master. So now we get a third deployment. Let's see here, deployments, 3 seconds in. We can open to see in case we will get any errors. Everything good so far. Few warnings and an error. type string undefined is not assignable to type string. Okay, so let's just jump to this file and let's fix it. Let's open here. And is it with the API key? Yes, it is. So we can see even here that we got an error. But if I add a string, then it should be fine. Maybe I can check all of the files inside source somehow. Inspect code. I don't know. I think now should be correct. Let's do git status, git add, git commit, fixes, TypeScript error, git push origin master. And see you guys in half a minute. And now I think everything went fine. Yeah, it's still building, but looks promising. Yeah, assigning domains, everything is green, and we have our site here. So if I open this link, scheduling made simple.